showed my ignoramus because it's like, well, Midwest, you're located close to obviously Minneapolis, and Minneapolis obviously has snow, so killing you're pretty dumb. I'm gonna shut up now.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Yeah. Because it's flat. Damn it.
When the Globers finally get that free trip to space.
I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing.
Mic check.
Who? Who's that?
Sunny. Sunny, the
Your
funny
mic
one.
sounds nice.
No,
Sorry.
who's Mike?
Mike is not.
Mike's not home.
But his brother Dave is.
So does it sound better? I changed it. I turned off the automatic sensing. So is that better?
Nah, dude, you're good, man. I mean, your audio
Okay,
before
great.
sounded crispy, and
You're not
audio
on
now
your
sounds
snowball,
crispy.
are you, Sonny? You're not on the snowball, are you?
No, I'm on a mobile with a Bluetooth headset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I could
I
be
have a
mobile.
problem with the name of that microphone. I really do. I think they could have done better.
Actually, I broke the snowball, and I bought a better studio quality mic and an interface to go with it. So I have an audio interface and a regular boom mic with a suspension.
I can't believe
A
you broke
suspension
something that was
bridge?
spherical, Sonny. How dare you break anything?
I broke the snowball. Well, the only part that broke was the part that was sticking out of the ball. That's stupid that they would have something sticking out of the ball.
Oh, well, so the ball was intact?
The ball was intact, just the little connection that went in was sticking straight out at a 90-degree angle to the sphere. Yeah. So, of course, it broke off.
Well, that's why a sphere is a perfect shape, because it's indestructible.
No, it's dumb. It's because if you want to build anything on a sphere, it's going to break.
No,
because you don't have a level foundation.
That's why the Earth is a globe. It's the perfect shape.
I thought
no, that's true. Yeah, those are just minor difficulties that you must overcome because globe is the perfect shape. Yeah, exactly.
That's what happens. Like you go 90 degrees from the surface, like you start breaking.
Yo, mama's a perfect shape. Oh.
But why sphere is more perfect than pyramid?
Oh shit! I said that on. I thought I was on. My bad, dog. I thought I was on mute when I said that.
I've got an upcoming brain operation. They're gonna smooth my brain around so it's extra spherical.
Unfortunately,
yo, Sonny, that's not actually at your mom, by the way. You know about your mama jokes, right?
I know.
Okay, cool. I'm just checking. I love you guys.
Unfortunately, Sonny passed away from laughing too hard for too long after listening to 24/7 Discord. Our condolences go out to all of his family that's left that gave a shit about him in the first place. So you know who you are.
You guys are awesome. Holy shit. I swear.
Dang. And this is me just making the moonshine. Good thing I don't drink it, eh? I better smoke something to calm me down. Cha cha cha.
Bullshit.
Oh, there.
Like Cypress Hill concerts in here.
Say what?
I love that one, Sonny. It might be a little distorted, but he's like, it's a, it's kind of like a weed reference. He's like, this is bullshit. It's like a Cypress Hill concert in here. Saying, like saying the whole
Okay,
room is
good.
filled with smoke.
Oh man, thanks for telling me that.
Like Cypress Hill concerts in here.
Yeah, it will be. No, maybe not that bad.
I love that one. I just added like 6 new ones today.
So do you have like another server that you use as a soundboard, and you just have both of them open or something at the same time, and then you can just click on?
That's not a bad idea. I don't know how that would work
How does that work?
exactly. But I have them on a separate device, so
I gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I kind of thought. All right, and then you
Yeah,
have the output of that device just goes into
right
your
into the mic.
laptop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
right into your interface, like thing.
yeah, whatever. Well, because a lot of times I used to do this on my computer. I would like, like, I would in the morning. I would like get on, turn the computer on, and then I would use my phone as the sound. But now,
Oh, I see.
you know, I'm mobile all the time now. So like, I've got 2 phones. if you've ever heard that song.
Dang, that's
2
two
phones,
phones.
one for the
Love and one for the
hey, keep phone
Lord.
ring, 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 ring. Cell phone go ring, ring, ringing. That guy's a little questionable. Ring, ring,
That
ringing.
was an
Well, that-
earworm like about 2 weeks ago for like just whatever random reason.
Yo, Elijah,
Hey,
what's
hey,
up?
Eli. How's
What's
it
up?
going,
What's
man?
up?
Not much. Yeah, I actually have another device. Someone threw away a perfectly good laptop. So, I mean, it's an older one, but it's one of those ironclad Dells that, like,
Mhm.
you could drop it out of a second story window. It'd probably be okay. It probably wouldn't even open. Still be closed and locked. You go to open it. It's fine. No problem. No, so you know which
Back
one I'm
when
talking
things
about?
were built to last.
Mm.
Yeah, like the Dell Precision. This one is a Dell Inspiron. It's got a big ass heavy case, man. They're ironclad. Wow, that was a motorcycle scooter.
Yep.
Wow, sounded like a freaking Honda 125. Remember those Honda 50s? Those little trail things. Anyway, I digress.
Any excitement in here today?
Not really, except I'm making some moonshine.
Ooh. It's really windy. It's funny that it's windy here because they're talking about in like the mid-Atlantic. It's like wild hailstorms and all this, that, and third.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like lately?
Ooh.
Like lately?
Yeah. Like
Wow.
just like today.
Hey Elijah. So now I know like where you're coming from because now I use mobile. I'm inside the house right now, but I use mobile on my bike and stuff. So I know what it's like to have to moderate or modulate or adjust things.
It's not really
Talk like
possible. Either it's cool or it's not.
yeah. So
It's very
it's pretty.
situational.
It totally is. but it's pretty cool when you find a little place to stop and then you can
Mm-hmm.
join in and I end up stopping in the most freaking fantastic places with views and
And
you know I can
people
be
who can
looking at the
listen,
thing.
and
Yeah, it's fucking great, man. I was down at the beach the other day, so I had Discord on my towel where my bike was parked. Put my wetsuit on, went for a swim, came back out. The Discord's still on.
could you imagine what if there was like a whole bunch of people huddled around it? That would have been dope.
Huddled around like what? What do you mean?
It's like your
Oh
Discord.
yeah. Yeah, exactly, man.
That's what I want to do. Like, but too bad the summer is already going away. Like, if I was able to have a big speaker, just go to like the beach and just play Discord or play like certain
Well,
videos.
well, check it out. If you play it right in a year or a couple, well, hopefully not a couple of years, maybe in the next year or something, or whenever, you'll be able to earn up enough ducats to freaking come out here and sail with me and Flat Earth Dude.
How deep is the water?
You'll be on a boat, so no worries.
No. That's like no.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like saying, well, you'll be on a raft, so don't worry about the lava. It's like it's
No, check it out.
I got a good video for this. Hold on.
Guess what? So Flat Earth Dude actually found a dude that has a 32-foot hunter down here just a couple miles south of me, and he's already got it planned out. We're gonna start sailing with this dude, and so this dude's willing to let us use his boat. He's gonna be there with us, of course. But that's cool,
Mhm.
you know. So that's
Get some observations. Word.
yeah. That's just the start, though, because like next year, my money situation will be a little better, and Kenny and I think, are going to buy a boat. So we're considering buying a boat. We're going to try to crowdfund it, maybe, and so we could have a flat Earth boat here parked in the freaking marina. Anybody can come down, and so for you, if you're not used to being on a boat, we'll stay inside the harbor. We'll stay inside Mission Bay or something.
Nah, I can swim and all that. It's
Oh, yeah?
I'm literally terrified of things unseen. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
can't see anything that's in the water. Like I have a big shark fear
Bro,
or whale fear.
Oh.
I just posted a video of you. Please watch this.
Yeah, man. I've spent many hours with my feet dangling down from a surfboard. I never gave a flying F about it because I'm more concerned what's happening on the surface. But usually, if it's calm enough, you can see down. You can see down to the bottom, dude. You can see down to the bottom that you can't touch. You can see down there sometimes. It's beautiful. But I don't worry about my feet on the bottom. I used to get all hung up about it. Oh, I better keep my feet on the bottom until I get all the way out, until I got stung by a stingray. So you learn to do the surfer shuffle. You slide your feet along the sand. That scares them away. Well, most of the time. But then when you just get deep enough to like float, I just lift my feet up and float and start swimming. Like, I don't freaking worry about keep my feet on the bottom. That's no security. You're in the water. You'll start feeling more comfortable about being on the surface, just hanging out. But the thought does come up because you know that I shouldn't even mention it because I'll probably be in the water either today or tomorrow. But I don't care. So I figure if my time has come, and that's the way I'm supposed to end, like I gotta be okay with that too. It's not that I'm putting myself in danger, but I think I'm one of these humans that's meant to be in the water. I'll shut up now.
I'm sitting here watching this video. It's hilarious.
Oh, we doing it for the gram?
Why does it sound like Matthew Learns trying to coach him in? Let go, dude. Let go.
I've seen it a million times, man.
First of all, it's crazy. You shouldn't be on the water if you can't swim. That's insane that people would do that. Knowing, like, if you know you can't swim, you should not be anywhere on the water. I don't give a fuck if you have a life
Yeah, yeah,
raft. If
yeah,
you, it's just like, fam, just learn how to swim.
yeah, yeah. If you don't know how to swim, you shouldn't be in the water deeper than your ankles, or maybe
Well,
like below your
Sonny,
knees, like
that's the
below your
level
knees.
where ballers start drowning. When the water is ankle deep.
Well, that's a safe level then. Hey,
Well, no, it's
man,
not
think
safe.
about that.
It's
The
not even
level.
safe. They start drowning in the ankle deep water.
Excuse me. Good thing we all have mic discipline, so when we're hacking up a lung after that laugh, after we just took a nice one, you don't have to hear all that.
Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
see, thanks for
I guess I've been coughing this
concurring.
whole time. Fuck. Like, I haven't even. I'm sitting here thinking I'm on mute.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Like that's interesting that we could connect like this at the same time, doing the same thing. It's incredible. It's like almost like we're in the same room, you know?
Yeah.
If you think about it, kind of are.
You are in the same room.
Holy shit! At least our voices are.
We're in the same room.
We're all in the same room. Oh, you know what? And the room. Guess what about the room? I hate to break it to you all. There's no
Huh?
room. It's all inside your mind. The room, the Discord, the voices, your phone.
No,
All.
not that. Not that. Like, I think he
Oh,
meant like, we're in the same room. Like take away all the walls, and we're in the same room. Let's take down
yeah,
all the
yeah,
buildings, and we're all in the same room. Like, because there's only one wall, and that's the one that surrounds. Well, it's not a wall. It's more like a container. Like,
I get it. Yeah,
the
now
south
I get it.
containment wall. Yeah,
We
So
are
we're
just
all in
all.
here in the same space.
That's pretty freaking trippy right there if you think about it. And we are thinking about it.
You know what's creepy though?
What's that?
I'll never understand it. Like, there's certain things that it's like it. Certain things about reality, like for example, the moon. It's like, well, rocks suspended in midair, that doesn't happen, so it can't be that. But it's like, but damn, who made it look like that? You know what I mean? And then it's like,
Yeah,
you think
yeah,
that you know how light works and all that until you see the moon's light coming, across the water to your feet, or any light actually for that matter, coming to your feet, but not the person next to you's feet, and they're experiencing the exact same thing. What the fuck is that about? Who knows?
yeah. That's pretty wild. Because you're like going to you're one observer. You're talking to the next observer over next to you, as if you were all one observer. You're like one observer A is seeing the light go to their feet, is asking observer B, is the light going to your feet too, just like it is mine? Yeah, it is. Oh, really then? So who's doing the looking then? Is it me or is it you? Those are very interesting freaking questions, man. Because then it gets into who is the observer? And whose eyes are these? Like, yeah, they're my eyes, but who's looking through them right now? That was a perfect Twilight Zone moment. So, CB.
My bad. Smoke break.
Oh, oh, dang. Okay, well, that's okay. Smoke breaks allowed. In my business, smoke breaks are allowed because I know the happier employee is a more efficient employee. Smoke them if you got them. That's pretty funny. So what? I don't know if you heard me. So I said that was a perfect Twilight Zone. You could have that little doo 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 doo.
Let me grab that real quick.
So listen. So what I said was, so if you're seeing the light go from the moon across the water to your feet, and I'm seeing the light from the moon go across the water to your feet, who's doing the looking? Am I the observer or are you the observer? And here's the point where you'll need to get ready. And then, who's the one behind the eyes doing the looking? Okay, that was excellent. That was X Files. But get the Twilight Zone one too.
Isn't this one the X Files?
No,
Hold on.
I thought the piano was the one you just played. I thought that was it. Oh, that is. So what was that last one?
Yeah, the last one
Oh,
was
that's
like just
In Search of.
and I heard it on a
It's
mountain bear clip. So it was like one of the bears made a video um,
it.
with the space
Yeah.
stuff, and like it ended with that video or that music. Like I call it the super spooky music, the super
You
spooky
know what?
33.
That's part. That's part of the X Files soundtrack.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, yeah. That's another X Files sound. Yeah,
I
I
didn't know
recognize
that.
it.
Let me add the Twilight one.
Yeah, I started watching them again. Like 20 years later, I just like recently watched a couple episodes. They're actually pretty goofy, like very for to my mind kind of sophomoric, but still kind of interesting, kind of fun. Some of it's funny as hell because it's so absurd, but it's pretty good. It's entertaining. That one. You have entered into the flat Earth zone.
Okay, okay.
Things you thought things were the way you thought they were, or the way you've been told they were. But now you find out you've entered into the flat earth zone. There may be no going back once you see the horizon. As an apparent location, there's no geometric horizon. Shocking. How did these courageous observers make it through, knowing what they know now? Yes, the tale is yet to be told in its completion. We will have to continue on through all hazards, detours, obfuscations, and logical fallacies galore to get to the heart, the true meaning of the reality we find ourselves in the flat earth zone.
This guy today in Cogdis was saying that like we don't live in reality. He kept saying we're not in reality. He was saying like it's a, you can experience reality, but we're not in reality. And I was just like, so you're not in reality?
Weird.
Where are you?
That's very odd.
Literally, I
Okay,
mean, this is what they're
then
saying now. They've reduced down to saying they're not even in reality. Oh man, it was too funny. It was like what I woke up to this morning. Some goofball saying he's not in reality.
that's hilarious. But I guess that depends on what you consider the definition of reality, then.
Let me see if I can post a screenshot.
What do you think, Hillary? What do you think reality is, Hillary? Could you tell the crowd, please? Thanks. I do a pretty mean fucking Bill Clinton, huh? That's pretty good. Oh yeah, I like that. That's good. A little to the left. So. Sorry. A little comedy for your Monday morning. As you ride along, keep your curtains closed so you don't see the earth going by as flat as it is. We encourage y'all just to imagine what's outside the train here is a curved surface. You just need to believe the experts. We are running the train here, so we would know. Choo choo! Chugga 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 chugga. What's all that noise over there? What you doing over there? All that. Uh-oh, there's one harmonica missing. Hillary, do you have my other harmonica? Only the B flat. Okay, B flat. She's got my B flat. Whoa. Which one was the good one there? Because this is important. A. That one doesn't sound too good.
Sonny. Sonny.
Sonny,
Yes, sir.
I'm not a sir. Can you please stop deafening everyone with like radical, really loud noises, bro? I just jumped out my headset there.
Okay,
There's
bro.
new people in the room. There's a guy called Mitchell. Hiya, Mitchell. Welcome to the server. Feel free to open your microphone and ask us any questions about flat Earth. That's what we're here for, pal.
Hey, Pasturable. Yeah, no, I don't have really questions at the moment. I'm just happy to listen to. I'm not that new here, but certainly have studied quite a bit, and just felt like listening in today.
Cool. Good on you. Well, feel free to ask any questions. If there's any topic in specific that you're not quite sure about, we can go over it in the chat. We'll post memes and gifs and information for you. So, don't be shy. You don't need to join in. Join in at your pace. But yeah, don't be shy, mate. Feel free to ask.
Well, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No pressure, but we always love having new people, so welcome, Mitchell. Maybe the Choose Your Fighter music would be more appropriate. So glad to
Which
have you
game
back.
show was that one? The one before this, second to last one.
This one?
I can't believe I'm blanking on it. I can't believe that.
You know exactly what it is. You know exactly what it is.
Maybe Family Feud?
Yeah. 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 That one's classic.
Yeah. Do you know the Whammy show, the Press Your Luck?
No. I'll look it up.
That was also a good TV show. I gotta have a I miss the Name That Tune. That was such a great game for like the TV audience. I can name it in 3 notes, Johnny.
I'm glad you suggested this press your luck thing. This is actually pretty funny. I could add this to the soundboard. It's got some good stuff already. That'd be funny. It's like we ask him a question that's multiple choice. Oh, that's great.
Hey, stop making all those sounds. Somebody's trying to sleep.
You don't want to wake up the ballers, Sonny.
Well,
The ballers are sleeping in the other room.
remember, there is no room.
Yeah, well, their room spins. Their room is spinning.
Oh my god, that's kind of creepy. They're in the same room?
No, they're in a different room. Ballers, yeah. Spinning room with their imaginary friends, curvature and gravity.
Good. I'm glad they have a room of their own, actually. I feel safer.
Yeah, it is padded with rubber, so no one hurts themselves, but it is spinning, though.
Well, that's exactly what you would want. If it was spinning, you'd want it to be padded for safety's sake. Yeah, for safety. Right. Safety first.
Yeah. We don't want anybody getting like slammed into the wall or anything like that. So,
Trying to think of other good theme shows and theme songs, and there's this show that I think had like a good feel to it for like what's your story? It was something like that. It was a really old show, like in the 50s. Like what's your something? What's your story? and I think that would probably have a good introduction kind of feel to it. Do you know what show I'm talking about? Like there was I think Groucho Marx did it, Salvador Dali did it. A guy who said that he was at the Ford's Theater when Lincoln was assassinated. I think he was on there.
No, I'm not sure.
I'll
But
see
if
if
you
I can
think
find
of
it.
it, yeah, if you think of it or if you find it, throw it out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you
I
talking
think it'd be really fun.
Are you talking about some kind of game show that had that song?
Yeah. The 3-member panel of the game show had to like figure out who you were. They'd ask you questions. The guests, they'd ask them questions.
Oh yes, it's in the movie. Oh God, wait a minute. Uh, uh, oh, it's in the movie Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah. Right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I added a couple clips to the soundboard today. I doubt I'll get a chance to play some of these, but when I heard them, it just reminds me of scenarios that happen here in the server. So I'm just gonna play it one time, and then hopefully maybe it'll come up again. But imagine talking to a baller. How many times has this happened to you?
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
You know, like
That's
ballers.
funny. That's really funny, man.
You know, like ballers just using words randomly and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, man.
It's so funny.
Well, it's like something Helio was saying the other day. Wait a minute, what were we talking about? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to recall that conversation. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We're we were talking about quantum physics, and Helio comes in and he's like, "Well, if you want to think you're smarter because you know quantum physics, then go ahead." Like, oh my god. Laughed about that 2 days later.
And then I have another one too that I added today. It's like you know how they come in and like you get the types of guys that like they don't want to really debate the evidence on the table. They'd rather kind of talk psychology about your your what what you think and stuff like that, how old you are and your upbringing. This episode, so
Yeah. Like trying to needle you for information of status or something.
yeah.
Like
So
really weird. That's bizarre.
here's the clip.
What is it that he did that disrespected you that got you to dislike him? This is not a therapy session.
It's just good because like they do that, man. Well, how come? It's like, well, when are you guys gonna just talk about the evidence? You guys believe it's a globe, so just get the proof and put it on the table. Why do we need to talk psychology about you know, how I feel about this or how you feel about that. It doesn't matter. This isn't a therapy session, folks.
Yeah, and then while we're actually in the middle of talking about the evidence, there's a complete avoidance of above mentioned evidence. That's that's quite stark.
You know what the dumbest shit is? Talking to a young person that speaks as if they know about fucking life. You don't know shit, you young dummy. You don't know shit.
That would probably make old dude a lot happier. I could just make a soundboard and I could have all the sunny sound effects, like hundreds of them, including the guitar whammy. Wow! Because I know how everybody wants to hear all those sounds that are offset here in the famous, world famous studios at Sunny.
By all means, get a soundboard, mate. Yeah, but just do it professionally, Sonny, and you won't get me on your back, bro.
I'm only
That's
joking. I'm just kind of ribbing you back a little bit, man. I know you have concerns,
I
and
know you
sometimes
are.
I no listen. Sometimes I am out of line, and you're right. The harmonica because I need to pay attention because I was like, if I could do all that stuff so it wasn't overpowering the mic, I just need to be used to it. Like so, if I ever did that, I would just move the Bluetooth away completely in the room somewhere. But yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, man. I know it probably
I come
is
across as an
difficult.
angry. I come across as an angry old Scottish git. I actually am an angry old Scottish git, but I'm really kind of nice
I
and getting
know.
behind it.
but I don't ever change though because I like that part.
You,
I
you too,
really
man. You too. Stand your ground. Be sunny till they burn you to nothing left. Just be sunny all the way, man. That's the beauty of this place. Listen, we're all individual, and we need to learn to fit together, man. If we're going to keep this going, we've got to learn to fit
You're
together
right, man.
and make it blossom. And you've got the
Exactly.
talents to really make this blossom, Sonny. You've got the music and the art skill outside of it to do that. And with the soundboard stuff and all that, it's so good when we're all on point. Like, yeah, but
Yeah,
I worry a
man.
lot that it scare people away and whatnot because it can seem too hectic a lot, eh? But yeah, never change, bro. Never
Yeah,
change.
I got you, man. I appreciate it, and that's how we refine ourselves. Like, right? I mean, that's why we actually need each other for that reason. Because
Amen.
we may, yeah, we may think we're bouncing something off our own Blackbird and getting it back so that we can look at it objectively. Never going to happen, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You got to bounce it off somebody else and go get a totally different perspective. Then maybe another perspective as well, right? Then you got three of them. Then you start weighing these possibilities of decisions, and it really is just about choices we make during the day, right? So small decisions, yeah. Like I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping while my guitar gently weeps.
I'm still laughing. Oh, did you see those clips I posted in the live stream? That's 100% you right now, man.
Oh
I
dear.
love you, buddy.
I'm been doxxed. No, 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 I'm been doxxed.
Oh man, too funny.
I'm going to have to mute up. Hey, I'm going to crack up.
I like how I can do share, and I was able to share videos that I don't think I'd be able to. I was able to share before. This has a feature for that. It's pretty cool. Now I just have to find it again. Because if we didn't go to the moon, then we need to know the reason. We need to know the reason. It'd be good to know the reason why we
You sound
didn't
just
go
like him,
back
Sonny.
to the moon. And that's the question I have.
You sound exactly
So
like him.
good. That's because I am Buzz Aldrin. What are you talking about? Just kidding. Oh, excuse me.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we want to keep it going. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yes,
People
because
actually
I think it's
use
really
that.
important.
Dude, it's
Go ahead.
crazy that people will use. They'll actually lean on that gook that he just put up. Well, if it's nice to know why you did, they will use that as like, oh well, that checks out. Like first he says, well, we
I
didn't
know.
go, and they're like, well, he turned around and said a bunch of gobbledygook, and then now it makes sense. Wow,
That's
nice
not
to
a
know
9-year-old.
why. Just keep it
That's
going.
not that's not a 9-year-old question. That's my question. That's the question I have is if we didn't go back, why didn't we go back? And I think it's important to know that we didn't go back. Why we didn't go back? I already said that part, didn't I? and we and we didn't go back. and
And we didn't
we
go
want
there,
we
and
didn't go there. Yeah, we
that's
didn't.
the way it happened.
Yeah, and we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
We did.
I want to know, but I think I
And that's the way it happened.
That I want to know, and I think I know. That's the way it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, CB? Do you have the full clip of that?
I just have it broken into 3 parts. So I have her asking the question, him answering it, and then the gobbledygook that comes afterwards. I can play it if you want.
All right. Well, then you'll put it all together right now, and then you'll make a different file and you'll send it to us. Does that make sense to you?
I can just get the video.
Okay.
Okay, do that.
I'm
Let's
just
do
messing
that.
with you. I'm not ordering you around to do anything. No, but seriously, do it now.
Oh, someone's playing.
That's not
an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Do you speak English?
Dude, that
You know,
right there is the most damning thing an astronaut has ever said to anybody.
I think I did take some acting classes, and I think I could write that and do the do that narrative and and do his voice. I'm gonna try it. I'll find it because I had it almost memorized. I almost had it memorized there for a minute.
You know what's so funny?
What's that?
Sonny, you just gave me an idea. You just gave me an idea because Glad has Don Pettit down. If you can get down Buzz Aldrin, we need to start taking on characters up in here.
And that's not a.
Dude, we could do a conversation between Buzz Aldrin and Don Pettit.
Yeah,
and that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's the question I have.
And then we could do
I think I know.
Well, you gotta.
We could do hold on. We could do that Buzz Lightyear movie that just came out. We could have Don Pettit and Buzz Aldrin talking about that movie. Oh man.
What I think would be funny, man, is like if other people worked on their character, whatever they, I'm not sure who I could be, but I'll think of something.
Yeah, because if
dude, I'm so down for that.
We can do a whole.
If you want to go back, and do something.
Hello, I'm saying that this is Don Pettit here, and I want to see the new Buzz Lightyear movie with Mr. Aldrin himself. Yeah.
But I'm not sure I appreciate them using Buzz personally. But if you didn't go back, it's good to know the reason why you didn't go back, and I think I know why.
You gotta agree. That's good. So we need some more characters. So if anyone's out there can do a Neil deGrasse Tyson, I feel like Eli could probably do a good Neil.
You don't see.
He just don't.
You just don't.
Oh man, what else?
I can't do a very good Neil. I just do like clips, snippets. But someone else could really, if they try for it, could do a good Neil. I'm sure.
And we didn't go, so there must be good reasons why we didn't go, and that's the question I have, and I think I know.
Oh man, gosh. Now I want to be a character. I don't know who I would be though.
We were just passengers on a ride, Mr. Sabril.
Ooh, who can do a good Elon Musk? You know, he has a weird cadence, and I feel like Glad you probably could do him pretty well, actually. Well,
Somebody could do Bart Sabril. Hey, wait, CB, maybe you could do Bart Sabril. Sign on the Bible. Why won't you put your hand on the Bible? Yep.
I swear that you went to the moon. Did he say he's going to give him $500 cash too when he did that?
I'll give you $500 cash. Yeah, let somebody use Bart Sabril. Somebody could do.
But yeah, we need a good Elon. Whoever can do Elon as well.
Who's got that goofy voice? Like.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say.
It looks so fake.
It looks so real because
wait, we just need
fake.
Isn't he South African? Just get a South African to do it.
See you later. in my sand
Okay, Sola. Okay, Sola. Come on, come up to the front
Sola
now,
can be
Sola.
Elon. What else? Who else do we need? We could throw a Trump in
Yeah,
there if anyone's
we're
gonna get.
we're gonna start enlisting people, so we'll just enlist them. Flat, you see, okay, Flat. Could you do Elon Musk? What? Elon Musk? Flat.
Well, we need one of the Brits to do like a Brian Cox. He's got a distinct voice.
Hold on, let me go and listen to
Ah,
him a sec.
Yeah, okay. That's gonna be awesome.
uh,
Who
uh,
else?
I bet he could.
Bill Nye. Who can do Bill Nye? That wouldn't be easy. Just act all
Yeah, we
eccentric.
need a film 9, right? Think about when he's doing the thing with the paper towel roll Earth with the ship going over it.
Yeah.
What was he saying there? So,
Just watch
extraordinary claims
YouTube.
require extraordinary proof, and the flat Earth didn't stand up to scientific proof. Flat Earth didn't stand up to scrutiny. It almost how's that?
I'm thinking of more characters. Heck, we could throw in a Biden, throw a Trump in there.
Larry, hey, Larry, are you there? Can you do any voices of characters? Maybe a Texas character. I don't know. Shoot, somebody in the space. Like, who is there? God, I'm so tired of hovering by my phone, and I'm still tethered with a wire, and there's no wire, and I'm hands free, and I'm still tend to go over there to be. I think I'm connected still by an invisible tether. What the heck? How did they do that to me?
If we could get one
Maybe.
of the Brits or one of the posh Americans, we could do Admiral Byrd. And who's that? It's gone out of my head now. I was thinking if we research the old stuff, like the Jack Parsons Disney stuff, we could do Walt Disney, Jack Parsons, the whole 9 yards, guys.
Oh yeah, that opens up another whole. Yeah, you're right about that.
We could do backroom meet on how to own the world, how it was all put together with the things that we know, and Operation Paperclip and all the military generals.
Werner
The whole
von
9 yards.
Braun. Oh shoot, we need a Werner von Braun in there somewhere. Yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
German.
We're going.
Yeah.
We got to go into deep think mode, flat earthers. Okay, and the deep
Yeah,
think.
let's do this properly. How they all fooled us. Let's make an hour documentary or an hour movie on how they all got together and fooled us.
Yes, excellent, man. This is starting to develop already. This is what I'm talking about. I love this idea.
All right, good. Maybe we can make a whole event. We can do like an event, couple hours, 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah,
that'd be good. That'd be good.
Maybe I could be Obama or something.
we need someone to
So,
write the document to start with, a scratch document. Just somebody to start writing some storylines somewhere, like characters. We can develop our own characters and write some narratives, but we need ideas for the storyline, just a general framework. So then we can put it in.
yeah.
So
Well, I
that's
was
good
thinking
at
like
writing
you just
framework.
riff off the theme of your character. You know what I mean? Like, what would your character say? You know what I mean? Like, if I was Obama, I'd be like, well,
Exactly.
we've sent missiles
That's true.
to the sky, and we hit the firmament,
Hmm. Yeah.
and space off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
This is going to cause us to have to research more because we're going to have to study that. I'm going to have to go look at everything that Buzz Aldrin ever said
Yeah,
or
gotta
wrote
get in
or
character.
articles about him or anything. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun.
Like Glad could probably juggle like 3 different characters. Not gonna lie, like doing Don Pay. He's already
No,
got to have it.
at least look. Glatt is left-handed like me,
Me
left-handed.
too.
So
I'm left-handed.
he's probably got. Oh shoot! Then all of us. So he probably got like 20 different characters in each one of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And they
that
cross
wouldn't
over
surprise
from
me.
left to right brain, like right, left brain, different kind of characters that can mix because we're left-handed. We can mix those ideas where most people are just kind of like, okay, well, there's this kind of rigid framework on this side. They don't really encounter that whole other side that's what
Sonny,
we.
don't come down on these people now. Come on now.
Okay, okay. I'm relaxed. No problem, man. I'm feeling
No,
fine.
I'm
Yeah.
just fucking with you.
It's
Per usual.
okay. I like it. I like it, and I wouldn't want you to ever stop because I need that. Like I like you guys. I consider friends because I don't get I don't get bullshitted, and I don't bullshit. Like I can be like straight up, straight honest, and straightforward, upright, head up, shoulders back.
Yeah, we're part of the Upright Citizens Brigade.
That's right. That's great, man. See, I like the creativity we have. You know, with all these
I'm
names
just
and words.
bullshit.
I'm bullshitting y'all. I'm joking the whole time. We're just all kidding. We're making it up right now. Just no, we're not. We're being
We watched Chris Tucker, KJ and I, before we left today, watched the Chris Tucker Michael Jackson thing on his newest special. So funny. Makes me cry, though. You know, they were good friends.
Oh, really? I don't know nothing about that.
I was just
Because
bullshit. And you know this, man.
And you know this, man.
oh gosh, I have a little mic. These monoculars are freaking cool. Can you imagine being on a ship and you had nothing more powerful than this? But
All you need is a periscope to see over Earth curvature.
no, I have this little. I have two of them. I actually broke this one and put it back together, and it still works. It's a 16 by 52. Has day and night lenses, and it says the field is 22 degrees, and it has 1.5, 3, 6, 10, 12 to infinity. I need someone that's better with optics to tell me what those things mean. Like 66 meters to 8,000 meters is the range. So 8,000 meters is how far? 8,000 to 8 times 3, approximately 25,000 feet. That's 25,000 feet is 5 miles. 5 miles. Perfect for 5 miles. See what I'm always talking about 5 miles? Because that's the limit of this. These little things are 5 mile, like basically a 5 mile range. And that's how come I can literally, even with this stupid thing, I could zoom right into literally in the harbor. The waves are no bigger than a foot, but most of the time they're probably about 4 to 6 inches. And I can see that 3 miles away across the harbor. On sand. So there's no mistake. And yeah, I could go on, but I need a better optic so I can show you show you visibly what I'm talking about specifically.
Excuse me, I just gotta get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Maybe it's time you question the nature of your own reality.
Check that voice text I posted, that Chris Tucker video. Y'all are gonna laugh.
Appreciate that. That was a good one, Drace, also.
Should get someone to do Bush, Obama, Clinton.
Yeah,
Hmm.
do the presidency. I was thinking I could maybe do Obama. A Trump would
I
be
think I could.
good.
I think I could pull off a pretty good bill if you ask me. Just saying.
All right, so you're Bill and Buzz. Glad's gonna be Don Pettit and maybe Elon. I don't know. No, Solar's gonna be Elon. I don't know, dude. We'll have fun with this though. It sounds hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm only gonna
awesome.
do the character I can destroy, and that's Don Pettit. So
You're
Yeah,
so
and you do
competitive.
you knock it out. You do knock it out of the park. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's great, man. Awesome
see, I
clap.
told you too. That's like I don't know where it came from because I just started to try it one day on the live stream, and it just came out. I was like, no shit. All right. Oh,
Same thing with Buzz. Same thing with Buzz. Yeah.
yeah. I feel like you start pretty well on one if you're gonna do an impression or not, and then you just don't try it anymore. At least that's for me.
Yeah, because if we want to know how to do something, then sometimes we have to go back and we have to try it again. And that's a question I always had is why do I have to keep going back and keep trying the same thing over again? Well, it's because if you want to find out how to do something, that is the key term. And yeah, I'll take you back to Sunny there. There you go. Thanks for asking that. Yeah, thanks a lot there, Buzz. We appreciate you stopping in from time to time and saying hi. Don't hesitate to come back. Yeah. I could do an interview with myself with Buzz Aldrin. And now back to Don Pettit. Anything new there, Don Pettit? Anything new at all?
Well, I just went to Culver's and I've got um uh um I'm going to get diabetes today, and then I don't know. I don't know. I got to eat this fish sandwich. Y'all take it away.
I'm at home due to the Corvette.
What other characters are there's a Mike Tyson? If anyone's got a good Mike Tyson, he said some stuff about Flat Earth. That could be a fun character. I don't know if I can do a Tyson though. Who else? Yeah, we need like a Brian Cox. We need Vsauce. Yeah. We need to do someone to do Vsauce. He's got a really like familiar
If
cadence.
these motherfucking experts tell you that we went to the moon and shit, you believe that shit?
You talking about Mike Tyson? Yeah.
Yeah, I got Mike down a little bit.
Well, now I'm kind of mad we didn't go back myself, and that's not an 8-year-old question either.
I have 2 Mike Tyson clips on the soundboard. The second one I never get to use, but I always think of it like I labeled it as a CB flat smack. Let me play it real quick.
Are there any concerns on your part?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do.
How about
Kill this mother.
Okay.
Kill this motherfucker. Oh, dude. It's like when a baller wants to go into into heavy weeds. I'm just like, nah, I don't know nothing about that. I'm just here to kill this motherfucker. Oh, I love that one. It's good. But yeah, Mike Tyson would be a funny character. This is the other clip I have of him.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
So, just throw a lisp in there. Flat fucking world. So, yeah. Mike Tyson would be a good one. Couple
Imagine
presidents.
you live on a flat fucking world.
I'll play the rest of it. It's like a pretty short clip. I'll play the rest of the second half of that.
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're around planet, only but people telling us, but we really don't know
11,
where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for
Say that
that.
again?
You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out.
Yeah.
How do you know that? You've never been to outer space.
He's like, you
Y'all
never
work on it. Fuck it. I'm only gonna do Don. Somebody else try from.
Yeah, that one's tricky, but someone will get that. Someone will get that one for sure. That one's not too hard, I think. What else do we need? Yeah, Bill Nye. We need a good Bill Nye. Someone can do a Professor Dave. He's got a goofy ass voice. I think people could probably copy.
We gotta have El Boricua do freaking Tyson, man. I bet he could do Tyson. I bet he could.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him. Like,
That
I
would
don't
be
know.
fun.
We'll have to check it out. Possibly.
Yeah, we can have like. Well, I guess Flatty said that Crypto could probably do a Nathan Oakley. We can get round up a few characters up in here. Who else?
Flat with British as well, shouldn't he? I could probably handle his voice.
Yeah, there we go.
Somebody to imitate QE and Witsit.
Share your screen. No, I don't know. That would be tricky.
Okay, QE and Witsit only.
Oh my god.
Them as themselves.
Yeah. That would actually be pretty funny. Talking to
You have
like
to write it
Neo
in.
and Bill
You
Nye
have to
and all
write that.
these people.
Yeah. You have to write that into the bylaws. So Witsit and QE only personal appearances only. Cameo. What do they call it? Cameo appearances.
Yeah, I dig that. I would say Bezos, but like, I don't think he's as distinct of a character like Elon is. Oh, Bill Gates. Somebody could do Bill Gates. Anyway.
The numpty shit. Fucking clown show.
That was pretty good.
Hope you heard that one, QE. Love you, bud.
Oh. Oh my god.
You couldn't debate your way out of a paper bag.
You would fail 5th grade science.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty darn good.
If I practice, it'll be all right. But you know what? I mean,
dude,
I don't know if I want to listen to that much QE right now.
I would say you would have to write down a few of those like 10-word phrases. You know what I mean, Sonny? The front lobotomy, rubber room. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I can't even.
Crumb,
I can't even
crumb crunching, dew licking, window licking, ankle
Window
biting,
licking, numpty
dollars.
dipshit.
I could almost do it myself. Shit, you numpty dipshits. Who's in charge here? Sonny, you're gonna
Oh
You would
let
my
know
this
the
god.
happen? How
scientific
long are you
method
gonna
if it
let this
slapped you
happen
up the
for?
head.
But
My
you know,
word.
he does say he's like freaking rubber room lobotomy front. You know what I mean?
Once again, it's all love, QE.
I
A
love it,
frontal
dude.
lobotomy with tweezers, then off to the Rubber Room Institute of Blind Mellencamp, Chitlin.
Dude, it's too good. Some of them are so freaking funny. And yes, I'm still laughing. Oh man. Crayon munching.
Yeah, crayon munching, window licking, dew licking. That's too do. You can't do that. Okay, we'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh man.
You numpty dipshit.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good, honestly. Horse puckery. You know, it's like all these words are just so funny when they're like stringed together, man. I can't even do one of them, one of those phrases. It's just so good.
Bullshittery, horse puckery.
It comes from like the time when people used to say balderdash, hullabaloo,
Yeah.
malarkey, fucking all that shit.
I love it, dude. I love it. Oh, dude. I want to find a clip so bad. I just don't even. Finding QE clips are very tricky. They're always buried.
Start practicing your double and triple epithets today.
Hey,
We can all improve together.
CB, you can just go to the numpty clips and
Yeah, I know.
there you go.
I know. There's so many of them, though. It's overwhelming. It's like so overwhelming. There's so many clips on this channel. It gets a little
Okay, just
overwhelming
pick
for
like
sure.
pick 3 words to pick out. That should be easy to find. 3 different words, and then
I just
start
want one
putting
of
them
those
together.
string of. I just want one string of those insults or whatever. It's just so freaking funny, man. I wonder what kind of people influenced him, though. Like I'm a fan, you know. Like, and there's people that sort of influence, you know, your behavior a little bit. I would say.
Talking about QE?
Yeah, I wonder what kind of people or media or whatever,
It's mostly people in the military, is what it sounds like, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Drill sergeants.
Yeah,
and shit.
actually, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. That does seem to be. But boy, like I've never met anyone like that. It's pretty cool. Like how people's characters. Some people have really strong characters. He's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
Yeah, but
You know,
what's
it's like
interesting? Go ahead.
if Kiwi has any kids, they're not going to take any shit from anybody at any time, which is a good thing.
yeah,
Blessing. Yeah.
be a kid for sure.
Yeah. So, and it's not so much like what he says; it is the inflection and
Yeah,
that like now it's the like he is able to direct that creatively and put it into
yeah,
so. I mean, we all know we all put in forth some kind of character all the time, you know. So I appreciate that. I mean, like we get a sense of who this guy really is through that humor he uses and so forth, and logic and wisdom and so forth. Yeah. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting to listen to people that have had these different kind of experiences. I've had experiences in the military as well, and they're very formative when you're in there and you're listening to these people, and there's certain people that you gravitate towards uh, that you might not think would correlate. You know what I mean? And I found out I learned the most from assholes like QE. Love you, bro.
I mean, there's the good cop and bad cop thing. You know, so sometimes you need the dual effect. You need to have both. You know, these Glovers are weasels, so sometimes you got to hit them in the chest, real tough, like, and be like, "Hey, man," you know, call their bluff, and send in the
Yeah.
good cop afterwards to.
That's one of the things I like the most about here is that aspect, exactly what you talked about, the good cop, bad cop, and then like there's pairs of us and triplets of us, like
Yeah,
good cop,
man.
bad cop, and we all
Yeah,
like play against each other and stuff, and so
yeah,
when we're all being within a logical framework and we're doing that, they get better with truth that is happening at like a faster, a more rapid pace than a normal conversation is. So like it's kind of interesting because we've learned to use words, and if we use them correctly during a conversation, words are inserted that is a direct input, like a precision stink with a.
Flatman can, dude. I gotta say it for Flatman can. Wow, what a great audience.
yeah.
Wow, what a great audience.
Simon can. Hey, what's up, eh?
Chilling like a villain. I think I might have lost a friend today. I don't know. He's texting me right now because I sent him a couple texts after he took off. I was out back of my building smoking a fatty, and he was headed out for his Timmy's. He's a Timmy addict, and he brought up Fe. He's like, and the Earth definitely isn't flat. And I'm like, I know, eh? Like those 3 rovers on Mars, like they're so helping us lower the price of gas, food, rent, education. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? He's like, why would it? And I'm thinking, okay, let's ignore all the homeless and hungry issues and waste money on going to fucking Mars. Like you're missing the point, idiot. Anyways, he's like, okay. I go, I know. Actually, what I said after that was actually it is flat and stationary. And and I'm like, and besides, those 3 rovers on Mars ain't fucking helping us, are they? And that's where it kind of started off. Anyways, he's just texting me. He's like, some arguments are just best to walk away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I said to him, at least, brother, we could agree that and I don't know if I should say this in voice text. I was going to say a certain leader of the world that's doing a certain something is definitely in the wrong, and he's agreeing with me there that that certain leader thinks he's right.
Well,
Anyways,
I come back to the people because they want to jump to, instead of like presenting a case that has any value that they stand for, they skip past that to, well, it's just not flat. So like my
well, yeah,
response to that is usually like, well, one, what do you mean by that? Like, what do
he
you
went
mean
straight.
by that?
He
They
went
can't.
straight to. It's not flat. It's round like the sun is in the sky. And I said, "Oh yeah, I look at what's in the sky to determine what I'm standing on."
Well, that's stupid because the sun doesn't look spherical at all.
But I'm not standing on the fucking sun, so why would I try to figure out the shape of it? Like, who cares?
Like being honest, like the moon sometimes might look a little spherical, but the sun, nah, dude, the sun doesn't look spherical if you ask me. Anyone else? What do you guys think?
I was watching some Karen B today, and she showed these uh, gems that are similar to a sphere, but they're not quite spheres. And there's a certain name for them. Fuck, she even had a hard time saying the name of them. Anyways, it was sort of to try to prove like nothing in nature really forms a sphere. And then some idiot said, well, what about a pearl? She's like, well, that's because of a piece of sand that gets inside the oyster. It's not a naturally forming circle, right?
Totally not a sphere as well. Yeah. Check, check.
So yeah, I think I've seen some images of the sun where it kind of shows it might look, is it hexagonal or something? I don't know. And then I also saw one where they put a whole bunch of filters in front of it and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. That was really cool to see. It's great to look at the sky and use instruments to like try to figure out what the sun or the moon is or this or that, but there's like, to claim that we can go there and touch it, and come on.
Well, if you ask Sunny, maybe we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
I can point a laser at the moon and it'll bounce back. The equipment's up there. I'm like, yeah, okay. I know we're going back, right? Because someone in Cogdis said that to me when I brought up like the bullshit of the moon landing and blah blah blah. We're going back to the moon. I'm like, oh, that's right. And screw the hungry refugee kid. That's village was just bombed up. Let's go back to the fucking moon.
For science.
Many years ago, and I didn't even know this department of the government or branch of government existed, but her name was the same first and last name as the woman I was engaged to for a while. We were apart at the time, separated at the time I heard this, and obviously not the same woman. She was given $110 million by the government to think of ways to help people in low income families and, how try to think of ways to help people get out of poverty. I don't know what happened to the $110 million, but people I know that were broke then are still broke now.
And that's what I would like to know. if we did go back and get the $10 million. Because if you have the $10 million and you give it away to someone else, then that's basically committing fraud, isn't it? So, yeah, and we didn't go to the moon. That's why I asked. And actually, now I'm a little bit pissed about it, if you ask me.
110 million she got. Fucking bitch. No, but I like in the pursuit of generational wealth, and when it's possible for me to do so, I'll do all kinds of wonderful things. But these are things she could have done with that money. Ideas that I have, she could have implemented. I don't know.
We were just passengers on a ride. I mean, we were just going along for a ride. What you saw was a cartoon.
Ask our boss, man. Why are you asking me?
And how about that moon? That was a fish story, and they're buying it.
Was it Buzz or someone I heard sold a quarter that was from a weird year, like not a year they went, and sold it, claiming they had taken it with them or something? I thought I heard a story like this. For a retarded amount of money, too. Some idiot believed, oh, that quarter went to the moon. I want to buy that and own it.
Buzz Aldrin took the change from the liquor store and brought it back. Think
I'm
about
just
that
glad.
boardroom. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
Think about that boardroom meeting where they're like, okay, yeah, what do we do with these people over here? The Dutch, well, here, give them this rock over here. Give them this rock. What about these guys? They're going to want some too. Well, we're going to have to give them some of it too. We got a good deal on it out there in Arizona. So no need to waste this petrified wood.
I would love someday if Buddy and I, when we're calm and chill, maybe a big fat sack of some decent weed, we could chill out. I could show him a few things from ODD or Hibbler Productions and shit, and like show him how the Dutch went and verified the moon rock and found out it was petrified wood. Like, and then see where he stands on what he used to think. Because I was in his shoes. I know that. That's for
Hey,
sure.
wait a minute. You said you were in Buzz's shoes?
No. The shoes of my friend that thinks we went to the moon.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, because Buzz is a friend of mine, and we could have him come in and answer a few questions. Come on in. Hey, Buzz, come on in. Yeah, so Sonny told me that you guys are all looking into the shape or wait, condition of the surface. Is that the question you have?
That's my question. I want to know.
Is that your question? Is that the question you want to know?
But I think I know.
Because I also have the question. No, I know. I should go into. I could go to the script, but I'm just ad libbing. So. With the conditions at hand, because when you're in a space capsule, guess what, guys? We only went to low Earth orbit. We were floating around in a tin can with helium in it, and that's the truth. If you want to know the truth, if you're here for the truth, and I suspect you're all here for the truth, as I am, and that's the question I had. What are we doing up there? So if we're not up there and we're not going to space, then where are we going? I had that question then. So we were just flying a little bit higher than any of the aircraft that we have available at the time. That I've flown most of those aircraft myself. So yes, it's good to have questions. You want to figure out how to go forward. You need to ask why we weren't able to do something before. We may have to revisit that. Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Buzz. Hey, man. Thanks for taking some time to check in with us. Right on, man. Cool. That was Buzz Aldrin, everybody.
Thank you, Buzz. You're a one of my favorite actors.
I kept him away from the moonshine. Believe me, you.
No, you got it. That he needs the moonshine. You know, that's his favorite. You know. And real quick, why do you think they call it moonshine? It should be called like moon sun that bounces off this dusty rock, something like that, right? Like, why would they call it moonshine? Like the moon shines. It's supposed to be sunlight reflected off of a rock.
Maybe because you end up with the the sun don't usually shine up.
Moonshine. Maybe it's just because like the moon shines and
like he did a face plant, huh? And then just stayed there in that position.
That's wild. The Hollywood Walk of Fame thing for Buzz or whoever there. That reminds me of recently I saw who was the first fucking president? Benjamin,
Washington.
not Washington, George Washington. Yeah, yeah. So it was a fucking thing dedicated to him, and it said Freemason and first president of the United States instead of first president of the United States and Freemason. Like, let's point out he was a Freemason first.
Yeah, that's because he had to swear oaths to never betray the Freemasonry long before he swore any oaths to the presidency. So he was already beholden to what he would consider a higher power.
Wild, eh? I hope the Globies listening. This is making some things click in their head. Because even Buzz and Armstrong and all them, they were all Masons too, eh?
Apparently, every Apollo astronaut was. All the Apollo astronauts, I believe, were.
That is
I think.
correct, including Copernicus.
Oh no, yeah, we're talking astronauts, but yeah, going back to even the Copernicus, they're all are shown. They're all there's images of every single one of them, including Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Newton. Well, I don't know if you need to look at Georges Lemaitre or his buddy Einstein. I don't know if you want to look at them together or not, but they've been seen together. But I don't know about seeing them with compass and square. Not so much, but big deal. They're in the same realm.
And in case anyone's just popping in, this might not sound like a flat Earth information, but it does. It does relate to the flat Earth. So. Yeah, I'd have to say for myself personally, it's amazing when I start understanding some of the things I didn't understand before. I see just how much the blinders were on for me. Like even just casually going through your day and not even thinking on the amount of wasted money going into that program. Like that's a blinder in itself.
How else are we going to develop the technology to go back to the moon if we don't keep spending more money?
There's
Clearly.
an amazing, sorry, 2 seconds. I'm going to find it. I'm going to post it. There's an amazing thing John Thor posted on his channel recently, Musk Fiction. And man, what is Elon Musk ever a piece of douche nozzle? Holy.
Personally, I think Musk is just a role being played. I don't think he's what they say about him. I mean, you look at the comments on like his YouTube pod or his he'll do like a podcast with Rogan or somebody, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, he's a genius. Just listen to him. He sounds so weird. He must be a genius." It's like, no, maybe he just is weird and not a genius. But hey, that's just me.
There, what I just posted, it's less than a half hour. Trust me, it's worth a gander. It's a little funny as well. And personally, I don't know if John Thor's making money with his channel. I hope he is. He should make some money. That he's an amazing content creator, man, and stuff like that has to get out there. Some of these, blue pillars, they have to see this and wake up. Just for the fact that it'll benefit their future generations, not only themselves, but like to stop the lie is it's important, man. Truth does matter.
The Earth is flat.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Globusters taking over. Bye bye moonlight and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You get mad, cause at this fight I'm about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shot the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkum is evident. Dead to earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globusters taking over. Bye bye moonlight and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Rovers, are you ready for this? Falsification is independent of replacement! Your cosmology is in the trash. We live in reality, logic based with an unknown cosmology, potential limitless with my brothers and sisters. Who am I, you ask? That doesn't matter, but they call me Drace, Dr. Ace to try to keep the pace. My heart full of pace, destroyer of the space race. Help you break free, the globe will stay be scared of me. Like Einstein was a Miller, logic is the sacred cow killer. Representing truth, it's the illest. Dissecting the lies like it's a funky fucking villa. Where is your mind? Where do I send the fucking bill at? Here is the truth, you can drink your fucking pill at. The discord, it strikes the right chord. Ignoring the truth, you cannot afford. Bamboozled, the lost is it, they're all bored. The globe is gone, fool, you cannot retort. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me love, the lover of the creative spirit. We measured the earth, but Globus never fucking did it. Get off your high horse and open up your eyes. The truth sets you free, it melts away the lies. Why would they lie? So you die. Surprise, we've been indoctrinated since birth. I surmise it's time to rise against these obstinate giants. To go round and round a fallacy, be blinded up bias. If you think you got what it takes, step up and fucking try us. The globe is satellite exposed to starting up trials. The world is on fire, your situation dire. You're watching death throes of a crumbling empire. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me wisdom, quoting the greats, never losing debates. All the globers share the same fate. Can't help us all down at the same rate. Afraid to represent, can't even think straight. No proof, don't you think that's a bit late? Pump the fear, trust Elon or the hell gate. It's control, it's motherfucking mind grape. Children boxed in by the mental red tape. It's time for you to break free. Find your courage, come to VZ and speak to me. Just be honest with yourself and this goes easily. FE is the base, truth and preach epiphany. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The last and its harmony, the balance. Can't you see the fractal symmetry uniting you and me, flowing in the 3% in the B, expressing eternally supreme creativity. If information was a drink, I'd be alcoholic. Don't be lost in space, the globe is just idyllic. Invented by cults, there's nothing even on it. Can't hold gas, so no water, no bonnet. They got cognitive dissonance, the whole world, they've been missing this. Earth is flat, there's no dissing this. Please listen, miss, we're the cognitive dissidents who overcame our dissonance. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me Drace, the lover of the human race, annihilator of the fairy tale they call outer space, grasping all the logic strings right at the base, cutting off the sofa swings they don't like to taste. Still have hope, what's a fall, it's quite the waste, but it's worth it for the few that are really based. Drop the lie, then you fly and you save some face, or don't cry when you die to the swing of the logic mace. Yeah, that's how it goes, Globers. And to my brothers and sisters out there, much love. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the last bastion of reason in a mad clown world. Peace. Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good to gelfling. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. Got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, NASA worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend. Sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. It's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, NASA worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FB, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
It's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. Got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, NASA worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Since you're playing my songs, I'm gonna play a song that's a song I just recently made. It's a parody.
Welcome, welcome to the Discord, my friend. Have a good time. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah. Finally, someone let me out of this cage. Flat Earth is not a model, it's a slayer of mage. No Witsit is here, no QE is there. Even Sanic is creeping out of his smelly lair. Intangible, thought you saw the curve, but you didn't know. Panoramic view, flat horizon, it's so manageable. Telescope, try to cope on this slippery slope. Here's the rope, what's a joke? Please don't be a dope. Picture you getting down to the beach too. Like you see the rules, you know it's just a book, beatable, maybe credible. Truth who appears to you to fill you when you're too crazy. None of doesn't need the definition for what level is priceless to you. Cause I see you paired, oh shit, you like it. Punch looking Clovers with one talk, we appear like psychics because we know your ticks. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The essence, the basics, without it you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Truths you have them or you don't. You have a fallacy, you're in them. Every spouted word, every faulty plea, every soul lost at sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise, corruption in disguise from this creepy enterprise. Not sucked into your lies through the discord, not the speaker, but percussion it provides. For me it's a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. Like the globe in your mind, that's the inner. So I'ma stick around with you and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so you globers will remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feelings, not evidence except for the living dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The future is coming on. It's 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 coming on. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where the Globe funeral rites are held every day, all day. Join the Discord and get verified in VC check-in. Don't be a chicken. Trace out.
Awesome, great job, Trace.
Thank you, thank you. I also made a song for Millie Bobby Brown. I just need to figure out a way to make her listen to it somehow. So I want to get her to come onto the server and have a chat with us. Yeah, Millie Bobby Brown is the actress who played in Stranger Things. And apparently she went on TikTok and told everybody she's a flat earther. So I'd like her to come in here and tell us what she knows.
Yeah, it will be awesome.
As time moves forward and they're still not putting shit on the moon and on Mars and crap, and the truth becomes more and more evident, all these people that laughed at these people who were saying, I have flat earth understanding, it will be feeling like a real Nimrod. Shit, they were right. We didn't go back to the moon. Whoop.
If you believe they put a man on the moon.
I guess I'm just gonna DJ, I guess.
Go on.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now.
First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight in your boxes uptight? You put up no fighters that snuff out your light.
No.
That's not too bright. Why would they lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you knowing while only gas blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is revived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. What it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
No.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo with your mind in a thumbscrew. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord.
So I win.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the age of the sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity. Hell bent on vanity, you gave it for sanity. Freedom lost rapidly, you gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny. Objective reality, a global fatality. Public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from thee, a heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The stolen your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in breaker, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, three, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, this genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that.
In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds for one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie? The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, it's no mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I if you believe. No Glovers? Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Where are all the Glovers at? Where are all the spinning, wobbling, pear-shaped, flying forever expanding space believers are? Please come in here. Have a talk.
Hey, is King Deeks a flat earther?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure.
By the grace of God.
I'm sorry?
By the grace of God, I figured it out a few years ago.
Amen.
Super duper.
I still like to learn more, though, always, always learning more.
You will. Stick around here, man. We got a lot to teach everybody.
Learning is fun. There's always new things to learn. But some people want to stop after school and believe that they have learned anything.
And sometimes it gets tiring being around Globies all the time. It can become a little bit frustrating.
I think sometimes it's very tiring living in this weird, dark time of whatever stage the world is in. Whatever the stage of the stage is in.
It's only partially dark though. That's the good part about it.
That's true. Light will always penetrate.
Mm-hmm. Even while you think it's the darkest moment, there's light there.
Yep.
one little tiny candle of light in a completely dark room will be seen from every position in that dark room. So yeah, a little bit of light
Yeah.
is actually enough.
Well, think about this. That's why you can see shadows even at nighttime, because even in the nighttime there's degrees of darkness. There's still some areas that are more dark than others. You can still see shadows in the nighttime.
Mhm.
So isn't that a good thing that we have light even at nighttime? Think if there was no light at all at nighttime, you wouldn't be able to move. You couldn't see in front of your face. You would only see blackness.
It would be like being in a deep cave where there's no light.
Yep. And so outside in nature, even in the darkest night, there's still light.
The nighttime is the nighttime.
So in case anybody was wanting to know, alcohol evaporation point is 172 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is supposed to boil at 212, but like somebody else was saying, I think water can boil anywhere from about 190 to 220 or even more, depending on your elevation.
Well, next time I'm making moonshine, why, I'll contact you, Sonny.
Okay. I get the feeling you won't be, but that's all right. You might be, actually, because it should really be a part of any household.
Moonshine?
No, the equipment to distill anything you want from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can make distillates from lavender or
Looky me,
other
right?
what's that? Medicinal plants. You can make distillates, essential oils from it.
Yep.
Plus pure water, plus pure alcohol for cleaning, disinfecting, first aid, solvent for mechanics, insecticide, like soap, additions to soap. Yeah. So who needs to go to the store to buy all this expensive stuff that comes with a whole bunch of plastic garbage, plastic bottles everywhere?
All right. So when we homestead, you'll be the distiller. Yeah, and you'll just take everything, like what we grow in our gardens and all that stuff.
Listen, yeah.
Distill it all. Or some of.
You could use stuff like that to distill to make ethanol. No, you don't.
Yep.
Yeah. Ethanol is kind you don't want to drink. Yeah. So
No,
anything that's wood grain.
Can potatoes do the same thing as make something that can power a car or vehicle? Can potatoes do that?
Absolutely.
Like a vodka?
Potatoes are actually because it's all about the sugar. Once the sugar separates, it turns
Yeah.
into alcohol. So then it leaves. Isn't that interesting? It's called spirits too. The
Strange.
spirits
Yeah, they're called
leave.
spirits.
Yeah,
Yeah. We know why they're called spirits now.
I sure do. Yeah. Like I literally feel like I've been cured. Like because I know like I can stay away from it as if like a hot flame. Your hand away from a hot flame. Like so I don't like I don't fool around with it anymore. I know how dangerous it is. So, need to be very wary of that. But it's pretty cool. I don't know. It's like the whole process is very interesting, and I'm like, it's going to start again. I already made 22 ounces out of it. Let's see if I can boil off a little more here. Anyway, I'll mute. People don't like to hear me rambling. But I'll ramble just a second more. Just think if I had a little moped or something, I could actually fuel it with this. Or at the very least, boost the octane level of anything else. There's another use for it, an octane booster.
Sounded like you said mocking rooster.
Everyone needs to have a mocking rooster. That would be one of those parrots that repeats back everything you say. Ah, hello.
Yeah. Weird for it to be a rooster, though. I feel like he'd be just too loud and abrasive. Like, yeah, man, I know I stink. I know I need to take a shower, but stop cawking at me, man. It's loud as shit.
I know, right? A parrot mixed with a rooster. A talking rooster. Oh, shoot. Dang. Shut the fuck up! Anyway, I didn't really try that, did I? I go, so.
Oh, that's all right. It's weird. It's funny. It's comical. It's Looney Tunes.
Uh-huh. Wow. Interesting day. A little tiny bit will just warm you right up, though. Wow.
Don't you do it.
No, I had just a couple tiny little micro, barely couple little drop taste of it.
Yeah.
And I had some of the wine, like I sifted off some of the wine the last couple nights, but I didn't drink any more than like 2 ounces of it at a time.
Yeah.
But now it's much stronger, so I can just have like a quarter cup of the wine.
Oh.
And about a quarter ounce of the proof stuff.
Yeah.
So
What
it's like really just like I don't know how to test it. I have no way to test it, but I think it's probably at least 90 proof.
Woo!
Yeah.
I bet it's more than that.
It could be.
All right, I got to do some stuff. Love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Right on, man. Yeah, cool. So I'm doing the test for you guys, to make sure it's safe. So I'm sacrificing myself, make sure there's no ill effects.
Hello. Is anybody here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey,
Hello.
Sonny, you remember me?
Wait a second. What's your name?
Garbage Man.
Oh yeah, dude, I remember you. I sure do.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? It's been a long time, huh?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Before I start acting stupid, is talking conspiracy theories against the rules in this live stream chat?
Not generally speaking, unless it gets too far off topic. But yeah, not generally. I mean,
Is it something people don't like in here?
we try to stay out of conspiracies, but we touch on them quite a bit daily. I mean, generally, yeah. I mean, it's in my mind they're connected to the lie,
Of course, because it is
Yeah.
the lie that they use to manipulate us. All these conspiracies.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of the WEF and all this food, like this food and nitrogen cuts that they're putting on us?
Oh, yeah. I just think it's part of the sustained development plan that they have in place already.
Because they already make bug burgers in fucking Germany, eh?
Yeah, I believe it.
No, I've seen pictures of it's literally bagged up. It's called insectin. It's insect burgers.
I've heard of it. I've actually I saw some kind of article somewhere online.
Bro, they
I
sell
know.
insect burgers in Germany.
That's not
Too many
surprising,
lizards here
and
in Germany, man. Too many of them.
that's not surprising. That doesn't
We are
surprise
all
me at all.
lizard people secretly.
They've been setting up food processing plants for insects all over the world, and it just happens to coincide with all of the other food production
Shortages.
plants getting burnt down. And,
God.
yeah, it's just a coincidence. Bill Gates just owns all the farmland. It's just a joke.
You know,
Another
that's the
coincidence?
reason. That's the reason why the Illuminati was created in Frankfurt, right? And the Rothschilds originated from Frankfurt. It's just because most of us are lizard people, and that's why we have these bugs in the future as food starting here in Germany. You know.
That sure took them long enough.
So, what do you think will happen if, like, people revolt and they don't want to eat these bugs? Do you think that they'll starve us and like keep the land for themselves?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're just gonna change the already cheap non-real meat that is highly flavored and full of chemicals in your fast food stores with bugs. That's it, man. People won't notice. I mean, people are stupid, right? You can
saw
literally
internet.
feed them any meat and they will eat it as long as you just chemically, as long as you process it in a way that's consumable, you know.
I saw an interview today of they were making insect cake, and they were feeding it to people in this mall, and every one of them said they couldn't tell the difference, and like 75% of the people said they would eat it again.
Mm-hmm. Would you know if whatever you eat on big fast food stores is
It's
actually what you
shit.
think it is? Yeah, so
It's honestly
there's
all shit, anyways. Really.
yeah, exactly. So they don't
I
really
just want to
care,
make
right?
listen. I just want to make sure my bugs are organic and pest.
I mean,
But
we live in a
bugs are
generation.
pests.
Man, we
Pest
live in a
free. I
generation
want.
where someone can start eating Tide Pods on their TikTok account, and thousands of people will do the same. That's where we are right now, you know.
But are the
People
bugs free of pesticide?
people will start eating washing machine supplies because people are stupid.
Yeah, but that's not for hunger. That's for plain stupidity.
Hmm. You think some guy who eats most of the time fast food cares about whatever the meat is as long as it tastes like the same thing that he's used to? No, man, he doesn't care. He's
Well,
like a
yeah.
dump truck.
Even some restaurants, it's kind of common because calamari is expensive. What they'll do is they'll take pig anuses and they'll fry them because the texture and the taste is very similar. And they'll see sometimes you might be eating pig anus if you're ordering calamari.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? I mean, I don't need to worry about that. I don't eat anything animal regarding. I just eat fish. That's all.
So you're a pescatarian.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm vegetarian, bro.
Oh, nice.
So I won't have to eat the bugs.
Right. You just eat a small amount of bugs when you eat your salad, right? The
No,
organic
bro, I'll
one.
just eat nuts instead of bugs. I'm not gonna eat no bugs, bro.
I'm just joking,
Exactly.
Sometimes when you eat a salad, sometimes you just have, maybe a little bug on it or whatnot. Just happens, That's what I'm trying to say.
Fuck that.
But yeah, I just like seafood,
He's correct. However you want to be, like let's say vegetarian, that's cool. That's all right. But if you eat some fruit or some good fruit, it could be warm inside without any
Yeah.
problem.
Right.
And even it's good one, that one with the warm.
Fuck that.
Oh, only man that this is fucking reality. and there is nothing wrong. There is nothing bad,
No.
man.
Exactly.
You don't think there's something wrong with eating bugs?
No, but yeah, but in a sense,
I mean, doing it to survive, sure, but I mean the sense that it's being pushed on is like it's normal, like it's a good way of life.
No.
I
I'm
mean,
saying if you don't know, then you don't know, and that's happened. I think all of us who ate cherries, for example,
Here's the
everyone
deal.
who ate
but I mean,
cherries.
Here's the
there are
deal. Your
literally
body,
countries.
listen, guys. Your body doesn't know the difference. It's only your taste buds and your preferences that will care whether or not you're eating bugs. Your body doesn't know the difference. It'll assimilate it just like it should any other protein. Sorry, but that's how.
Yeah, that's survival. But would you like to live like that?
I
I don't
think
know, man.
eating.
I mean, if they make a really nice cricket burger and I can't taste the difference and it's like twice the amount of protein, you bet your ass I'll eat it. No problem.
Apparently, you can't taste the difference. A lot of the people say you
It's,
can.
it's either the choice of that, being somewhere away from a bunch of NPC dipshits and eating a bug burger. I might choose the bug burger instead of a bunch of assholes around me.
Well, they eat them in Asia all the time. They eat heaps of bugs, cockroaches, ants, everything.
Yeah, I
How
just
is
want to
it?
say there are so many countries in the world where you literally eat many animals. I think it's just something that you need to get used to. But not on force. I'm just saying it's just. I think I never tasted a bug yet, but I'm pretty sure that they don't taste that bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just. I mean, some countries eat cats, or dogs or whatnot. It's just all meat, like a little bit like Glad said. At the end, it's just the protein, and the difference is what you taste or what you imagine it to be. I mean, I mean, the brain is such a high influence on your food. There's literally an experiment also made here in Germany. I think probably also in America. Someone made it someday. But there was like a TV show where they had like a few people who had a lot of knowledge about food, and they told them that they're tending to eat the best meals made by the most renowned chef cook, and they actually saw the chef cook and they knew, okay, this guy is a very famous one for what he's doing. And this chef cook, he just used the most disgusting and basic pre-made foods from the industry, and he only made them look like as if they're very highly expensive and wonderful, and all these people sitting on that table were like, wow, that's so delicious. I can taste the aromatic blah 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 whatnot, and it's just like pudding from supermarket and what. So it like the brain has so much to do with and the presentation, or with what you then make out of it. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, my issue is the problem is we haven't tested sustainable diets just of insects. Even just vegetable oils have had a harmful impact on our society. So
it could be harmful?
It could potentially be some extra things inside the chemicals and things that are inside the insects that then build up within the body. So it's questionable until tested. I would like to see 10-year tests of people eating only insect food before I'm gonna eat it.
I think the testing is starting right now, dude.
That's pretty much how I see it. That's why I'm not gonna eat it.
Oh, you're gonna wait 10 years from now?
I'm just gonna eat normal people food and live a healthy life.
And you call it normal people food? How nice.
Well, that's what people have always eaten, and that's what leads to a healthy lifestyle. So I'm just cutting out the artificial things that have been killing us, and have been shown that, like, since those things were added to our diet, suddenly diseases spike through the roof. So I'm just not gonna eat those extra things.
All right.
Well, in my opinion, the Industrial Revolution brought cancer. I think.
Yeah, it did.
What's this revolution gonna bring? Pesticides in your body?
What revolution?
The insect revolution.
Yeah, bro. The organic revolution.
Listen, if you really think when they say organic, it means, not touched by human chemicals or any shit like that, you're sorely
I know it's
mistaken.
fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, we feed it organic seed. Are you sure about that? Yeah, that means the animal's organic. Really? So what about the antibiotics? Oh, well.
Dude, one time I went to a store called Planet Organic. It's supposed to sell only organic food. And I bought some fucking fruit, and they had no seeds in it.
Oh, shit.
So I went to the
man,
fucking counter, and I said, don't ever sell this shit again.
I mean, it literally says planet, like...
Yeah. Planet Organic, bro. Organic fruit with no seeds, my fucking ass.
I'm very critical about anything that has planet in its name.
Why?
I don't know. Just disgusting.
Because it has plane?
No, planet. I don't know. I get disgusted by things that assume planets.
Why?
I don't know.
Where are you from, dude?
Germany.
Sprechen Deutsch?
Yeah.
Nice.
Natürlich.
How you doing?
Good. A little bit bored.
Alright, I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. It fucking gets to me.
Eating bugs?
No, just generally this shit. Personally, if I had to eat fucking bugs to live, I really wouldn't care, dude. If that's what you have to do to survive, but apparently it's actually more efficient too with water and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get more protein per like resource input or whatever.
Yeah, it's also what they told us about polyunsaturated fat. It's very healthy for us.
And what happened with that?
It isn't. It's not.
No, I just gotta wait and see.
Oh, they already, as soon as we've been using it for how many years? See if I saved that. Oh yeah, I saved. No, I didn't save anything from that video. Fuck. We've been using it for decades now, and heart disease and arthritis and Alzheimer's and other diseases rose with the use of it, and almost in lockstep. So it's there's no. In the beginning, there was a lot of so-called research which showed that or said that it was healthy and it was a better alternative, and so the whole media pushed that. And then one of the longest studies done on this withheld publishing its research for 15 years because there was so much push in the other direction. And so people started campaigning against using normal animal fat and instead switching over to polyunsaturated fats because they thought it was causing heart disease. And so the people argued really hard for it. And so like things like McDonald's stopped using beef fat to fry its fries in and now uses polyunsaturated fat. And the problem with polyunsaturated fat is that it oxidizes really, really quickly, and when it breaks down, it creates harmful chemicals that are toxic to humans. And so,
Is that stuff synthetic?
Polyunsaturated fats comes
Yeah.
from basically seeds like sunflower seed oil and different types of oils we use to cook our food in.
All right.
Yeah, and it's now been linked to chronic fatigue and things like that. They think it damages your mitochondria, and so that's why it's people who in the studies now that the data has been released, it showed that the people who were eating polyunsaturated fats were dying quicker and aging faster, and so. I'm just cutting that shit out of my diet now. Like, no, I don't want it. Give me animal fat.
No more McDonald's fries.
No, I wasn't eating that to begin with, but I want animal fat again. That's what we used to use.
I agree. I agree. I started even eating butter, and I found a jar of ghee, and I started eating that. It's cultured, clarified butter from New Zealand. Start eating that.
There's also fermentation that used to be a big staple within man's diet, but isn't as much anymore. And I think that's another part of, like, because we see a rise of diseases and problems within mankind when we should be advanced. We should be in the most advanced times when we should have the least amount of this shit. Instead, it's the opposite. So something needs to be done, and so we need to fix it. And I think this kind of stuff is within most of what the public believes. They have these misconceptions about what's healthy. They have these misconceptions about what the world is, how science works, how the government functions. It's all designed to keep them in this bubble of like, it's all good. Some other guy's gonna handle it. I can just be on TikTok and be an idiot. That's what they want them to think. It's okay. You could just be an idiot. I mean, look, the president can even be an idiot. It's fine for you to
No,
be
he
an
can't.
idiot.
Dude, the president's Joe Biden is probably one of the smartest presidents to ever come into office. He's the best president, and you can't deny that.
And Kamala Harris is also like the most intellectual.
She's probably
giant
just as
you've
good
ever
as him,
found
bro.
in your
Listen,
life.
ever since Joe Biden got in office, hey, Joe Biden said it himself. Ever since he got in office, economies have been booming. Look at the prices, bro. Look how much profits the businesses are raking in from the people.
I'm just waiting for that Build Back Better to kick in any day.
That's right. They're building back better. We're going through a great transition, and by God, it'll be great.
Yeah, and he just gave us the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, reduction, bro.
Which will increase inflation, which is good for us because inflation is good. Remember,
dude. I'm not sure if this is bad, but I got it. It has to do with inflation, but it's about Zelensky. Americans were complaining about their inflation, and Zelensky commented on that, saying that Americans have small problems to worry about.
after all of that stealing from Americans, it's just,
no. But the thing is like
more.
The whole world's giving him money, and they're inflating the people, and he's just like talking like that about the people that are giving him money. It's like you donate money to poor people, and then they fucking come and spit at your face.
Yeah, the worst part is the people didn't donate shit to him. People stole from the people and then put the money in his hands, which were then distributed back into the hands of Hunter Biden and his associates. And then what? The people didn't do shit, didn't ask for shit, and now they have to pay for everything.
Dude, I just found out that Hunter Biden's a fucking CEO of some big oil company in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That shit's fucked up.
It is.
That's why we have to send $50 billion in weapons over there to defend it, because we don't want Biden business to go down.
This
What is Biden's
conversation
business?
can only happen on a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. Thank you very much for tuning in. Globers, you got any direct physical Earth curve measurements that you performed yourself? Well, let's go ahead and see. All right, back to you guys.
He just said he's the CEO, so whatever business that is.
Becoming theaters. It's the country.
Do any of you here ever read religious texts?
Yes.
From politics to religion. Both are not really things that we want to speak about too much on
Okay,
the stream,
sorry.
because that's not related to what we're doing here. But
Do you go to the other room for that, the lower room? Which room do you go to for religion?
So you guys ever do any experiments with flat Earth?
do you know what constitutes an experiment?
Yeah.
So, with an experiment,
Essentially, what I mean is, like, have any of you personally here done things or done experiments to show that the Earth is not a sphere? Personally, have any of you done it?
well, an experiment is a hypothesis test, and a hypothesis is an if-then question which deals with cause and effect. So it wouldn't be an experiment, it would be a test. I've done observations, used different aperture sizes as well, and tested to see the horizon change with different aperture sizes.
All right. And how'd that work out for you?
The globe doesn't work. It's pretty obvious. You can see too far for the geometry using any optics that are bigger than the human eye. And with the human eye, sometimes you can even see beyond their claimed geometry.
So, here's something I found really weird.
Yeah, what happened?
Don't know.
Interesting time to be disconnected.
Hello?
There
Yeah,
it is.
you're good.
Have any of you ever seen a picture of, like, it's like this little piece that it's some guy who basically says what NASA did is they took, like, a picture of an Earth imaged wrapped around a ball, and that's what they use for their website. We try to find it.
Yeah, Rob Simmons.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Yeah, we have it. We have that recording. I don't know who's closest to the trigger, but someone could post that little sound clip we have from the video.
Oh, I never heard the sound clip before. I just have a picture of it.
Oh, we can play it. We have a music bot. and everything here now. I don't know if we had all that when you were here before.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. All right, I think it's been about a year since you've been here at least, hasn't it?
I came back in here like a week ago or so. Said hi to some people. Talked to Lunatic. Oh yeah, here I found it. Yeah, R. Simmons. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. That's how he said he got the photo of the blue marble.
Yeah, most people don't know that. They don't talk about that much. But when you look into it, that's what they did.
Oh no.
That's how I think satellites work. You take a flat plane, then you put the satellites up there, and then they give data as if it was a rounded ball. So
really, that's how they work.
That's how I think they work. And the Globe is saying, "Oh look, the data says it's a ball, so it's a ball." But it's over a flat plane.
Yeah, I got the recording here. It's like 3 minutes.
Are there even satellites up there though?
Weather balloon satellites, yeah. Weather balloons.
Balloons? Why do you think they put them up there?
There's like hundreds of them everywhere. Like it's like 1,000 per country.
I don't want to.
Different regions, weather data.
Fool you.
The part of it's
Last month, for
fake
the
as
first
well.
time since 1972,
This is Brock?
NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Okay, I got a question. Why is the sky blue?
When I was a kid, they told us because the light reflects off the ocean. I think that's a silly answer.
Yeah, and when I was in school, they told us it was Mie scattering or light scattering in the air, and the blue wavelengths being the most predominant ones.
If it was
However,
because of light scattering off the ocean, then the clouds would be blue too.
yeah, no, it's not off the ocean. That's a different thing. Yeah, that was something even older than what I learned. They have all
We'll say
sorts of
something, no.
ideas. They have no way to prove that that is the cause. You understand? It's just a story of like what they think could be causing it. There is also an interesting idea that I've heard from some flat earthers where they talk about there are noble gases up in the air above us, and so when you charge those noble gases, they light up, and that's how we make neon signs and stuff like that. And these gases, funnily enough, just happen to match with all the colors of sunrise and sunset and all that stuff. So it's just interesting, but there's no way to prove all of that. Like we need to test it to know that that is actually happening.
Okay.
Yeah, another question that's similar is water starts turning blue as you get more of it. If you pour water in a cup, it's just clear. But if you have it like a fish tank volume, it starts turning like a mild blue. And if you look at a swimming pool and then it's still darker blue and the deeper you get. So water turns blue with more of it.
And another thing, with these satellites, how do they keep them up in the air indefinitely if there's no gravity and it's not rotating around something?
Yeah, so satellites, the ones NASA puts up there, if you look into it, they can stay up there for like 19 months. And they're the biggest users of helium. So they have a lot of satellites going on, a lot of helium, a lot of weather balloons actually, weather satellites. And they're just out there they're in the atmos up there where the maximum height around 130,000 feet. They're just hanging out there. It's above the weather, so they don't really move. They just kind of hang out there, sending us data.
Well, they're not balloons, are they?
They're helium balloons, yes.
Many of them, admittedly, are balloons, like Project Loon and other such things. And back in the day, back in 2017 and before that, when you looked at the website of the European Space Agency, you could actually see all of the balloon launches that they were launching. And the names of the things that they were launching were the same names of supposed satellites that were supposed to be circling in space. So it's just a funny coincidence. But once we pointed that out, they removed that and changed the website. So you can't see that anymore. But there's still videos that exists of us looking at all that.
Posted the video of the neon light stuff. The noble gases.
But it's irrelevant. We're not the ones putting stuff up there. There could be other types of technology that we are not privy to that they could be using. We don't know. We can't verify that. So What does matter is we have checked the surface, and the surface isn't curving as they told us it was, and there's no way to prove that the Earth is in any motion, and we still have gas here to breathe, which would be impossible in an ever-expanding universe because all the gas would fill the available volume.
And just think logically, if the Earth was spinning, at some point, these things in the air, whether they're balloons or planes or any object, drones, at some point they have to break away from the spin of the Earth. The Earth would spin underneath them at some point, and that doesn't happen. So there's just no proof it's spinning.
Yeah, even then, you're allowing for their assumptions that somehow the Earth could hold on to the gas and force it to spin with the Earth, because it doesn't. The gas doesn't do that. It goes in all directions above the Earth. It's called wind. It doesn't follow any rotation. There's no rotation. That's a begging the question fallacy. If the Earth were somehow holding things in with the rotation, like the gas or whatever else goes above the gas, it would also hold that as well with the rotation. If that fairy tale imaginary gas holding everything, holding gravity, makes things go to the side gravity, is real, then that would be measurable. We would be able to measure the increased acceleration to the side as we rise, and then we would be able to measure the deceleration as we fall down. But that doesn't happen. We can shoot a cannonball straight up into the air and it'll fall straight back into the barrel. That doesn't work if the Earth is rotating.
You know, guys, what?
Have you seen that trick?
What?
A cannonball shot up
Cannonball
into the
shooting
air
up
and
and
back
coming back
down?
into the barrel.
No, I haven't watched that myself. I don't have a cannon. But it used to be the most popular proof back in the 1800s for flat earthers against globe believers. And it was written about in books, many books.
Can you show us any of those books?
Yeah, it's in this book, The New Alchemestum, by, what's he called again?
Can you link that for us below?
Yeah, let me find the
Yeah,
link.
if you shot up a bullet or a cannon straight up and the Earth was in fact spinning, wouldn't there naturally be like a Coriolis? So when it came down, it would have moved against the spin of the Earth. Isn't that right? Let's say it's around the equator.
It would have deviated as it was rising, and the Earth would be moving underneath it. It would, of course, hold some of the momentum of being in motion with the Earth, but then as it's leaving the barrel and going higher and higher and higher and up in the air, the Earth would start to deviate from the ball, and then when the ball comes back down, it would still continue to deviate from the ball, and so the ball would never hit the barrel again.
The Earth is flat.
I mean, take like an incense and light it, right? And then tape it to a basketball. And then start spinning the basketball, right? So somehow the smoke from the incense is just spinning with the spin of the basketball. I don't know how that can be. So is that a bad analogy? Like if you get those volcanoes that shoot that gas plume right up into the atmosphere. Now, if the Earth is spinning, at some point that gas plume would start bending backwards against that spin. Not that different than a train.
they
No,
they would
that's
all
okay.
they would all show this show the rotation.
Deviation. It showed deviation from straight up.
Yeah, they would all deviate based on their place on the rotating globe.
And it would be measurable, and it would be confirmable and demonstratable every time. But it's not.
Yeah, we only have Coriolis effect within rotated reference frames. When you're looking at it from within that rotated reference frame, Earth isn't a rotated reference frame, so we don't see any Coriolis on things not attached to the rotated reference frame. They want us to believe that.
Wait, hang on. So when do we get Coriolis then? When does Coriolis come out?
Sorry, what?
So then when do we get Coriolis?
Oh, flat earthers discovered that Coriolis effect exists, and we didn't name it anything because we just used it in our arguments against the globe earthers. And then Gaspard Gustave Coriolis came along and with his water wheels, and he said, "Oh, there's this deflection in the water wheels, and I'm going to call that Coriolis effect." So that's what happened.
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways?
What?
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways?
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways? Yeah, it's not a force. It's a Coriolis effect, and it's an effect that's only applicable to the person looking at an object and being rotated. So the object appears to move from your perspective being rotated, but it's not actually moving at all as you're looking at it. Like, it appears to curve in your vision, but it didn't actually curve. It was still just going straight. There was no effect on the ball. Just like when an idiot tries to say the Coriolis effect is causing tornadoes, he is literally claiming that the ball flying straight above the roundabout is now going in circles because of the roundabout. That is retarded. The roundabout turning underneath the ball does not make the ball go in circles. The ball is unaffected. With a tornado, you have gas going in a circle. That is not the same thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when you flush a toilet in Cape Town, it doesn't spin the other way. Antarctica toilet.
The way the water flushes down the toilet is dependent on how the water enters the bowl and how the bowl is shaped. Also, how if you, for instance, have a still water, then it's really dependent on how you open the plug. If you open it more on the left side or the right side, and how you twist it open, all changes the flow that you end up with.
You're telling me MacGyver lies? There's a TV show with MacGyver. He got kidnapped, and then he went to the toilet to flush it to see what if he was in the south or north of the equator. And then the flush went the opposite way. Then he knew he was kidnapped and brought to the south of the equator.
Oh, he got lucky, I guess. Good guess. He had a 50-50.
100%, Drace. You're right. I'm in the south. I'm a builder, and it's the European toilets are designed to flush the other way, and then we get all of our toilets from Asia, or Southeast Asia, and they spin the way that they should here. But it's got nothing to do with the Coriolis effect. If you let the water sit in the sink, then it won't spin down. It'll actually go straight down. So all that water spinning the opposite way is a whole lot of shit.
How does my new AI work so like?
Sorry, did anyone hear me or not?
Yes.
You're barely
Yeah.
understandable like that.
How come
Okay,
Clay
must be.
Okay.
Why does Clay Under Seal doesn't sound anything like Clay Under Seal?
I'm sorry.
I sound normal now, I hope.
I've never met him. How is he supposed to sound?
Yeah,
Can he
this is
prove that he's him? How does he prove he's him?
yeah, maybe
Do
this
a
is
test.
my fake voice.
That's why you actually had a fake voice. I knew it. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm actually a 60-year-old man pretending to be young.
See? I told you. See? That's what Clay Under Seal sounds like. What are you hearing now?
I thought he was
Yes.
infiltrated by the CIA.
Yeah.
And you say you're from Germany, right?
Yeah.
I imagined like all of a sudden some stormtroopers coming in and taking over your mic and speaking like that and then pretending like they're you but not sounding anything like you.
Exactly.
We should have
No,
a secret letter of code that we can
what
prove it's
it
us.
what it actually is like a new AI voice changer that makes you kind of sound like Morgan Freeman, but because I have that German accent, it really has some trouble making it sound like the real thing.
Well, listen, Clay your Seal, don't screw with your mic again because that was annoying. I had to turn you
What?
down.
Oh, sorry, man. I won't do it again. I was just testing it.
Hey,
Godric,
you're really
he
loud and
wasn't he
muffled.
wasn't
It was annoying.
Godric, he wasn't messing with his mic. He was actually going through a voice changer.
There should be a rule against that in the server. Can't use voice changers.
Only Mod Justin is allowed to use the voice changer.
The guy that never talks.
Yeah, he does, usually daily, but not that much. Depends on if
Like
you
I
catch
said,
him whatever. Go ahead.
I just tested this new AI method of being able to make you sound like Morgan Freeman, just the same way as you make, as you can adapt the face of other people. That's all. I was not trying to harm anyone.
Morgan Freeman is a badass voice. I prefer like something like Gwyneth Paltrow or Jessica Alba though myself.
Oh, okay. No, but that's also a scary thing, If with through AI, how many things you can actually impersonate, it's crazy.
Yeah. You can't trust video. They have like deep fakes where they put the person there and they can do anything they want.
I think rather the most advanced AI that you have right now is your current president. I mean, advanced in as in enough to be a president.
So I saw a video where Joe Biden had these metal things coming out of his sleeve. He was some kind of robot or some shit like that.
Man, this guy is 100% some kind of whatever. I don't know what it is.
Well, he sniffs the hair of all the young girls like he's just a dirty old man. So that part is human.
Joe
I'm not
Biden
sure
is,
AI would do that.
Joe Biden is probably in his basement, sleeping. We have a guy in the basement, a sleepy guy.
He's been there for 5 years. Yeah, we'll just use him for president. For all of you, just pretend like he's not asleep down in the basement.
Has anyone talked to those goofballs in Livestream too?
Yeah, so if the Earth was spinning, these volcanic plumes that shoot up this gas would at some point, the gas would bend back opposite the spin of the Earth. I just haven't seen that now. They show us ISS up there. They show the Earth moving under that. So somewhere in between, that's what happened. I don't know where that point is. Of course, ISS footage could be a green screen, so we can't confirm that.
Delicious. So what you're trying to say is the Earth's too big, it's spinning too slow for you to notice it. If you don't notice it, therefore it's glowing, right?
It should be measurable and repeatable and demonstratable, the spin from Earth. I would think pendulums would be swinging on their own at some point when it gets delicate enough. Like long ones, like a long pendulum, let's say a 2-story pendulum, should swing by itself. I think.
Well, what's the advanced level? You know, the low level excuse is that the Earth spins under things, right? That doesn't apply to certain things, obviously. So what's the advanced level excuse of why the pendulum does what it does?
I don't know.
I'll tell you. So if you're in a race, like race cars or a foot race, and you're all going around an oval track or a circular track, the person on the inside lane, right, lane 1, has less distance to cover to make a circle than the guy on the outside lane, lane 10. So to counteract this, they start the runners off at different starting points. You see what I'm saying? So that way they have an equal distance to run.
So the outer lane is going to normally have a longer distance to run because it's wider apart, and they'll have a shorter tape measure, a paint mark, where their track's going to end actually sooner than the guy on the inner lane.
Yep, you got it. So let's say that the starting line and the finish line were the same for everybody, right? That would mean that if you got lane number 10, you'd have to run really fast to be able to beat anybody, right? So as it goes, Mr. Racer Man supposedly starts off at lane 1, representing the Foucault's pendulum, right? And then the pendulum swings, and it goes into lane 2, where it has to go faster. Then it goes into lane 3, where it has to go faster, all the way to lane 10, where it has to go really fast. And of course, the Glovers imagine in their mind that the pendulum is going through these lanes while it's swinging only 10 feet from left to right, or whatever, you know? Because there's that much difference in the circumference of the Earth, so they say, in between the swing of the pendulum, that it's forcing the pendulum to accelerate and decelerate in order to maintain its radial motion, being however many degrees the Earth is going around in a certain way. Follow that? So in other words, in their mind, they see the pendulum on a racetrack, and it's constantly switching from lane 1 to 10.
So you're saying the drift at the equator is different than the drift at the North Pole or the South Pole, and then we'll look at the drift to determine where you are on the ball. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I haven't got there yet. All I've gotten to is that this is the excuse for why the pendulum changes direction.
Okay, because I don't see how they can verify the drift. Let's say be on different continents. How that would matter, or how you can even confirm it and verify it, and what you expect.
Right. So that what they say is that there's an acceleration or deceleration needed in order to maintain radial motion. Right. So so somehow the pendulum accelerates, it kind of like puts on its rocket motor. And then it decelerates, it kind of puts on its brakes, because pendulums have magic rocket motors and magic brakes that they just pull out of their butt spontaneously, right? And of course, they call this the conservation of momentum. So that's a cool story. All right, so let's go on to another thing. Because you said, why wouldn't the pendulum just start itself? Well, their answer is because the pendulum is making a consistent radial motion. When it's at rest, it's not entering into a different lane on the racetrack. And therefore, it doesn't need to change speed. It could just chill. Now, let me ask you this question. Something experiencing a circular motion, right? Is that at rest? For all the tea in China, is something
I would
going
say
around in
no.
a circle at rest? Yeah, you got it. It's not. Now, then they say, "Oh yeah, that's you got me, buddy." But, my friend, it's not experiencing any acceleration because it's going at a constant radial speed, 15 degrees per hour, or whatever the heck they pull out of their butt, or whatever example they're using. Now, let me ask you this question. Is going around in a circle a constant change of acceleration?
I think they say it's acceleration.
Yes, you got it. So while the radial speed isn't increasing, right, in which you could call it an acceleration, the necessary change in vector or whatever the heck requires constant acceleration, right? So where is there conservation of that momentum? In the direction of the fling, that it would be flung off like a centrifugal force, type fling. So at the arc, right, these things should be obviously hanging. They should be hanging, right? Not towards the center of the earth, but hanging in a direction that's, a balance of those forces. But they should be conserving that motion every time they change. So there should be some motion imparted to them simply by rotating around the earth. So in other words, they shouldn't just sit there doing nothing. Now, an astute globe arguer might say, oh, well, the forces are balanced, right? They're balanced. So that's what makes it so that it perfectly follows the radial path, even though it's constantly accelerating. Yada, yada, blobbity, blobbity. So they want it going that direction, right? That it's perfectly balanced. But they don't want going sideways that it's perfectly balanced because they need something to impart, some kind of twist or drag or push to their precious pendulum thingamajobby, right? Because they need it. They need that excuse. Now, I haven't, Zanuck attempts to, don't get me wrong, but I haven't really seen a Glover present a coherent argument from the beginning premise all the way to the end conclusion about the Foucault's pendulum. It's always claims like, oh, the Foucault's pendulum perfectly predicts exactly where you are on the Earth. Zanuck loves to use those words. If I remember correctly, he used to use these words all the time.
Xanax or Glover?
Zanuck, of course. Why wouldn't he be? Are you from, wait a minute, hold on, friend. Are you from Universe 12B or from Universe 117 Alpha Charlie?
I'm just from Earth.
Because in our universe, Zanuck is a Glover. Not sure about yours.
I think, however, I might have jumped universes when I found out that it was flat. I think I may have transported into another dimension.
Well, that's all the rage, bro. Remember, we were just talking about excuses. And that's the new excuse. The new excuse of why the Earth is flat, yet presents itself to them as a globe, is because it's trans-Earth, right? It's simultaneously existing in two different universes, right? Because of the
And
multiverse.
then you usher in the what's the theory where it's a game system simulation theory, and then everything is copacetic.
Exactly. It only
No
needs to
worries.
render to you, the end user, with whatever preferences you picked for the game. You know, like if you go in a video game, you can pick to be a female character. You can pick to be a male character. You could pick to be an alien character. You can pick whatever you want. Right? And in a video game, if you have a costume, let's say, that you put on your character, or you have a filter that you put in the world, which makes the whole world look bright colors and neon colors versus regular colors. Other players in the same game world will be in the same game world as you, but they won't experience those colors. Only your render will experience it. And that's the way that the Globers are going a lot nowadays. It's like, oh, everything's just what you believe is true. The sky is purple in my universe. The sky is orange in your universe. The globe is globy in my universe, and the flat is flatty in your universe. It's all true, subjective truth. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. What does it matter anyway? Yep, it's the easiest cop out ever. Yeah, for example, you might say, so when I go out and take empirically validated measurements of objective reality, this is the way it comes out. And their retort will be, well, prove reality is objective. Right? Good luck convincing them. It's like, you know, you owe me, bank calls and says you owe me $500 for your note that you took out against your car, right? It's on our books. Then you go, books? Books are objective things. Prove to me reality is objective. My subjective reality is that I don't owe you anything. Yep, fun time. See, but when reality, as you know it, is simulatory in nature, whether it be the matrix of the substrate of the world in which you live, or the matrix within your mind of how you've been impressed to believe things about the world. When either one of those realities starts to shatter, chaos ensues.
True. We got Electric Neon who doesn't have any roles. He should go up to VC check-in and get verified. And we have OG Take Notes. Maybe you want to ask some questions?
No, he wants to take some notes, bro. Drace. Being a Dracist. Oh. Where'd that guy go? That's it. That is it.
That Vader didn't last long. He left. I didn't even get to go over
kid?
anything.
Well, that's why sometimes you got to open them up in the stream.
Yeah.
Then you got to ride that wave of, okay, I'm talking to you, waiting for my time to say the N word, versus I'm trying to waste time until I get to say it, so I'm listening to you. It's a fine balance.
Yeah, he said like, hey, and then I was like, I'm just gonna have to go over a couple of things, and then he left the channel. I'm like, fuck.
So if you're ever bored and you need something to do, that last exposition, it would be nice to edit out all like anybody who opened their mic and talked about something completely different that didn't help the conversation at all. Or just any fluff, just cut it out. So it's almost like cut and dry. If you got the time.
I didn't catch all of that. You were roboting. I think what I think you said was going over the recording of you and Napalm and cutting out useless interjections.
Yeah.
I definitely think it's worth it to do that and do it for each different subject, because people come in here with the same questions all over again, and if you had each subject just in a decent little clip that just covers that little subject concisely and shortly, and has someone even like conceding, then it's a nice thing to just show them when they ask the question.
No, I mean, he was accused of being insecure, giving true concessions, but it doesn't matter. The logic is necessary, and he conceded to the logic. So even if he was chuckling under his breath, it really is irrelevant.
Yeah, it is irrelevant. It just it has a psychological impact. That's why I like having it in there.
Yeah, that's how it's done, though. 2 to 3 people, a random fourth every now and then with something concise and precise that actually fits the context of the conversation and doesn't break it up. People who start to get riley being put down immediately. That's how you squeeze that juicy content. Well, rambunctiousness is good every now and then too, but sometimes you need solid exposition from the beginning all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's an art form, and you're an artist.
But what I really want is a precise vision for publication, and I want the actual as it happens. edition for training purposes. I don't know. I got so many pie in the sky dreams of what I want, the logistics things. It's not enough time of the day.
Yeah, I get that. I'm very similar.
Yeah, so we pretty much summed up a couple of major globe arguments. So let's see. The ground is below you. You have to look at it below you. Therefore, the Earth is a globe, right? That was a good argument that they had. Let's see what else. Can't see the bottom of the boat. You know, scholarly level, astute awareness there. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Let's see what else. Moon round. Therefore, Earth round. Yeah. Pulitzer Prize winning stuff right there. Let's see what else. Yeah.
Sun round, therefore Earth round. Sun goes across the sky, therefore Earth round.
Yep.
Yeah, sun goes across the sky, therefore Earth move, actually. But yeah. There's also sticks and shadows and the classic one word GPS.
Yeah, man. Well, you see, in the past, that kid from yesterday, he would always think, can't see the bottom of the boat. Only can happen to first globe, therefore Earth's a globe. Right? But his little daydreams were shattered. Was it by his own concessions that he necessarily had to concede to? So he may then say, oh, yeah, well, that's true. It doesn't have to be a globe, but maybe it still is with some plausibility in these factors. And then he'll research it, right? Then he'll make his own conclusion.
Yeah, at least he left smarter than when he came in.
Yep. All right. Guess I'm going to have to log off here shortly. Since it's too boring to listen to and simultaneously too boring not to speak. So I'd have to be too involved whenever we get any work done.
The Earth is a car moving down the highway. I like that one.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Oh, yeah. Baseball thrown in a car does A. Therefore, Earth globe. It's hilarious.
We spoke about these earlier, or the toilet flushing is also a classic globe proof.
Oh.
I was telling Drace, man, MacGyver back in the 90s really got me with that toilet flush in the southern hemisphere. So that was like definite proof of the globe.
On the MacGyver show?
Yeah. He
Like how
was,
they
if
worked
I
out.
remember correctly, he was kidnapped, and then he had to go to the toilet to see what part of the continent he was. Flush the toilet, then he knew.
Oh man, I hope he got the angles right. Right, he had to get the angles of the way the water was flushing in order to
I
know
think
exactly his position.
Following MacGyver was Michael Knight, Kit Knight Rider. That was a good one too.
There's a better one than that, man, where he had his wife throw a grenade. Then he counted the seconds, and then he had something else happen. He counted the seconds, and then he figured out where she kind of was based on the time it takes sound to travel. Right, that's way more cooler than flushing the toilet. It's like, so I flushed the toilet, and the turd went this way and that, and I'm in Madagascar. All right, friends. I'm out. It is now safe for the Glovers to enter.
All right, AI, take care.
There actually seems to be a Glober in Livestream too that's muted who claims stuff about the horizon. So maybe that might be interesting if they...
Can you let him talk?
Yeah.
All these people in here and nobody talking? I think I would. Worked great.
Hey.
You too.
I'm just chilling.
You sound different. The voice went a little bit.
I was trying to talk to that Glober that popped in here for a second, but he doesn't
He
really
ran away?
want to listen.
Yeah, it's really too bad. There's a lot of people that are doing that lately. Smart people too.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, I fully expected him to be a time waster, Miguel, but it doesn't hurt to use them as a sharpening stone for our blades. I wouldn't mind a time waster to waste my time. Because he might be trying to waste my time, but it depends on how much you let him waste your time. Like, you could use him as an example to show off all sorts of things that sometimes it's just like, why would you start talking about that out of nowhere? But when it's in response to something, it's more natural. So it's easier for me to use a prompt from them than to just waffle on.
I don't know what's causing this sudden change of like debate angles. Like they're not even using the regular old debate topics or anything. They're just arguing complete crap all the time. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel it always comes in like everything is in cycles. It comes in ups and downs. We get a bunch of new people who are interesting to talk to, and then it turns into shit people who are not interesting to talk to. It's up and down. I can't tell you why it's like that. It's how I experience it.
I really just never thought that I would ever be in some kind of a debate where someone would say that level occurred. Never expected that to ever happen.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't ever think I would be in any kind of debates. I don't like, or I didn't like debating. I kind of don't mind it now, especially in text form. I don't mind it there. Even though in text form, and especially while speaking, both of those annoy me. It's annoying. So, like, I can do it, but it's just so annoying. I would rather just listen to some people making sense and be like, yeah, yep. And then somebody says some stupid stuff and they're like, oh, but that was actually stupid because of this. And the other guy's like, oh, yeah, I see what you mean. That was actually stupid. I don't stand by that. I'm changing my stance. I'm going to go with this. And those kind of conversations I really enjoy listening to. I just don't want to take part in them. It's not my part to tell people anything. I just want to chill.
Yeah, I hear you.
But at least it's good to know that my mic sounds good on YouTube.
Yeah, your mic sounds fabulous.
Yeah, that was good to know, especially after the robot dog scenario. That was an elaborate mic check, and the mic tested out perfectly. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Did you hear that clip, Grace? Oh, you played it, I think.
Yeah. I should actually cut that out of it.
You should cut that out completely, but it was nonetheless funny, although it was really stupid. Yeah, it was just hilarious because later on in the same conversation, you hear AI in there going zzz, zzz. So I don't know if everybody caught that. Hilarious. I was literally at the spooky 100-year-old mansion at the time.
Yeah, he was running a really tight ship there and doing it so well. So when you came in, it was like, please, just let us finish this.
I think I did get muted. That's bad on me. Well, you know what? It's all for the live stream.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
That moment could never be replaced or superseded. That moment. The whole conversation was really fantastic, though, actually.
Yeah, I really liked how AI pulled everything back.
Yes.
Even me, I used to have a really hard time speaking into the microphone. Like, even just when I was recording, I just feel weird speaking into the microphone. And so when a lot of people are talking and interrupting and stuff like that, I sometimes tend to increase the pace and tone of voice, and AI just like snapped me down right away. Just to keep the flow and tone really calm and nice, just so that guy didn't have any inch to latch onto. It was just so good. I really love love the people who can actually draw it down to that level, so that there's no escape.
Yeah, it turned out pretty well. It was funny. It kind of ended on a humorous note too. I don't know. It ended with a wham. I think I was just gone. I can't believe it happened at that time. I don't know. Anyway. Oops. Well, you got to expect the unexpected with the man on the field anyway. So that's what I'm saying.
It's all good. We should have had more situational awareness and talk to you sooner and got it back on track sooner just to fix it up. And I need to get a better video editing program, because if I put a over an hour long video into it, it just crashes. So I can't cut this up pretty easily.
Yeah, it'd be a good idea to take that part out. I apologize if it caused anyone any burdens, unnecessary challenge, or whatever. I could have made it.
Oh, it was all good. We solved it pretty quickly and got back on track. It was just
See, yeah. Well,
it's good to
that's
have procedures. Yeah, I was thinking about the English word for that. It's good to have good procedures just so you can get back on track, and so people don't take it too personally, because it's not personal. We're dealing with a live stream and a show. We're trying to teach a person something, and we want to make sure that he's following along and paying attention, and not just getting drowned out because we're talking amongst ourselves or something along those lines.
exactly. And he was very cordial with us the whole entire time, until the time when he disagreed with this one particular part at the end and couldn't seem to get off that one part.
Yeah,
What
he would try to squirrel out of things, but AI just wouldn't let him, and would just pull him back with logic until he was like, yeah, okay, I concede that part, and then we moved on to the next part. It wasn't until Why Would They Lie that he got a little bit cog this, because at that once you get to the Why Would They Lie question, you're already battling and accepting the premise that if it's flat, then why would they lie? So
yes, and you know what I love about the way AI does things like that is because during the conversation at different times he'll interject something, and then the conversation's going on, and then all of a sudden what he had just said comes into play later in the conversation, and then he'll add another one at another juncture, and then they have multiple stings with delayed action. You know what I'm saying? Literally. He says these things he goes okay, so when they got to the 416 feet, yes, that part at 25 miles, when he got to that part, the guy's like, I don't agree with that, and he couldn't really explain what he was talking about. He didn't agree with, and then he did, and he's like, that 200 inches I could see, but not 200. 400 inches, but not 400 feet, 416 feet. And yeah, it's 416 feet of elevation drop. And he started really disagreeing. I think that's where he kind of just, but earlier what had happened is right when he said what you just mentioned, where he goes, but it's already too late because you've already gotten the information, and now you're negotiating with the information pretty much. Not exactly, maybe, but to that effect, right? That you've already
you already got the information in there, and now you have to negotiate with it or deal with it as it is because it's already there. And so that occurred a couple minutes before. And when we got to the 416-foot part, I think that previous part took action at that point because it had already been inserted. You see what I mean? That's what I spotted with that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and Napalm is also really good at framing things in a antagonistic way so that it's easy to understand and
That's true.
accept. He doesn't. When you listen to him speak, you can hear that even though the Glober says some dumb stuff, Napalm is like, yes, okay, and goes positive.
Right, right.
Which softens the way he talks to them a lot, and they are more willing to listen if you start the sentence with no, it's not like that, blah 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 blah, whatever. They get this instinctive reaction of like, oh, you're rejecting my idea, I'm going to reject your idea, and that's a very basic level kind of thinking, but it happens unconsciously for people who aren't very conscious.
And actually, I really like that, and I've been thinking about that lately in the past few days about having a thing, because what is my intention or what is my motivation for doing this at all is to have a conversation, to further the conversation, to provide the information, but like to phrase it in such a way to, first of all, steel man their argument. So if they say something, go, okay, well, let's say that's true. Okay, let's go down the path together with that then. Let's say that's true. Now where do we go from there? Let's go to the next step. So how does that work? Right? And then you're walking down the path together. You're not just like, you're right. I think that's very effective.
Yeah, I notice a lot of small wording things that is really helpful that some of our better speakers use. I am not really good at putting these things into practice. I'm really good at identifying and seeing patterns and analyzing, but I'm not really good at performing. Like my singing, for instance, is not really good, but I can follow some rhythms and some basic stuff. Like,
no, it's all good. Actually, you have a very good ear, and that's obvious. And you have a good cadence. Like your timing is very good. So you got an internal built-in rhythm. But I don't know, as far as like, so I don't mind performing. I know most of the time, like, I'm kind of goofy, and that's just my personality. That's just a coping mechanism that I learned to use, and it helps me stay afloat. But this has been truth my whole life. A lot of people don't appreciate that all the time. Like, maybe I'm too. They think of it as like I'm trying to disrespect somebody or something, and really has nothing to do with that. It only has to do with my internal self and myself, really. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's one thing I really have to watch myself, and because it's an excuse you give them. It's one of the classic sophistry obfuscation techniques. You don't like the tone he's using to talk to you, so you talk about the tone instead of the contents of their arguments. So tone policing yourself and keeping your tone in a calm, concise manner so that they can understand what you're saying really helps. Whereas that's a conscious action to take until you have established the habit of speaking like that. for me, I used to have the habit of just I don't care. I use my tones to express how I'm feeling, and so sometimes my tones get really harsh, just because I'm getting annoyed at something, and that doesn't further the information being presented because it gives them an out to latch onto. So that's something I am working on, and that's why I really like listening to like good speakers like Napalm, AI, Crypto, Larry, Witsit, Gospel Bearer, Indio. There's so many. If they could just speak all day, I would just listen to that all day.
Yeah, that's true. And sometimes sunny, but not all the time. That's for sure. But
The
yeah, I
rest of us
appreciate
have our moments, no doubt. We all have our moments. But some people are just so good at it that it's an inspiration. It's a good role model to follow, and so I really look up to people who can keep their calm and present the information without coloring it with your feelings in the moment. Yeah, Karma is telling me the word is composure.
Yeah, and that's something we could all learn to do better at, and definitely I could learn to do much better at that. Yes, I know. I mean, if anyone says that they have no more room to improve, that means they must be perfect. So they'll be held to that standard.
Yeah, anyone who thinks that there's nothing to improve, I would class as probably being a little bit narcissistic. That's a red flag for me. Perfection is not something we can achieve. We can tell ourselves we're perfect and delude ourselves into that. We can think other people are perfect, but it's opinions.
Yeah. So I think the best thing is that I'll just speak for myself, so that I can learn to move through life with unresolved issues with composure.
Elijah is, for instance, one of the people who's really good at etiquette and composure. It's one of the reasons why I really like listening to him when he's speaking to people. And he just joined us. Do you have anything to tell us, Elijah? Maybe in a bit.
So I thought I unmuted. Yeah. I don't have my headphones that have the mouthpiece, so I'm just listening in for now. But hello, guys.
Hello.
Glad to have you joining us. We are a little bit low on Clovers. We have Sultan Gay. He seems sincere. He's just a simple man living on a spinning ball, flying through space at. And then it just ends.
Sorry, what were you guys saying? Good. Or the name I used.
I was just reading your About Me.
Oh, it's a joke. I don't even remember what it says. Where is it? How do you even see your About Me?
Oh, you just click your
Oh,
name.
I see. I think I see it. Just a simple man living on a spinning ball flying through space. I didn't finish writing it.
At to be continued.
So, do you still think you live on a spinning ball, Sultan?
No. My Telegram name is well, the name that I was given by my mother is Anton. But on my Telegram, I have it as Flaton instead of Anton. It's Flaton, a fixed lumpy plane.
My man.
Fix lump. Anton, what? Flaton? Fix
Yeah, it's
lumpy
Flaton, a fixed lumpy plane. Can I change my name on here? Well, let me do that. Oh, nice.
Someone else might be able to.
Yeah, I can change your name to whatever you want.
Here it says that it's allowing me to change it right here. Maybe you can just copy and paste it. I'm just doing Flaton, Flaton, and a fixed lumpy.
Just drop whatever you want your name to be in the Livestream voice text chat, and I'll copy it and paste it on you.
Okay.
Fixed lumpy plane. Fixed lumpy plane. We're all living on a fixed lumpy plane. It's all flat on, flat on, flat on. Fixed lumpy plane. Fixed lumpy plane. Flat on, flat on. Is it flat on, the thing you live on, live on?
So, what was it that you found most compelling, Sultan, that shattered your faith in the globe?
Ever since I was actually pretty little, I remember I didn't grow up. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oakley dokley, no problem.
Okay, composure, everybody. Composure. How do you keep your composure? How do you? How do you keep? Okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, my biological dad, he didn't raise me, but I'd see him every once in a while, and I was meeting up with him. I was probably like 7 years old, or maybe 7 to 10, somewhere in there, and it was nighttime, and there was like tons of stars out, and he was telling me that you can measure the distance from us to the stars without any without any calculators. And I was like, how do you do that? And he's like, well, I'll show you one day. And like from that point on, I was like questioning it. My geography teacher threw a book at me. I was just always arguing with them, but it wasn't until like 2 years ago when I actually discovered that it was actually a thing, the flat Earth, a non-rotating stationary Earth.
I get that. I had a very similar experience in my school. I was raised by a Reiki healer, and my dad was a bit superhuman. He can bend like the biggest types of wrenches you can find, and he can like bend them, or he could before he died, into like pretzels. He could like bend anything. And he would leave fingerprints in the steel. It's like crazy, but he also broke them sometimes by accident. But he also because the way he told me it worked was basically it's mind over matter. He saw some Indian gurus talk about this stuff before he actually went on to do this, and he was a bodybuilder and stuff like that. The thing is, though, when he doubted his ability to do it, because someone was doubting it and skeptical who he was showing it to, because he used to use it as like a party trick almost like. And when people would be doubting it and very skeptical, it would be harder. That's how he described it. And he once injured his arm, broke some ligaments and stuff inside his palm and stuff. After trying to do this in front of someone who was super doubtful. So it's a weird stuff like happened to me in my youth that I just watched happen. My mom would remove pains using the Reiki, where like I would have a stomach ache or a headache or whatever it was. She would just remove it by putting her hand on me. And then my dad would do these inhumane things, like punching through a concrete wall, or like it's like crazy. So to me, when I was in school, I was like, there's some stuff these guys don't know about who are all up in this atomistic, materialistic view. There's probably more to this. So I was always questioning and looking at like, when are we going to catch up to this understanding, and when are these things going to be known? So I was always like looking at all the research and everything that's coming out, so including all conspiracy things, because I know that government lies. My family is connected to also a cabal that controls my country, and I live in Iceland. So we know that they manipulate and control the countries. At least I know from personal experience. So for me, when the flat Earth thing came, I was like, nah, it's too big. But I know they lie, so I should look at everything they have to say about it. But it's still a ball. I believe in gravity. It has to be a ball. Come on, it has to be a ball. And no matter how much I looked at the flat Earth stuff, I was like, there, it's still a ball. It must be a ball. Gravity bends everything. It must be bending the light. It must be. The people gone to space. Space is real. Ball. It must be a ball. And after like a week of just watching anything I could find flat Earth related, this back in 2015, there's not a lot of flat Earth stuff, but it was coming out, and I was just, how do they explain all this? And the deeper I dug, the more explanations they had for it. But I was like, but where's the evidence? I had to go to my site, the Globe site, and get all this juicy evidence that I believe is there. And then I can just take it to the flat earthers and be like, look at all this evidence. You're wrong. And so I contacted my astrophysicist, best friend from childhood, a robotic engineer I knew. We had played together games for many years. And so we started chatting, and I was like, I'm just going to play devil's advocate. I still believe in the globe and everything, guys. Just hear me out. I just want the evidence so I can shut these flat earthers up. That conversation did not go the way I thought it would go. They fought like cats and dogs. The one guy was like, Einstein's my man, you don't know shit. The other guy was like, Einstein's an idiot. Newton's the way everything works. And like, I was like, don't they work together? Isn't like, it's all one gravity, man. And they were like, no, it's different things. And they called each other stupid, like, to no end. And so I had to separate them and talk to them separately to continue the conversation. And they attempted to supply me with the experimental validation for their beliefs, which just made my belief crumble, because they didn't have any for most of it. Most of it was just cartoons and believe? Believe me, it's probably like this. Outside of reality where we can't go and test it, but it probably works like this there. There's no experiment, there's no evidence in reality, it's just believe me, take it on faith, because I have a cartoon. And that made my I felt my ball just fall through my fingers, and I was like, oh no, no. But if I can argue against an astrophysicist and make the astrophysicist just stumble and have nothing because he can't explain how the stars could appear geocentric in a heliocentric world, then they're fucked. My old belief system can't explain even the stars. So what? And so at that point, instead of like having this biased lens where I'm trying to find an excuse to hold on to my religious belief, I actually start honestly looking for some evidence. And I find the Aristophanes, and I'm like, fuck, this isn't evidence. This is just assumptions on oh, fuck. Okay. Do we have any evidence? No, we don't. And so refraction was what I like. That was the last pin I hung everything on, because I learned that, gravity on Earth can't bend light. So that doesn't work. So refraction's gonna save me. It's gonna bend all the light just to make everything just appear flat. And like, it's gonna bend all the light in outer space to make it appear geocentric. But the condition, when you actually look at how refraction works, that you don't have the conditions for this. You cannot simulate this. It's so unsustainable that the globe just dies. And so like I couldn't accept it anymore. So I became a globe denier until I saw like thousands of people on YouTube getting abused by some fuckers who didn't understand half of the things I had gotten to, because I talked to my astrophysicist friend, and I talked to my robotic engineering friend, and then I continued to study this for a few months after that. And so I could help them with here's some things you could look at, and they would be so abusive, and they would call me a flat earther. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll take this label if it means you're going to stop kicking these people who don't even know what they're talking about, who are just saying something that they heard, or they have a point, they're not articulating it well enough. And so here's some sources to help them. But even with sources from their own side, they don't accept it. So it's become a little bit crazy, because we, regardless of how much proof or regardless of how much or many aspects of the globe we debunk, it's never enough. It's never enough for the religious zealot. For someone who's intellectually honest, one problem, is enough to make you go, "Oh, I'm not sure if I should believe this anymore." One problem. There's thousands. That's the problem. Like, the more you look, the more problems. And with each problem, they create a new patch to fill the hole. And so we find problems within the patches which need new holes or new patches. So it's endless patchwork at this point. And the original frame that everything was supposed to be attached to is long gone. So it's just like, it's a bunch of duct tape. That's all they have left. Just the assumptions and duct tape. No science, no validity, nothing in reality. It's all been uncoupled from reality. It's just in the math. It's just in your head.
Well, yeah, of course. When someone asks, "Where's the edge?" That's in your head. Where's the proof of the curvature? Oh, it's in the math. Of course.
I tried to monologue. How was it?
That was good. Does anyone know how to find a link for the? I keep hearing about a video that I think it was the government gave a grant to some college to conduct a laser test with 3 different colored lasers and to like disprove refraction or to prove refraction, and they all aligned perfectly or something. I'm not sure of exactly what college, or I've never seen the video. Been trying to find it.
I have it. It's analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence of laser beam propagation in the atmosphere. Thesis submitted by the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton.
That sounds like it.
Yeah, they shot 3 lasers of different wavelengths, and they all hit the target within the diffraction limit, because all the beams would spread out over the distance. They accounted for all of that, and so all the beams still hit the target, even though if the standard atmospheric refraction model or the terrestrial refraction model is correct, that would have been impossible. And so there's supposedly other schools that have repeated it, and so there's I just haven't seen those. I would like to find those. I just haven't found them. I've heard about other people. I think India told me that there were other people who repeated it afterwards. But it essentially debunks the classical terrestrial refraction model of all the light is all constantly being bent down.
Do you have a link for that?
Yeah, I linked the PDF up there.
Is it in the chat, or I'll see it?
Yeah, it's right above the image with the diffraction
Maybe I'm in the wrong
ray
chat.
deviation.
There we go. I was in the wrong chat. I guess it's still in the chat from the live stream too.
All good. Essentially, for the 150-kilometer path or 93 miles, the rays are misaligned only by about 4 meters with respect to the forget what this is called. It's the frequency of the laser. This beam separation distance is significant because it is on the order of the diffraction limited beam footprint. So the beams were all still hitting the same target. It's just they spread out more, and so you have a bigger distance. But yeah, there was no constant bending down, which would have caused the beams to be much more misaligned because they would refract at different rates. Instead, they were all just within the diffraction beam footprint. Diffraction limited beam footprint.
Were they all fired from the same laser, from like the same spot?
3 different lasers, same spot, locked in there's you can see the first picture I posted has an image of the device, and
oh yeah,
it's in like a cylinder, so all the 3 beams are aligned in the same plane. Supposedly 5 other papers have been used to support the tests of various models, which correspond to the data coming from this paper. So it's very interesting, at least.
Is there a video of it?
I don't know. You would probably have to approach David Bricker or the University of Dayton. They might have it. However, we also, if you just look at FE core laser tests, they use 2 different lasers of different wavelengths during that test as well, just to rule out refraction.
Is that on YouTube or is that a document?
Yeah, let me find it. Just a second. There should be a video for that, but I don't know if I have the link ready.
Thank you.
Yeah, that link doesn't work anymore, Miguel.
You said you're in Iceland, right? You're on Iceland.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you see the northern lights up there?
Oftentimes, not at the moment.
But in general, you do see them every now and then.
Yeah, regularly.
Cool. That we
Sorry, what?
is that where you grew up or raised?
Yeah. Born and bred. I think is the term. Okay. Karma took a picture of the northern lights. Ah, there we go. I was looking for it. That bottom picture was pretty funny. We went out to our balcony and looked up, and it looked like a face was screaming. It was pretty freaky. I guess it's a slow night. The truth is objective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down over curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, a moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself. With experience and experimentation, it's called empirical verification and falsification, but it requires logic since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation, so the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is,
You're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy.
That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad veracundium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Well, if you guys are not going to start a riveting conversation, I'm just going to play one. Last chance.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on
Uh,
is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement
can be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea
the
what
Blue
that is.
Marble. And
What
it's a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972 during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972, that's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it's just entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
allegedly,
What he's trying
according to NASA.
what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster. And it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
enough on
actually?
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since what is it? But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay,
Voyager
so
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's there?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? if not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image. And I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. if the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
Okay,
you
fair
should
point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, because
Have you ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part. So right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
It's about
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, AI, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would be
do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's
Yeah,
known
I've
as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of that
criterion.
before, but like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area,
Sorry.
no. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper, and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it's
Well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. All right.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality. It doesn't hold up. But you can go
I'm gonna
check
start
this
saying
out. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been
please.
presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. Laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be acceptable.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps. by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And
Yep.
based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like,
person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige.
What?
It doesn't
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if
last year
everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny?
wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off. Sonny, was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
In a world where in 2021, people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth, well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are all the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, we are disking another solar system planet with other spherical planets, because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole. Enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there, because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot again, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about it. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land, resources, and money, and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie.
Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The model has to be, the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go.
It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics where you should research it, right? Flyman's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Keep us going. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you know, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So that's, you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ went to get to cash out, went to the protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Somebody put a link for that audio in the chat or video, whatever it was. I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Such a good monologue.
Yeah, that was amazing.
The thing is, though, that like if you don't understand half of that, you would just go, "What is he talking about?"
Probably true.
I'm sure a lot of the Globers would be going, "What? What? What?"
Does somebody have a link for that though? That'd be really cool.
It should be in the voice text. Should be what was playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you pretty new in here, Zoltangi? Zoltange?
Sorry, I was trying to find how to get back to the page to unmute it. No, I've been in the group for a while, but I don't come on that often, and normally just listen to it on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
I was on last night, and then
Yeah, I heard
this morning. The guy was gonna, or somebody was gonna change the name instead of Zoltingi to the name I use on Telegram and Skype, which is flat on a fixed lumpy plane.
Okay,
But, yeah, I don't know exactly who it was, but I don't know if it still says Zoltangi or
Yeah, it
if it
does.
changed to it. Sorry, I'm taking my dogs to the park right now. Just wanted to get that audio. That was awesome.
Yeah, I always used to. I used to listen on YouTube a fair bit, and then I joined. I think I've been on here maybe 6 months now, but I find it easier to listen on the app than on YouTube. Then you can
Yeah,
butt in.
yeah. If you got a question, you can get it answered. And,
Yeah,
yeah, way better. All right, I'm just gonna keep listening. Gotta go love the dogs in the car.
I'll catch you later, man.
Yeah, later. Thank you. Is there somewhere on the Discord channel that all the best debates are located?
I think so. If you scroll down the list, there'll be some like sections that have different topics.
Okay.
And then there's videos and audios and diagrams.
Yeah. Somebody I talk to every now and then, actually on PlayStation, he is the like head of I think it's a Discord group, or I don't know. They meet a couple times a week, but it's of the atheist or agnostic group, and he had never met somebody who Chomps, come on, get in the car, come on, Chomps, sorry, who believes that the Earth is not a ball. Chomps, come on, get in, dude. Sorry.
What
it? And he wanted to find a debate, like an actual debate, and the only one that he found was the one where it's the Dave guy talking to the Dave guy, and he's just like interrupting him the whole time and just not doing an actual debate. He's just trying to make him look stupid.
No, that's horrible. If you go to there's a debate channel called Modern Day Debate.
Yeah.
And then if you type in Flat Earth Debate, then there's a whole list of different debates.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot in there, and the moderator's pretty good as well. You have both sides. He doesn't let you kind of butt in, and then you have it back and forward, and then they have questions from the audience as well. So those ones are pretty good.
What's that called again?
Modern Day Debate.
All right. Is that a website?
Yeah, they've also got them. Have you got Apple Podcasts?
No, I got a Android.
Yeah, so if you just go to a podcast app and type in, I think there's some on Spotify. I'm not sure, but I just go through my Apple Podcast and and they all come up. Modern Day Debate.
Okay.
Even if you go to those podcasts and type in Flat Earth Debate, there's a lot come up. So
yeah, I just found it. They didn't have a YouTube channel. YouTube probably censors the Flat Earth ones, though.
yeah, you should still be able to find them. They just won't pop up for you. Yep. If you go through the podcast, they'll give you a list of who's on there.
Yeah, I just found the podcast, the Apple Podcast. Thank you.
Oh, I got to go back to work. Gotcha.
All right. Thank you.
everybody. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now. With the Flat Earth side, thanks so much for being with us. Witsit, Gets It, and Kai, the floor is all yours.
How's it going? So you want us to, we'll do our little opener right now, share the screen.
You bet.
All
I'll
right.
switch it over for you.
There you go.
They can see it crystal clear.
All right, perfect. All right, so the Earth is a stationary geocentric dielectric plane. Don't make it weird. All right. So we want to go over a few little quotes. Let me start All right, so briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. Physics, Henrik Lorentz, but he's just like one of the fatherheads of electrical field theory. What does he know? I actually can't read this because these people are in my way. Can I move the actual people? Just forget it. This is Einstein basically saying that every attempt on any terrestrial experiment to prove the Earth is spinning didn't work and was a negative result, but that's how we know the Earth is spinning. The data of Michelson Morley were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Another physicist, what do we know? This is an infamous Stephen Hawking's really smart guy. Is the Ptolemaic or Copernican system correct? All observations terrestrially show that the Earth is at rest. This is infamous physicist Stephen Hawking, but what does he know? Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from geocentric universe. But there's no way the Earth could be geocentric. That's crazy. I can kind of remember this, even though it's, again, blocked. But today's scientists substitute mathematics for experiments, wander off in la-la land to where basically they end up with no relation to reality. And mathematical constructs, of course, aren't reality. So let's just see if NASA's a credible source, since they're the ones that give us all this mystical information about space and the Earth being a ball.
Your question that the sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. The sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. You can't see the constellations because the sky is just so alive with stars.
The most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness of space. Most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness.
So again, you're just going to hear more contradictions between the astronauts. Whether you can see stars or not, you would think that they would all be on the same page and recall the same things if they went to the same place, but clearly there is a discrepancy. So we have more of this.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar controller what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any. The sky is deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. And we cannot see stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like you're on Earth.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
So yeah, which is it? Do we see stars at all? Do we see them on the sun side or not on the sun side? So much contradiction does not make sense if they are all going to the same place.
Yeah, seems weird. They're all going to space, but they all have very different experiences that are directly contradictory. Here's some pictures most people have seen. This is an infamous scientific talk from NASA, and in the background it shows you this guy that's supposedly on the ISS is in front of a blue screen. Totally normal. And here's in the bottom right is NASA saying, which is a clip shot of an article talking about how they use virtual reality in space now. which is convenient because we've seen their hands go through coffee cups and lemons and etc. But
and that's how it looks like they're manipulating like water droplets or like floating pizzas or whatever shenanigans they have, but they're able to do it with such accuracy because they are using VR.
Yeah, and just to address, I mean, we're addressing the credibility of the primary source of all the stories of space before we get any further. So NASA also admits that they practice their spacewalks in a pool. They have a mock ISS in the pool.
Buoyancy lab.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. You know, just practicing the pool, no big deal. But it appears that NASA missions halted after astronaut almost drowns, water covered eyes, nose, and ears. Here's another article. Astronauts keep almost drowning in space. And it does say keep for a reason, because if you Google this, you will find this story being told once every year for the last 5 years. So consistently, they can't figure it out. Mysteriously, NASA's astronaut suits keep filling with water in space. But of course, like we said, they do practice their spacewalks in a pool. So maybe they're in water. This is to address the claims of all the satellites. The biggest consumer of helium in the entire world is NASA. They consume about 90% of the world's helium supply. And of course, they have a Satelloon project. So most flat earthers do not deny that there's stuff in the sky. We just deny the claims that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we're gonna move on.
Oh yeah, these are apparently real pictures of planets, but clearly they are CGI, which same with the globe. There's only one real picture supposedly ever taken of the globe. Robert Simmons confirms this in an interview they did, that they use composite imaging and artist rendition. They take a flat map and wrap it around a ball and add in Photoshop clouds.
Right. So it's just 2022, but we have nothing but CGI. And if we deny this, then we're apparently crazy. So here's a video with, an actual video of what
with the Nikon P1000, I believe.
Yep.
When you actually look at the stars with that versus using NASA's CGI.
Yeah. So the globe earthers will, of course, say that this is just not in focus, but it's very convenient that you can so precisely critique a shot with an actual camera as you tout CGI. So I think it's a bit of a double standard there. This is an actual verifiable video as opposed to computer generated cartoons. So I think that doesn't really make sense. I would probably pump the brake. It's just out of focus. It's out of focus. But anyway, moving on. Here's another video.
So what are the lights in the sky then?
This doesn't look like the CGI. And again, we always have to rely on a handful. And by the way, into telescopes, I'm sure they're going to say, the telescopes are the same unless they have computer program rendering the image and it's layered. Mm-hmm. So again, that's not a real image. That's not a real picture. So what is up with that? Why is it that when we look at the actual pictures, they seem to show a totally different story? So like she said, I wonder what they are.
And what they resemble are cymatic patterns in water, which is where you take frequencies and then you were able to create this sacred geometry in water or sand. There's also an effect called sonoluminescence, where you use frequency in water and it's able to create a bubble. Once the bubble collapses, light emits. And this phenomenon is also called a star in a jar. So just if NASA is lying about these things in the sky, what could they possibly be?
Right. And this is just actual science, right, where you can actually prove the phenomena. So if you manipulate a medium with acoustic introduction or frequencies, again, it will emit light. And they look identical to what we see when we look at the sky. So very interesting. Cymatic patterns seem to potentially be the source of the sky. So the entire conversation here is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? One of the primary things you hear a lot is, oh, do you have a model? Do you have a model? Well, here we go. If we just use the actual phenomena that we can measure, the magnetic flux here, these are on the top, that's the magnetic flux. On the bottom, that's ocean currents. They map out perfectly on a flat surface. Of course, on the globe, they're all over the place. This was a very popular website, and it took the azimuthal projection down once people started finding out about flat Earth. On the right here, you will see that the sun rays, the direct 9-degree angle does not line up with the equator, which is the hottest part of the globe, which makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, on the flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. The temperature distribution is perfectly aligned with the position of the sun, just like when it's hotter, when it's noon. So, of course, gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. So, an antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Gravity's not a container, not a physical container.
Although that is your replacement of a container. So here we have some proof of what appears to be the container reflecting light.
This effect is called a sundog. They say it's because there's ice crystals in the sky, but this phenomenon also can happen during the summer. Interesting.
Yep. I think we only have like a minute or two left. So real quickly, this is an electromagnetic field, which is what we have on the Earth. The globe Earth, according to Harvard, still can't even adequately explain how the magnetic field even exists or how it is distributed. But anyway, magnetic fields have what's called an inertial plane. So there's a depiction. You would live on that green plane through the middle.
Here's an inertial plane. Is the inverse to counter space, which of course is polarity, which is a three-dimensional S-curve. In other words, the plane of inertia, which is the inverse of magnetic centrifugal divergence, which of course forms the geometry of this. The toroid is a cross-section of a toroid or a donut shape. And this is of course what the magnetic field looks like, right? It's toroidal.
Right, so there's the inertial plane, which would again be where you live. I'm going to have to go through this pretty fast, so sorry in advance, but there's an atmospheric gradient on the Earth of electric potential. It goes up roughly 100 to 120 volts per meter. That results in a downward current on the Earth. So when people say something about gravity, actually, they're just hijacking the phenomena that we know is there. Is electric force stronger or weaker than the gravitational force? Well, it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and you can't isolate it. So how could you ever find out anything that was any weaker than that? So
it's not gravity, it's electrostatics.
So electrostatics, incoherent dielectric acceleration specifically, and Inner World Productions. I think we made the time pretty quick.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Flat earther, globe earther, you name it. We're thrilled you're here. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more juicy debates coming up. With that, we're going to kick it over to Taylor and Jen for their opening as well. Thanks so much for being with us. Defending the globe tonight. Taylor and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James, Taylor, Witzik, Kai, everybody associated with the channel. Great to be here. I'm Jen. I'll be giving a defense of the globe Earth, and I'm really looking forward for the chance to be back on the show. I just want to say real quick that I appreciate the amount of scholarship that has gone into my opponent's defense of their position. I don't recall exactly how the last debate went, but it does seem that it's a lot tighter from the scientific persuasive angle. It doesn't mean I agree with you. And I'm looking at you, audience, all the people that said that I was defaulting mid-debate last time. That did not happen. That's just called having a good sports person-like attitude in debates. So back to what it is we're talking about here. And this is a bit of a touchy topic for me. This has frustrated me before. It's like, isn't it obvious that it's a ball? I mean, look, everything pretty much, if we just let it do its thing, it's a ball. But that's obviously not what our senses tell us. So we have a bit of a pull back and forth between an impression and measurements, and we have to use geometry, mathematics, and physical models to interpolate our way to a greater understanding. And that's where I like to invoke metaphors. What is this? It's a three-dimensional lens, and it's a metaphor both for our atmosphere and our consciousness and our eyeballs. What is this fundamentally doing? Well, it is pulling in a bunch of light to a more concentrated region. And I apologize in advance if my audio is not working out. This is a new set of headphones for me, so please bear with me. I'm doing my best to make the most compelling version of the arguments as I can kind of cobble together, because it's hard to put myself in the position of somebody who would be skeptical about something like that, just because isn't there already a sort of inbuilt skepticism just with the sheer relative size? if you're saying the Earth is flat, you're potentially saying that what your eyes recognize for something that's many thousands of times bigger than you is the accurate shape. Now, why would we expect the shape to be accurate when I just demonstrated 3 examples of lenses, atmosphere, consciousness, and eyeball? And none of those reflects what was originally put through, does it? I'm flipped upside down. What am I getting at here? It's about what's a reasonable place to begin. A reasonable place to start is, well, it's actually pretty much the only way to explain what we see here is with a globe. And if I may share my screen, I will go over to address some of these arguments. All right.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so is my leaked government document. I just Googled this randomly, and I'm sure this is a bit of a straw person here, but just bear with me. What is this saying? I can totally see how, you might want to say, oh, well, they did a drawing, and therefore that's what reality is. But we're sort of missing the point of physics, which is to make models. So it is perfectly conceivable that NASA or others would be using something that looks like a flat Earth model, but that does not actually, nobody using that model actually believes that the Earth is flat. It's just the best approximation given the scale. And what does that mean just intuitively? There is no reason to think that we would be able to do multi-scale estimation. So we really have to completely trust a model on all the levels. So what this model might be telling us, I don't know if it's real, it's probably not, but hypothetically, let's say that it would be an approximation on that scale, meaning not more than 100 meters. If we want to take into account the scale of the entire planet, well, that's considerably bigger. So if we start with what's obviously, obviously a sphere. I've got this ball here. As I pull it away from the camera, it's a lot harder to tell whether it's a sphere or a circle. So there is an issue with spherical things at a sufficient distance appearing flat. And there's a question of what is it we can actually conceive of in terms of a model that is going to give us an accurate representation, that is going to give us accurate predictions of numerical values, and realizing that those two aren't the same. So the model that gives you the best numbers in terms of future values and the model that tells you the exact physics of what's going on, they may not be the same, and you may not even be able to have a single model for both because of the complexity of the cosmos. So I'm just throwing out examples here that even though it's a frustrating debate to keep on having, you can see why there might be misunderstandings, especially when we have the prevalence of beliefs that cogito ergo sum, and perhaps this is committing a bit of a reification fallacy with regards to the importance of sensory impressions. How am I doing for time, James? I feel like I've been really rambling here and I don't want to go too long. All right, well, I have like pages and pages still to go here, and I know my partner wanted to wrap it up and go into the actual meat of the conversation, so I'll try to just skip through to whatever was I made a lot of notes about the presentation, so that Whitsit and Kai put on, so I guess...
well, take your time if you feel like you need it. Don't rush on my behalf.
Guess I'll mention just quickly, thank you so much, about the moon, that there's definitely some mysterious stuff going on with the moon. And have a look here. There's really no reason that the moon ought to line up with the sun so perfectly as to create this effect. It's really quite something. And so I don't think that that necessarily tells us anything about a physical model, but it's certainly an example as to how mysterious everything is and can precipitate this symmetry. And I think you mentioned also that there was no way to disprove that we were in the center of the universe. And findings like that, they're mysterious because I expect that because cosmology does tend to be mysterious. And that fact pretty much signals to me that it's another manifestation of the least action principle that's very ubiquitous notion that the amount of energy is always minimized over whatever field the vibration is taking place in. And so whenever a mysterious symmetry arises, I always think, okay, it's something connected to the least action principle, even though I don't know exactly what it is. Somehow it's coming together to create something beautiful. And I better not let my inclinations towards poetic interpretations take me off on a flight of fancy, because I am doing physics here. I need to really stick with not just good measurements, but a good interpretation of the measurements and acknowledging all of the evidence, but also contextualizing it. Like, what does it really mean that you saw those water effects on the I think you called them sacred geometries. What does that really mean? Well, much more likely that that's a lensing effect either from the camera or possibly even the atmosphere. And so there's maybe some effects that are less well understood. For example, a snow dog could happen at any time. I think that's what it's called. The lens effect in the sky could happen at any time. It's really just a triple, not a triple point, sorry. It's just a matter of whether it's at the right pressure, density, temperature point for that effect to happen. It doesn't have to be like cold or warm on the surface. That's an effect that manifests in the atmosphere, and it would be the temperature there that determined it. So yeah, the moon is really what sells me on Earth being round, because we don't see the moon all the time. It goes away, but we do see the same face of the moon all the time. So that's another mystery. But those two things combined, the fact that the moon is less privileged than us rotationally, in the sense that the face that if you were standing on the moon, you could eventually see everything on the planet, versus the planet Earth only sees one face of the moon. That tells me it has to be a sphere, because we would see it all the time if it was flat, I suppose. So I guess I'm done with my intro, and thanks for listening, and I'll hand it over to my co-debater. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jen. And I'll share my screen too.
While he's pulling that up, I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description, so if you'd like to learn more about the views of either side, you can by clicking on their links below. All right, Snake, they can see your screen as clear as day.
All right. Is the word tab showing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be reading off that. Or do you see my text document, or do you just see the
right now you're
glow?
fully sharing your screen. If you wanted to click on a certain window to share, you could. You'd have to unshare and then go back to sharing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. As mentioned, folks, they're
Screen.
linked
Oh yeah, I see it
down in the description. That includes that the podcast Modern Day Debate debates are uploaded to our podcast within 24 hours of each debate, and we put our guest links in the description box for the podcast episode as well. They can now see a picture of a globe Earth.
Okay. So, yeah, so flat Earth is pseudoscience. It's fake skepticism. They accept photographs and tabletop experiments if they support flat Earth, but they reject photographs and valid experiments if they support the globe. They have an impossibly high standard of evidence for the real science, but will instantly turn on a dime and lower their standards if the same type of evidence supports the flat Earth. But you can't have it both ways. We have experiments proving how gravity works. Do they care? No. Do they have experiments showing how gravity works as they say? No, but they accept their conjecture as fact anyway. They'll speculate about some woo-woo electromagnetic whatever that might be responsible for suspending and moving the sun inside the atmosphere, and that's good enough. But meanwhile, rigorous peer-reviewed science is dismissed as a conspiracy. They insist that the sun is in the atmosphere, but will never send an expedition there. Any photographic evidence of actual expeditions to the moon are claimed automatically to be fake. So there's a double standard. Regardless, the globe predicts data. Flat Earth predicts none of the data. If you make predictions about reality, you understand how it works. If you can't, you don't. Flat Earthers can't even accommodate the data. They're actually so incompetent at this that they now avoid even trying to make a map at all possible costs, because all flat maps always contradict real-world observations of flight paths, star paths, land proportions, path of the sun and moon, etc., etc. Flat Earthers don't even have enough real confidence or practical skill to make a map, let alone send an expedition to the things that they claim are in the atmosphere, like the sun and moon, nor will they even try. To quote Kai, that's why we keep it vague. So it doesn't matter to them because all the evidence is a conspiracy. It's all lies, so they can just reject it out of hand. It has to be an impossible global conspiracy instead of facing the possibility that they might be wrong. When flat earther Bob Nodell bought a laser gyroscope to prove no rotation, then he measured a 15 degree per hour rotation. He dismissed it rather than accept the possibility he had no idea what he was talking about. When flat earther Jeranism proved water curvature with his own experiment, he dismissed it rather than admit he was wrong. Interesting. You also saw them in their presentation misrepresenting what physicists actually say about the subject, quote mining things, cutting things up out of context. So what are we supposed to do in the face of such reckless hubris? Well, what about that oft-repeated phrase, replacement is independent of falsification, the excuse for why they can't produce a working map? The so-called falsifications come down to a few typical misunderstandings like why no one falls off the bottom, quote unquote, how curved water can be level, how the atmosphere stays held to the earth next to a vacuum. Properly understood, real physics, like gravity, explain all this and actually necessitate a globe shape, falsifying and replacing the flat earth at the same time. Flat earthers universally reject gravity, and it's for a good reason. If you understand gravity, you can't really be a flat earther. Okay. So a couple more slides here, almost done. Second point, other than gravity, I would like Kai and Whitsitt to explain how the stars rotate in different directions depending on the hemisphere, because it's not physically possible on any flat plane. And let's see. Oh, thirdly, the feed you saw for most of this presentation was the live feed from the Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite, a non-NASA installation. And flat earthers can falsify it at any time. Just go find weather data that contradicts the unfakeable live feed. I can assure you they will not do this. And the only other photographic evidence I want to bring up is the photos of the curved water at Lake Pontchartrain. So let's discuss. Thanks.
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to let you know, though, folks, as mentioned, a lot of juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pulling up this new one. Are trans women women? It is going to be a controversial one between Vosh and Dr. Bogardus as they collide next month. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button. With that, we're going to jump into an open conversation, as mentioned. Thanks so much. Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen.
Hello. Oh man, Himawari 8. Yeah, so Himawari 8 is the Blue Marble data set with NOAA and international weather data simulations overlaid. So it's not a photograph or a live feed. And it also takes images supposedly every 10 minutes. So it's not live in any sense, except for the instant in which it provides the image, which is compiled for the past 10 minutes. So this kid saying, oh, we have a live feed from Himawari 8 that you could just debunk. Well, looks like it's been debunked. Thank you. I rest my case. I'll play it again unless anyone else has a comment.
And the floor is all yours.
Okay,
So-
you keep on talking about experiments, so I think Kai has a question for
Yes,
you.
we have a question for Taylor. So, Taylor, what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you're looking for a specific answer, so why don't you tell me?
We're
So-
just looking for the right answer.
Well, yeah, because you think
Let's
that
just
we
talk
don't
about an
care
experiment. Let's not waste time. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Okay, so I will answer the question that you can't answer. You have an independent, dependent, and control variable. Okay, and the crucial part is establishing cause and effect. Okay, that's how you conduct a scientific
Right. So let's talk
experiment.
about Cavendish
Now,
experiment,
before
cause
you
and effect.
interrupt me, so when we're talking about gravity, that means you have to, if gravity, space-time has to be the independent variable, you have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. And that is not what the current science, which is actually pseudoscience, is ever doing. So
No, you don't. That's just a lie. So let's talk about the Cavendish experiment. You don't need to
Okay.
manipulate all those things. So,
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity, but go ahead.
yes, it does. It
Cavendish-
proves that there's an
Cavendish wasn't-
attraction between masses, which is gravity.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity.
It doesn't matter what he was trying to prove. It matters what the experiment shows, and the man Cavendish is irrelevant. So what does the experiment show? It shows an attraction between mass. End of story.
No, it doesn't actually.
Yes,
It's
it
very
does.
it's actually very inconsistent. So are you claiming that you always get the same results?
No, that's the point of experiments, is you can repeat them.
Right, as less than
So
a 10%.
sometimes the experiments have errors. There's a torsion element to it. Some people get the torsion element wrong.
Okay, so but
Can't have
you
the
agree
string
that,
have any torque in it.
you agree that if you do an experiment 10 times and then you only get the right result one time and you dismiss the other 9 to user error and just cherry pick the one out, that's not actually science.
So 99% of the time you get the same answer, and it's
That is
mass
incorrect.
attracts mass.
That's incorrect.
which is
No, it's
not
not.
even, which has also been superseded by Einstein, which is now the bending and warping of space-time. So
No,
it's not even-
Cavendish was not overturned by Einstein. They still
No,
use
no,
that experiment.
Newtonian.
Newtonian physics. So you said mass attracting mass. That's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's Newtonian physics. It was superseded in 1915. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter.
That's fine.
It's
There's
in
still an
textbooks,
attraction
it's
between
well-
mass.
Well documented if you just research it. I can
There's
pull up
not
some
a-
academic quotes for you if you would like.
There's not an attraction
I
between
remember you
mass.
mentioned something about a stationary plane and a dielectric plane. Would you
Yeah, where's the experiment for that?
Wait. Before that, though, would you like to concede that?
Absolutely not. You're lying right now. That is a experiment that absolutely shows attraction between mass and mass. When you put two heavy masses next to each other, they will always be attracted to each other. And you can take out the many variables. That's what the torsion bar is for. You take out the variable of spin and torque.
Yeah. So this is where a good moderator should have stopped homeboy for accusing the other side of lying. You know what I'm saying? Pointless. It's an ad hominem. Should be accusing them of saying an untrue statement. You know, for example, that's false. Okay, you're mistaken. Those types of things. Those aren't ad hominems. So just allowing it to go along where you're a liar, okay, unless it's something that occurs within the debate where the present information is known. And even then, you should give benefit of the doubt to the opponent, especially if you're the moderator. So basically, hey, no ad homs. Retract it. Stop saying that the person's lying. All right, I'll continue the debate. Unless anybody wants to challenge the logic of what I just said, which would be very unwise. Ha 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 ha.
You take it off the ground, you take out the variable of friction. So anytime you put two masses next to each other, they will attract each other. You can switch them and the experiment will spin the other way. You can put
What's the
masses on the other
independent
side,
variable?
and it will immediately be pushed to the other side.
Okay, again, you're just saying that, but I've actually researched it in depth. It does not consistently work. But the real problem, I'll just go ahead and cut
It
this
does.
off.
You're lying.
I'll go ahead and cut this off at the head for you, man. You didn't control for the variable of electrostatics, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. So even if it was consistent, which it objectively isn't, the attractive force there that's objectively and measurably there is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. Can you rebut that for me?
Yep, because you can put you can test for that by putting
the
same
actual
type.
physical answer there, if you want to get technical, is that gravity acts over 1 over r squared. Or falls off as 1 over r squared, and electromagnetism falls off as 1 over r cubed. So what you see is exactly what you'd expect, but you have to interpret it correctly. It's a
Electrostatics is
why are we even able to stand up? I mean, let's, give the Globers their, give them a chance. Like, if they're right, basically what they're saying is that we have this big globe and we're sucked into towards the center of it because it's so massive. And then the question becomes, well, why aren't we just a big flat pancake on the ground sizzling? And the answer is because we have electrostatic torsion holding us standing up. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a miracle that we're able to stand up and ambulate so easily. Ask anyone who's trying to program a robot to walk, and it takes them a really long time to get the thing not to just fall over in a ball. I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but just so you know, the electrical gravity torsion, equilibrium point, that's exactly what you would expect for a globe. It's just that when the gravity force is 1 over r squared versus electricity is 1 over r cubed. So in very close distances, electricity is much stronger. Over longer distances, gravity is stronger.
But
And then
that's
they have
just
a balance
claim.
point.
That's called a begging the question fallacy. So we're actually disputing that very thing. He just invoked Newtonian physics, which
No,
is
I didn't.
over
You're lying again.
So are you saying Einsteinian physics is mass attracts mass?
That is an observable fact, whether you're in Einsteinian
is the
physics
theory
or
of
not.
relativity? Does the theory of relativity say that mass attracts mass?
No.
No, but
Okay,
it
so
doesn't
because
falsify
that's outside of
necessarily
the
the
theory of
Newtonian.
relativity. The theory of relativity
Wow.
doesn't say the sky is blue either.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're trying to prove a gravity that was proven to no longer work in your model, and it had to be updated to the theory of relativity.
It didn't have
Is
to
that
be
what-
updated. Mass accelerates towards mass.
Mass
That
no
was
longer
not
attracts
overturned
mass.
by Einsteinian physics at all. And it doesn't matter
I'll
if it's
explain it.
electrostatic or not. Mass
Okay,
accelerates
first-
towards mass, whether it's
Okay.
electrostatic or not.
Okay, yes, I understand. First of all, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time according to the theory of relativity. That is superseded Newtonian physics. The reason electrostatics is
Irrelevant for
important
the
is
purposes
because
of the debate.
well, you're trying to prove something that doesn't even happen to exist in your model anymore. So
And if we're
No,
going to
that's a
discuss
lie.
gravity,
It
we need
exists.
if we're going to
Gravity
discuss
exists in
gravity, we
Einsteinian
need-
physics. Stop lying.
not mass
Go ahead.
attracting mass.
I want to be sure we hear
Mass
from
accelerates
Kai.
towards mass, yes.
Just to hear, sure we hear from Kai. It sounded like you had something to say, Kai.
Oh, thanks, James. All I was going to say is it's absolutely applicable. If we're going to be discussing gravity, we need to understand the supposed cause. So
You only
bending-
need to know its behavior.
the cause, the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
You only need
So
to know
how-
its
so let's-
behavior.
So here, let's ask this question. So you said that gravity's been proven over and over by scientists. Can you describe the difference between correlation and causation?
Causation is something that is caused by something else. Correlation is just appearing at the same time as something else in the data.
And how do you differentiate between the two in the academic world?
You eliminate variables.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variables. And the key part is to manipulate the independent variable and see if it affects the dependent. So when they were studying gravity, we're going to use Einsteinian gravity because that is the most current explanation. What was the independent variable and the dependent variable in that experiment?
In Cavendish,
No, when they actually proved Einsteinian gravity.
I don't know. I don't
Bending
know
and
that
warping.
experiment.
That's the foundation of everything, according to you.
The
Great,
Newtonian
irrelevant for the
work.
debate.
No, Newtonian didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian
I'm-
physics. Are you not? Are you not aware?
I'm not talking about Newtonian physics.
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me, because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters could ever follow.
Okay, so
That's his word.
Why do you interrupt so much, bro? Why do you interrupt so much?
Why do you just waste time so much? Mass attracts mass.
Just in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard
You can-
from you in a while, Jen, in case you had anything.
I think you may be
Jen, you're muted. Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
This is the best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No, that's coming through. Did I
Now we
accidentally
can hear
mute?
you.
I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what the claim actually is about the
That's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. So we'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first, they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then he, in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon, and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. It's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer, because these astronauts, both astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again, because they know that they're taking these statements out of context. You can look in a particular direction and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side, you can start seeing things again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it, dude.
We did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So,
no, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
And you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying we can only see the blackness of space, and then you take a clip of someone saying when you're looking at the sun you can't see stars, you are quote mining. You're taking out the context, because there are certain directions you can see stars, certain directions you can't see stars.
We just
remove that context. You removed the context. Correct.
We just played a video, and one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun you can see stars, and one says that you can't. So you're wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction.
No, they said even during the day. They said even during the day.
Right. Which is why you trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
So if you're not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Okay.
Then you would disagree.
Depends on
with
a lot of different factors, which you cut out.
There may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called a snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection off the snow and the sun sort of blinds you. So anyway, there's all sorts of different effects that can happen with art. I guess it's probably a bad example, but
we're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
it's possible that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me, but
it's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding principles, which is the speed of light is 3 times e to the 8. So that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per second. And that's a very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a global
sorry, go ahead.
Global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of, there's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were looking at our star, because it's so close, our sun is so close, okay? If you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're saying.
Said when it's daytime. So
wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all that stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
No, because you're still measuring rotation.
At the same latitude, it's just...
Since you clearly have never done any science at all, you've never had to calculate your... it's not. You've never had to... You're clearly demonstrating you don't understand what a margin of error is.
No,
but
can
if
you
there's
answer the
rotation
question?
Measured... I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
Hey, but
doesn't
would
matter
the
if there's a
rotation
margin of
change?
error.
Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's
measure.
true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe, there's latitude lines.
That?
On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob, he thought it would. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's a thing called margin of error.
Margin of error. You're vaguely.
I'm not done with my statement. So, Bob, before he did the experiment, said that this machine will work if it shows rotation. Then that shows rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said, the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin of error for a gyro, margin of error can give you up to 2 degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
What if gravity changes with how far you are from the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the speed, the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes, it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's not what the gyro doesn't
relativity is saying.
Time.
Altitude does change the diameter slightly, so.
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser gyro,
I didn't say he's lying.
It uses the Sagnac effect. Okay, it was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now, he was not aware of that at the time. He said, "This is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now." So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the Earth moving by keeping it a certain latitude but changing altitude. When we did that,
Oh man. So what's he explaining? He's explaining increasing the distance from the center of rotation on a radial spoke, right? So Holmes/Glober said, oh, when you raise in altitude, it increases the circumference, thinking that that solves the problem of a differential rate of rotation, right? Okay. If you imagine your clock, every part of the hand of your clock is rotating at the same degrees per minute, the same degrees per hour. No matter where you are, it's the same. Increasing or decreasing on the radial spoke would result in the same amount of degrees per hour. It wouldn't change what the gyroscope reads whatsoever, right? So this guy is about to get his ass handed to him, all right?
it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So we can move on.
You're invoking a magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a magical field.
The ether is a magical field.
Falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyros built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the Earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he only changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual intellectual honesty. He had to
accommodate his failure.
Can I just ask, did Sagnac conclude that the Earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat Earth. That's two different classes of models.
That's right. But in his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him. So I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about. And I told the true story because I know him personally. And the truth is he went to different altitudes and it debunks the claim of axial rotation. So we can move on now. I just wanted to call out his slander in his opener. So it has nothing to do with if the Earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally didn't though because it changed.
So you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model, but that's the reason you won't make a map, because you can't.
I did not claim I could.
You did. You said, I could replace it. I'm not going to. Because you
so I can replace the explanation of a gyro.
Okay, well, my next point is going to be the same. The stars spin in different directions depending on hemisphere, and they just go in a straight line on the equator. So explain that on a flat plane.
Okay, well, first of all, they all go in the same direction. So when you say that they spin in different directions, you're just patently wrong. All stars go east to west. They don't go in a different direction. They all go the same direction. Whenever you look south, you're looking in a different direction. So then you have clockwise and counterclockwise relative to perception, correct?
Yeah, but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're viewing it.
No, it doesn't. It changes on which hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere, and it will spin, I think, counterclockwise. And if you look in any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Because it's clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move east to west, though.
How is this? You can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up. We showed you mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah.
So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because we can't measure it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does or electromagnetic propagation of weapon systems, we have to assume that the Earth is flat, dielectric plane, and that it doesn't move. That's the default position with all practical evidence. You're claiming something antithetical.
Well, that's because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles?
It's a scales thing. What's
100 miles?
what's the alleged radius of the planet?
3,959 miles, which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles. That's a big difference. You've missed your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So.
Okay. I've told myself a long time ago I wasn't going to try to do math on shows, but I appreciate the pushback. And
yeah, it's all good. I mean, but this is the point, the overall arcing point, right? And I know like Kai talks because I don't want to just be like mansplaining, but here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now, there's a misnomer where in the world, everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning, but the truth is even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth. And that all these physicists will tell you that, but then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
the live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you find any errors in the weather.
You think it's like
Video
live
from
24/7 feed? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
It's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even photo.
Yeah, so he's speaking about the Himawari 8 satellite. So we got our good friend, I think Taboo Conspiracy, can't remember, has an 8-minute video showing where he goes to the NOAA website, gets the data set from the blue marble that has overlaying of the international weather fronts, right? Compiles them all and overlays them on the blue marble data set. He then shows the pre and post overlay and shows the image from the Himawari 8 that it's the same. That means that the Himawari 8 is showing you a simulation, a graphical simulation of the compiled weather data from the global weather system. That's why it matches the global weather. No duh. So saying, oh, you could falsify this by showing the weather systems aren't the weather systems that are being simulated, that are being matched. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Of course they're going to match. All right, let's continue. Unless Elijah has a comment.
Real quick, I got it might have been Taboo Conspiracy, but I remember Paul on the plane did that detailed breakdown too.
Okay.
It might have been him.
I know we
don't
watched it. We watched it a couple days ago.
Yeah, I just came in. Hey, good evening, guys. What's going on?
We're just watching the Witsit debate, commenting on it, pausing it, and commenting on it. In
Oh,
various
fuck!
places.
I missed.
No, it's not live.
Yeah.
It's not. It's old.
Oh, it's an older one. Which one was
Yeah.
it? Vegan Gains?
No, Witsit and Kai versus Spazoid
Oh, I
and
loved
some
it.
chick.
I loved it. Oh my god, yes. Yep. Whitson and
No.
Kai versus either the first or the last one where it was 2v2. Whitson and Kai obliterated them.
Hey, did you say Spazoid and Science Chick? I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to watch this one again too because obviously, what's that guy's name? I don't know. Spazoid the second, was challenged Witsit to a debate, so we got to
His
get
name-
prepared ahead of time.
Give him full credit.
Oh, yeah, Professor Spazoid. There you go. Yeah, so I remember in this debate they made a huge blunder, and I got to figure out what it is so I can tell them not to do it again. But we were just talking about the Himawari 8 because homeboy Spaz the first keeps saying Himawari 8 has live footage of the weather patterns, right? And all you could do to disprove it is disprove the weather patterns. But we had somebody research it, right? And they looked up the NOAA data and the images and the Blue Marble data set that's there and demonstrated how they're just putting the simulated weather patterns from the NOAA data and the international weather data over the Blue Marble data set and presenting it as if it's an image that Himawari is taking, when it's really just a compile of the weather data. So of course the weather data is going to be pretty accurate, right? And you're not going to be able to tell that it's wrong, even if it's within a small amount from the ground. So you're never going to be able to disprove that weather data. So to say, oh, disprove the weather data, it's like, dude, it's a simulation of the actual weather data. How are you going to disprove it? Anyway, the moral of the story is it's not a photograph, right? It's not a live video. It's not a live photograph. It's not that at all. Right.
It's an unfalsifiable claim, like every globe claim there is.
Oh, yeah.
Can't falsify.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna press play again.
Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
You don't think
you're supposed to you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
The clouds don't even match half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then go show me where.
Go check out Globebusters.
Sunday.
Show
Actually,
me
can I just ask, like, in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the stuff in the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
Yeah. And they reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes, it would. It would. That's why
the reason why we can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact that the sun rises and sets. It's just a question of how do we account for the fact that there's so much stability, but also so much motion. And that is by the same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can reliably say, why does it always feel like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe? And the planet feels the same way and everything else. That's the least action principle. And we can use that to
Right. So she prefaced her argument with a philosophical predisposition, right? Well, I've just decided that the universe behaves with least action, right? Not that I've gone through the whole universe to validate this. I've just decided that's what the universe does. I could easily just have decided that the universe functions on the most love principle and filtered everything through that, right? Now, of course, people would say, oh, that sounds silly. How is hers any less silly? She's making this claim and applying it on a universal scale without the possibility of a universal sample size to measure it against. It's purely her faith. Capiche? All right, let's press play.
build up things like, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, you know, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going. But what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they
didn't. They assumed globe.
Oh man, did you see that? She got busted. Put out that philosophy, right? And then her opponent smacked her in the face with the philosophy stick.
Yep.
And then she said, I busted you on your philosophy. And then she's like, oh, no, it's not a philosophy. Don't worry, everyone. It's not a philosophy. It's an assumption. Oh, that's so much better. All right, any other comments on that one?
I just agree with everything you just said. Got busted on her assumption.
All right, let's press play.
Spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank you, Jen.
The three-body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know the assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave us a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion. So you're navigating between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that rather than.
Okay. So, what are Kai and Witsit doing wrong this whole time? Just talking about the sky. As if it's a unified model where the Earth and the sky exist within the same space with the same rules and are the same types of things, right? Now, he did say earlier that he doesn't know what the stars are, right? But then immediately went into arguments about knowing what the stars are. Okay, the energy required to do things on the Earth is not the same as the energy required to do things on the sky, unless, of course, you have a unification of what they are in the same sense where the same rules apply, right? So you can't just let that slide. You can't let somebody say, oh, it requires an immense amount of energy. Well, how do you know? If the stars aren't what you say they are, then it might require less energy, right? Think about it. You're giving into their assumptions when you start to argue like that. Like saying, oh, it would require an immense amount of energy because Tesla was so smart. Maybe Tesla was wrong, and it actually requires almost no energy at all because the nature of the stuff out there is much different than the nature of the stuff here. Very simple principle. And if she's allowed to have principles from which she lenses the universe through, then so is the opponent. All right, unless anybody's got a comment on that, we will press play.
And looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires what amount to assumptions. So the question is, what's the most reasonable assumption on the get-go to actually build the entire model from?
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning. Gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist, and philosophy is not going to cut it, and that's what the truth is, and you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times. We're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm. So did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere, at least. There is a laser reflector on the moon. Takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. But on a globe Earth, they're straight. So what's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are, oh, sorry. I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
Not
they
how
say
you
that.
say.
They recently discovered that.
Not as close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is, you could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are, again, taking things out of context.
No, you just said it wasn't.
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry? What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Right. So what is the context of that? The context of that is that the flat Earth was taken off, and arguments about gas pressure without a container were taken off, and excuses from the globers that the container is the end of the universe, et cetera, et cetera. So all you do is you just kick the can down the road of where the atmosphere ends, and then, you don't have to think about it as much. So rather than thinking about a vacuum at the edge of space, which is, a few hundred miles up, you could think about it 240,000 miles away, and then that makes it easier to handle. See the point? So yeah, rumor has it that that was a direct revelation to counteract arguments that were going on within the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. Very convenient. Kind of like when they changed the definition of level to being adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water, right? When all else fails, just change the limits and change the definitions. Problem solved. All right, we shall continue.
You're playing with semantics. So it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm sharing...
Wait, how far is the moon?
I'm not sure the exact number, but you can fit all of the planets in the solar system between them.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Do you
Well,
guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, you guys think it's much closer, but we
I don't
can
make
reflect
claims
a
to
laser
distance.
off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's process.
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans. So
No, you mean you're talking about
what I'm
NASA.
putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see
It doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing, but
Just recapped what we already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
no,
If
you
I take a
didn't. You
time
never
lapse-
addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's a problem for the flat Earth, because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger, and if we're on a flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also, I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is www.aerostudents.
Okay, so Spazoy Homeboy made an error there. Not necessarily, but the point is that he said that it's a problem for the flat Earth by interpreting a star field that's ubiquitous, right? As if it is the star field from the globe Earth onto a flat Earth. Okay, so he's mixing his models. Okay, so he's imagining a singular star field, right? Where all the stars are doing what they do consistently in the manner in which the globe says, and then applying that, right? What if there's two star fields? What happens then? What if it's not one? What if there's a differential set of stars? Uh-oh, busted. In fact, there are flat earthers. One of them's called Flat Earth Philosophy, right? Who basically had that idea as well. It's like, well, one way to solve the problem is instead of thinking it as one star field, think of it as multiple star fields, at least two. Why are you limiting yourself to one? You know, basically it's like this. If the Earth is flat, explain the globe Earth's explanation on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah,
Right.
great.
But you know what? That's exactly what I've posited is that, like, what if there's like a different, like, what if the sky is not just one big great moving piece? What if it's sections?
You
What
got
if
it.
there are layers?
Super
What if
simple.
there are different? And we already know that because, well, let me not say that, but just by the fact that the moon is sometimes in the day sky and the moon is sometimes in the night sky, if you're going to entertain the idea of a moving sky, well, there would have to be different portions or different sections based on what we see, if you're going to go with that idea. To at least, remain logical.
Yeah. And of course, we know also that optical effects can cause counter rotations, right? So an object can be moving physically in one direction, yet appear to you to be moving in the opposite direction. So this idea that it's absolutely impossible for a star field, right, that may or may not be multiple star fields, that may or not be interfered with by optical effects, et cetera, right, that it's impossible, right? So what he's basically saying is it's impossible for the star field that I imagine in the globe model to work on the flat Earth model. To which the answer would be, well, no frickin' dud. Well, you want a Nobel Prize? Explain to me the curved Earth on the flat Earth. But how is the flat Earth curved? That's what I'd like to know. Now, when we sit here and mock it after the fact, and then you go back and listen to what that guy said, it sounds stupid, doesn't it? See, but you have to recognize how stupid it is in the middle of the debate and zing them, right? Get them on their assumptions. They're assuming a singular star field, right? Which the motion of the field is operated by one factor.
I like
All you have to do is say maybe there's multiple. Yeah, maybe there's multiple factors. Could there be multiple factors? And of course, he must concede yes, unless he's too narrow-minded to entertain ideas without accepting them, right? Which is the mark of a great mind. So that would mean transversely he would have a small mind, right? So you can demonstrate, this zealotry very easily.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
You could go Dave. Sorry.
I was just going to ask, just to be clear, you could have east to west movement from each person's perception and still have different star fields. We don't know what's up there, basically, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
Okay. Because everything in the sky is unverified. They could be moving, they're generally moving the same direction, but they could be two different sources of energy moving slightly different.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So if you go right now on YouTube to Flat Earth Philosophy, whether or not it plays out 100%, that's a different story. But he essentially has an inner toroid and an outer toroid. The star field on the inner and the outer, right? And the merge of the toroids curve is in the equator, right? Which is essentially the halfway point on the hemispheres, according to the globe, where things start to change the way they look. And so he maps it out as being a completely different field of stars. So two different star fields doing two different things.
Cool. I had to check that out. Miss that. So thanks.
Anything else?
See if Elijah's got a mic check. He was trying to say something, I think.
Yeah,
no, we
I was
can
trying
go
to say
ahead.
how does my mic sound?
.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay. So any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curve 0. Second is there is a non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I can pull up another.
Well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah, just they're not accounting for the flex of the plane.
Because it's negligible.
Because it's simpler math.
So
it's negligible.
Just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers. Over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would, because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference. You'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're gonna play
Negligible.
the pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earthers have ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here let's just let's.
Dude, can someone please tell me how absolutely train wreck that chick just said? Okay.
Oh yeah.
What I heard,
The
she did
margin.
quick math and then assumed that it would be negligible. Go ahead, sorry.
That's she's trained
But
wreck.
why? She
Yeah.
put
She's verified.
she put the
verified.
margin. No, you need to finish what you said.
I was just saying, yeah, I noticed it just fluffing herself up, and then in the background, no proof at all about anything to back up anything. She said actually going into philosophy.
Yeah. But what about that statement she just made? No takers? All right, I'll give you the answer. So
Go
she
ahead,
took
I'll
the
give
scale
you
of the Earth, and then the scale of the height of the plane off the ground, and got a percentage. And because the percentage sounded small, she said it was negligible to the plane. Okay, what she should have done is scaled the plane to the differential of the curvature rate that the plane would experience, not the from the Earth scale size. Because obviously you don't, traverse the entire Earth simultaneously, right? So she may be correct that the amount is negligible, but not for that reason. I mean, that was like a horrible attempt to try to say, this amount is negligible because it's such a small percent of something.
To put it in layman's terms, maybe it's like apples and oranges. She used two different numbers that don't really correlate to each other.
Yeah, for example, crude example, 7,369,442 women have not cheated on you. Therefore, your girlfriend, right, is like 0.000000000000001% cheated on you. So it's like doesn't matter. Okay, it's not about the other people, it's about the one that matters, right? So the sample size is irrelevant in that regard, is it not?
No, because like you said, you're going by what the plane is actually experiencing as it's traveling that 100 miles, not any compared to the whole radius of the damn Earth. Go ahead.
You got it.
Play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds. And so we'll see what the pilots say, if that's cool with you, James.
Ready?
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So basically, it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did you see that guy's face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like,
there's so many, there's tons of videos. They obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
If you're flying at 0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small
What do you say? Gravity's dip. So gravity's dipping you down?
No, the idea is that you have a really imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
no, you're always going to be at the same approximate distance because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you what the actual pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's again, that's the least.
Okay, so what's happening here is Wittit's in the fog of war. He doesn't recognize that she's making a major logic blunder because he's predisposed to finish his conclusion that he has loaded in the chamber rather than respond in flux to what she's doing. She just doubled down on her stupid percentage thing, right? As if it was a plausible excuse when it's categorically not. Doesn't even make sense. It's like saying you got ran over by a car, but only the bumper hit you. And since the bumper only represents 0.0001% of the total mass of the car, that it's insignificant. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. She should have been hammered immediately for making such an incoherent statement. See, the thing is that she doesn't know what she's talking about in relation to the plane and the amount of curve it would experience. She's just using this percent because it's small, right? And so therefore it doesn't matter. And she should have been grilled for it and shown that she was fishing for an excuse, right? So she should have got grilled, which it let it slide. And I don't think he recovers from this one by getting her on it. I think he lets it stand. So that's one thing you could fix in that debate for sure. All right. Going on. Yeah, now keep in mind, before we do go on, people who are in a debate are experiencing entirely different psychological, physical forces than somebody who's a bystander, who could think outside of the stress.
You trying to say it's a lot easier to be the Monday morning quarterback than to be playing in the Super Bowl?
Yep. But this is part of what going over your own arguments is about, right? It's good to go over debates and see where, you could have been better.
I agree. I think
or where someone else could have been better and mention it, talk about it.
This is helpful to do this constructive criticism, and even though the globe has zero evidence or arguments, it's better for us to maybe help us try to talk to some of these normies. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna press play. Actually, I'm going to say something before I press play. So a lot of these old debates, they're juicy, right? They're good conversation starters, and they're good, especially if you listen with that ear for okay, I'm going to listen for the opponent saying something absolutely off the wall, not addressing the point, et cetera, et cetera.
Action principle that everything is saving energy to the greatest extent. Geodesics happen spontaneously, and a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed. But this is extremely hard to visualize. I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that we weren't built to conceive these things doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical and hand it over.
So if you start though, because the radius is a certain size, if I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see, I would see it 1 mile away.
Yeah.
If you start
Yeah, good point. Right, so he is telling her that you would be able to see it, but he's not capitalizing on the fact that she basically said it's inconceivable in size, right? Inconceivable. It's so inconceivable that people have conceived of it and even given it values. Values that you can actually use in your assertions, right? Well, for example, a plane going this far would experience this much curvature drop, and it would necessarily need to change its attitude so many degrees per minute as it's flying, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Correct? You don't just say it's inconceivable. I mean, that's just pathetic. She should have been made to look like an intellectual lightweight in that moment, like a little jab. Like, you're dumb. Poof. You're dumb. Poof. Okay, you can't be a globe believer that's pushing numbers while simultaneously saying that the size is inconceivable. Those two things simultaneously are incoherent. All right, let's press play.
flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to have to actually be adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to adjust.
It has to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping the nose down to conform
you would have
with the curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position because the forces automatically align, drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my question.
I actually said aerodynamics.
We fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
No.
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth?
It would be impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can.
Gravity was made to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't.
Okay, so if gravity, then globe Earth, right? That's her claim. Because gravity in any permutation cannot exist if the Earth is flat. Okay, she's wrong. Why? Because she's assuming that a flat Earth would be very thin, like a pizza floating in space. The classic misinterpretation, right, of what quote-unquote true flat earthers quote-unquote believe. What if the substrate underneath the flat surfaced Earth was different with differential distributions, right? Solves that problem. So it's not true that gravity can't exist on a flat Earth. Now, they then, after you show that that's the case, must go into the past, into the creation moment. And they say, oh, well, that wouldn't come about by natural forces from a Big Bang, right? And then we're back at that problem, which is, hey, can you show me how a Big Bang universe's interpretation of gravity fits on your universe that doesn't have a Big Bang? See the problem? You only need all this nonsense if the Earth was formed by natural causal mechanisms ad infinitum into the past to the beginning point of an explosion. If you remove that, you don't need any of that nonsense. If the Earth is just fixed in place as it is, as it always was, and all the forces were set in equilibrium, right? With the surface being flat and a substrate accommodating those forces, whatever it might be, whether it be a cylinder of varying densities, whether it be a hyperdense matter below a surface that's flat, which ultimately results in similar field lines, they would then say, oh no, that wouldn't work because the substances would collapse. Okay, well, how do you know? Have you dug down through the earth to see what substances are there? Maybe those substances are strong enough. Oh, no, my friend, you're not allowed to assume things. Only the globe's allowed to assume things. Didn't you know the rules? Pathetic, right?
Well said, AI. There's a guy with no roles here. If he wants to go up to VC check-in, I'll check him in. Valados. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to continue.
Know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
I have some more documents I would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on. There's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even able to be argued at this point. You can say no, but you have not provided.
The math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay,
let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though, so that's a very bad argument.
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take.
Right, so flight paths, right? Curved flight paths, right? So let me ask this question. Homeboy just said that you wouldn't have to adjust the plane. The plane would just naturally, follow the path around the Earth. So does that mean that the plane is not adjusting? No, of course not. The plane is adjusting. The plane must be adjusting. The plane must experience a necessary change in attitude at all times as it traverses over the surface of the Earth in order to maintain altitude. Right? So speaking of flight paths that are curved, where is the proof that the plane is making that necessary change in attitude? Okay. Supposedly, like 6-7 years ago now, I don't even remember, some pilot who was trying to debunk flat Earth said he had that data and he was going to disclose it. And man, it's like 7 years later and we're still waiting for it, sucker. And even if you do give it,
he never disclosed it. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, well of course not, because even if he did, right, which he probably couldn't get access to it anyway. But even if he did, it would still need to be scrutinized, because who's to say it's not fabricated? So you'd have to actually conduct, for lack of a better term, a live experiment, a live observation, a live whatever, right, of a system that was validated by independent sources, right, to be legit and not tampered with or have any, bogus programming in it, then take a plane and live stream the machine showing the necessary change in attitude or not, right? That'd at least be getting somewhere, because numbers do tell something. And if you can get the data unalterated, right, and it shows that it's not making this necessary arc as it's flying, then that would, prove something. Of course, they would then say, oh, it's altered. But why would it be altered in favor of showing that it's flat? That wouldn't make sense, would it? No, it wouldn't. Yeah, maybe one day we'll finally get that data, But there have been pilots, right, that have come out, like that Dutch female pilot that we put in here. She's had her career for 20 years. 20 years she was flying planes, and then finally one day she had an epiphany. Wait a minute, my gyroscope isn't rolling backwards when I fly across the hemisphere, when it should be. Uh-oh, something's wrong.
And she was taken out of the air like next week after she came out too. Grounded is the correct word there, I guess. I haven't checked her updates, but I know that she was grounded for like a year or so after she came out with that.
Oh, sounds like reprisal, right? You naughty girl, you.
Yeah, gyroscopes moving in free space to bunk the globe themselves. We all know this, right? Go ahead, I got.
Yeah. Now, if they could get some to, do their gyroscope thing in expensive space, then they might have a case.
Yeah, good point.
All right, let's press play.
Tons of
It wouldn't
paths that we
fit on a
don't
globe?
take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball, right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be
you
approved. They have
claimed
to say
that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe.
What?
No, I said that
emergency flights.
The
so
emergency
the plane
flight
turned.
No, they landed, and I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. That would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay. It's not a direct one. That would be a great example of the globe. But on a flat map, that works perfectly.
Do you want us to share the screen and show you that flight path, or?
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of
There's
them
a
that
flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight path, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really
because
weird.
it debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you. I promise.
Well, I
bro.
don't think we ever got.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Jen, we lost
muted.
you, if you can hear me.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So did that point get made? Did you understand that? It makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out perfectly. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same. You have to go up and down. We have a 13-minute conversation with pilots explaining it in depth. And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked 2 pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side. But I'll grant you that when you're in a plane, it can definitely look like what you're...
Oh, man. Man, she did it again.
Yep, that's what I was
She's
going
like,
to say.
when you're
Use your false
on-
assumptions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're on the ground, we represent only at 1.1% of the Earth, right? It's only 0.1%. It's only 0.1%. That's just human number, right? How much is 0.1% of the Earth? How many miles? Well, let's find out. 1 second. Let's see. So 24,000, right? Times 0.01 would be what? No, that's not right. She say 0.1%?
Yeah, I think she said 0.1.
Okay, no, that's 10%, so you gotta go 0.1.
0.01, I think.
Wait, 0.01? Man, this sucks. All right, so I'm guessing 24,000 times 0.01. That would be 1%, right? She said 0.1%, so 0.1%, so I gotta go one more. So that's 24 miles, friends. You guys just heard that? What does that sound like? What does 25 miles sound like to you? You heard that ring any bells? Anybody? Any takers?
416 feet of vertical drop.
Oh, wow. Somebody got the right answer. Yay. That sounds like the Lake Idsil laser measurement, correct? So her assertion there, right, is that 0.1%, right, of the globe would be indiscernible, the amount of curvature. So she's saying that 400 foot of drop would be indiscernible, unknowable, immeasurable, inconceivable, right? So no, you don't just let somebody just slide with these relative numbers just because they sound small.
Wait a minute on the math part. This is aircraft going 500 miles an hour. Is that correct? Or you're talking about 30,000 feet? She's taking 30,000 feet. Is she taking the radius at 30,000 feet versus the radius 3,958?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Then
yes, bogus. She's saying your radius off the Earth is only, 0.7% of the actual radius. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to tell.
right. So there.
Right. So I took her same logic. Right. I took her same logic and applied it to the circumference. Right. Got 25 miles. 25 miles is sufficient sample size to get 2 orders of magnitude deviation off of a laser beam being shot across the body of water. So is her assertion that that scale, because it's a small number and the way she arranged it, necessarily mean anything? No, it doesn't. She didn't actually flesh it out to mean anything. It was just an appeal to a number that seemed small.
Yeah, because what she's ignoring is she's ignoring all the consequences of going up and down that amount of elevation in feet and the amount of lateral transference that would be occurring if it was spinning at that speed. All of the acceleration, deceleration, every time the plane went up or down, any amount would have to decelerate to maintain its place in the magical atmosphere. I mean, they got all kinds of fallacies going on. First of all, a curved ball that doesn't exist, never been validated, along with curved gases that have never been measured. How could even? My God, just forget about it. I've never heard any explanations for any of those problems. They just ignore all of it and just use one-word comments to floss over it. If floss is the right word.
Floss, dental floss, as in pulling teeth. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, well, they can take their little flossing activity and floss their butt with it. I mean, put it back where it belongs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's press play.
Mm-hmm.
Looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why does it disappear so predictably at that same point, give or take atmospheric fluctuation?
Yeah, well, the horizon always moves because it's not physical, and in your model it is physical. But here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg. I'm share the screen. So right here you see on a flat Earth, it's a straight direct path. On the globe Earth, you go up out of your way and then come back down.
Okay, friends. You guys see that major screw up? They done both screwed up. Done homegirl wannabe science, math, whatever the heck she claims to be, just made the claim that she would expect to see forever if the Earth was flat. And then Witz had immediately talked about flight plans rather than giving her the logical smackdown she so rightly deserved. Okay, we have this problem with these globers that like to say, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. And then when you say, oh, really? Where's the math for that? Where's any backing for what you just said? And then they're like, I don't freaking know. I'm still waiting for it from Matthew Learns. In fact, I'm waiting for it from guys from 5 years ago. Where's your little reasoning, argument, mathematics, graphics, anything of where you could see forever if the Earth was flat? I mean, get real. Anybody says that, they should be held to task, feet to the fire, until they concede they're absolutely talking out their butt, or they provide any type of evidence for scrutiny.
Because we're going to escort you back to the flat smack.
I mean, heck, you couldn't even say greater than 250 miles simply because of atmospheric occlusion, which you can literally find out just by going on Wikipedia and seeing ambient conditions, maximum visibility. Such a sophomoric argument. It's not even sophomoric. This is like you get kicked out of college argument.
Yeah, the people that still think we can see forever should not even be engaging at this level of debate. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. To be honest, okay, this is the way I'm getting nowadays. It's like, if you're in a debate, right, and somebody says that, you should just pause and be like, wait a minute. Did you just say that? It's like, are you sure you're even supposed to be here? I mean, this is a debate about the nature of the Earth, not about absolutely impossibly asinine statements. Like, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever.
You're roboting a little bit.
There's no excuse
for everybody.
that.
Roboting a little bit. Go ahead, I got.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, he was a little bit.
Yeah, my point is that somebody saying that, all attention should be drawn to that. You know, because they make these statements and they have rhetorical force. When somebody hears that, right, and then Whitsitt immediately goes into planes, okay, a proposition unrebutted stands, right? So if he doesn't address it, in a sense, he concedes to it. You guys get that? In the minds of the viewer, especially one of those who are biased towards that girl's argument,
Yeah, and
they're going to agree with her. They're going to recognize that Whitsitt had no rebuttal.
So we commonly see that. We commonly see that in here. By them doing the same thing, like going into weeds is what I mean to say. Like that, take us into the weeds, and we prefer here not to go into the weeds. But now, Whitsitt
really?
and them.
You sure about that? You sure?
Well, I don't prefer going into the weeds. I like to stop them, like you're saying.
Well, see, what happens is people get in a track. They get in a track of I want to make this argument, right? And so when somebody brings up something like that must be addressed, they continue on with their other argument, completely leaving the thing that should be like the total focus.
It seems like it's worth mentioning, at least in my opinion, that, like you said, the fog of war, maybe he wasn't carefully listening to what she was actually saying, because, she's saying the same blubber bullshit is what he might be thinking. I'm just saying,
Right, true. But check this out. Yes, that's fair. That's why we're doing this. Right? So that he can watch this critique and then maybe, get better at certain things. That's fine. Or maybe he won't. Who knows? Or, whatever. That's not the point. The point is it's good for everybody to learn. So, some people, when they're in certain venues, they dismiss arguments or don't address arguments because they think it's so basic that they don't have to, right? While simultaneously missing the point that a lot of people don't know these things. Like, they don't know the backstory of the argument. They don't know the history. They don't know that this person and this person argued it, and then there was this huge conclusion. They don't know all of that stuff. They only know what they're hearing in the present moment. And it is rational, at least to them, right? It sounds rational to them. That, oh yeah, if the Earth was flat, I could totally see forever, right? Because there's nothing in the way. That makes sense. So the Earth can't be flat because I can't see forever, right? And then, the debate ends and they walk away and go their merry way. Because they only need one thing, right? One sentence. I watched the whole debate. I gave Flat Earth a fair shot. But she said if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. I agree. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Now, I'm relatively certain that this is the error.
A large percentage of them, right? Just saying. Sorry. A large percentage of them did that. They listened to one thing. She said, "Oh yeah, it's still a globe." Didn't listen to nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
Exactly. So I'm pretty sure that was the error that I wanted to find, and so I'm glad that I found it. So unless anyone else got any comments, let's press play.
You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So is there a rebuttal? Why does it work perfect on the flat Earth, but the Earth's a globe, so we added hundreds of unnecessary miles to go out of our way? Is there a rebuttal?
Yeah, so I have my own flight path to share.
So no rebuttal.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is flat. Globally, every single company without fail, and they all say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no, they might not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So
there
never
are
happens
plenty
ever.
of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah, I would have to
fly.
You would have to ask
fly
them
that
why
far,
they do
because
this.
That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they do it. It's not because, there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg. So I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, there is. It's just not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to like what if we don't agree on the shape and a direct path, we're not talking about the same thing.
And all of the continents there are completely distorted. You couldn't, that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map, it's completely off. They show that Alaska is so tiny and it's like huge. This happens all the time.
These are direct flight paths, so no stopovers, no the variable of economic whatever gains that you would get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London. 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste fuel?
So the fastest air current
and that's also impossible. So that's another way.
the fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch a air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So that's not, you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
that's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12.5 hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing to do with it.
It's not much longer.
It is, actually. Sometimes up to 2 and 3 hours.
As long as you
2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times? Well, we don't need 5 times.
The distance is over 5 times as long.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Preferred direction for the trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to explain to you guys that
globe is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's preferred direction for the trade winds to blow.
You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain that. How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because that's
don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. It's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys use memes
on a globe.
You don't
you
use
do.
a scale.
Not if it's actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise, you're going to have weird spatial distortions, which again, I guess you'd have to invoke some kind of magic field where there's spatial compression where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now, that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no.
Said the crazy balloon. Isn't that space-time dilation? That his coworker there used earlier in the debate. Time itself changes the higher you get away from the Earth, right? So it's okay when they believe in that, right? But then they use it as a pejorative against flat Earth.
One goes in the Southern Ocean, and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have strawmanned even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe because if you apply the scale between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe. Of the projection of the globe.
There are gonna be gaps. Yeah, there are gonna be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path. Okay. I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour.
You're now trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower the other way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move on.
How does that prove? How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Right. So we can move on now because we refuted that claim. Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's two ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those two boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model, it's lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness, and we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but I hope we got a lot of the arguments out.
Okay, what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and you're
right. So she's amazed that this debate is still continuing, while simultaneously saying, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. Right? So she needs to look in the mirror and realize that the debate's still continuing because of people like her. All right, let's press play. Oh, and Matthew, who hasn't got the math yet. He could give her the answers, and then they'd both know the answer.
Your name is convenient because the second law would refute your claim that there's a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, because the pressure would obviously seek its equilibrium due to the second law. And natural laws apply to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
Yeah, I was just going to cover within that movement. Would you agree that high pressure goes to low pressure?
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container, and you're not always dealing with a clearly outlined container. And that's where mechanics is really complicated, is when you can't actually conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary, because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a modeling template. But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is what I wanted to talk about. There's a container for air, and it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All it matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gas to surface is an omnidirectional infinite vector. So a singular vector down to the center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is a lot, but
word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against. What was that?
2-minute warning. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air until it balances the force of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air surrounding the vacuum chamber?
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to the air outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum.
It rushes into the vacuum because entropy.
Because of air pressure.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Why?
So you got this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it. And then you opened up the vacuum. Would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah,
we can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet, because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed. And you opened it and pressure you calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
When you would have to show in the academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot show this. It's in the definition of gas pressure.
You have to prove gravity also.
It's in the definition. Yep. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container.
No.
The physical container.
It's also pressure against other air molecules. So the reason air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
pushing them to what?
Without using
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
What we have to do is go into Q&A. I want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share, as that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together, and like I said, it helps Modern Day Debate have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe Schwartz. He says, can we all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope? Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming that there's a contradiction?
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. It says, so I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Kango44 says, it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth. Yes. So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago if we have NASA getting $60 million a day? It seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though.
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
Then what are they?
Calculations or interpretations on measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, and the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun,
yeah,
which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous to grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that?
Okay, so we can move the next one. This one coming in from Kango44 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually when you look at them through telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Well, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why is he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get hand wave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that doesn't, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But
Didn't you-
there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus, actually. That was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson-Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning, so theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape on to save the heliocentric model I was talking, and so then it was once again fitting into consensus, which was my point, so we can move on.
This one coming in from Do appreciate it. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the FOG fog being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not 7th graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data. He gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from Do appreciate your question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about... What the... Did he do that one twice? No. It's a very close to one that we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. Again, it doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes. You got it. This one coming in from Do appreciate your question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
so we have
drops
no
of
idea
rain
where
till
the
it's
atmosphere
raining?
ends. Got it. We have no idea where the atmosphere ends. Got it.
This one coming in from Do appreciate your question.
The gradient.
Robert Summers.
Gradient, but you have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
Robert Summers says,
There is a pressure gradient. You can measure it.
regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said even...
No, I think it's the gyro experiment.
Gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error. So I'm
He's
not
asking
sure.
if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from Do appreciate it. Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet. Whether the Earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah, Okay, so the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, oh, so if we are living on a flat Earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field in the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane. There's the same above, same below, and no, we aren't planets, and no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea. We're contained. Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure, and from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light, based on Rayleigh scattering within the air, okay? So divergent rays have a circumference of light. Now, you can use AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go up over a flat surface, the circumference of light based on certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson,
which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Isla Baca says, Witsit, you know when there were direct Chile to San Antonio flights. SA might also be
San Antonio and whatever it's called. And what is it? I forgot to say it now. And whatever. What is it called? You want to? Somebody here knows. I forgot.
Saudi Arabia? Well, they say
no. It's like Antagio. I just don't want to pronounce it. It's like A-N-T-I-G-O. Something like that.
They say, Witsit, you know when there were direct Chile to SA flights? World Cup in Santiago charters, many of them. Why? Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Yeah, basically never happens. And again, it doesn't explain anything because you're following the jet streams. You're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense on a globe, though.
Gotcha. Might have Ilabaka corrected me. South Africa. But nonetheless, I think the same point is, my guess is your answer is the same either way. But thanks for clarifying that, Ilabaka. And then Nuclear Creation says, would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers. I don't know. But anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I quoted it, I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from 2 seconds. As I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Benskazmi, thanks for your question, says for Witsit and Kai, just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now. And anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This one from Robert Summer says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You have to be a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dress up with grown adults, so maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof? I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Yeah, we have. So when did you stop beating your wife?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it. This one from...
Sorry, good.
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
They said actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now, explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's quite wonky.
Taylor, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't accept picture evidence of stars in the sky, but you accept picture evidence of the Earth being flat, even though the laws of perspective don't work for flat Earth, they only work, they only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence again.
Can we get a measurement of Earth?
I don't know what else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Can't send
Physical
anyone to
measurement
space.
of Earth curvature, probably.
Yeah, or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
But we'll move on. We don't want to.
Yeah,
That was your
sorry.
question. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do
That's
appreciate
easy.
it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
The globe was measured with what?
They said the globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No. I don't know.
I'm
The
not
globe
for
was
sure
a
who this
lot
is
of
for.
different things. Partially, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work. So
This one from Let me know if I did get that Cana Bear, if I got that right in terms of understanding it and reading it. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, if we find a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach, does that mean the beach goes that far? Analog to the atmosphere.
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more time.
That sounds like okay.
Basically, the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple of pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere. I get it now. Yeah. If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that.
At the moon. At the moon.
Right at the moon. That's where it stops.
You can approximate it at the moon because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood, but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question. That doesn't.
I like that you at least. I do really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful, and that's what everyone needs to do, regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in from.
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe.
Yeah, me either.
Those
The
all
only way you can have a gradient. Well, listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly being introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay.
This one coming in
we
from.
would have gas pressure
I've
without
got to give Austin the
solid
last
container.
word on that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from.
Yep, you heard that correctly. The moon is the container for the gas pressure of the Earth. Okay, let me say that again. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Of course not. That's what the moon is for. Oh man, that was a good one. The moon is just like a ping pong paddle, just bounces them back towards the Earth. Boing, 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 boing.
If the
That's
moon
why the moon
wasn't
always
here,
faces us, dude.
yeah, if the moon wasn't here, it would just everything would explode.
Now you guys understand it. The moon is always facing us because it's a ping pong paddle. Oh man, everything makes sense now. Holy crap. What about the gas particles that are on the other side where the moon isn't? Do they get to go escape? Woo! Does anybody remember this game? It used to be, it goes under many names, but one of the names it went under was Breakout. And so it's a vertical game where on the bottom's a paddle, and on the top are all these bricks, and this little ball bounces back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should make one, man. And who do we know that can program that real quick? They should make one about that where it's the moon and the Earth is on the bottom and all the little particles are slowly going up and then you gotta bounce it back. That'd be so cool. Probably be easy to program. Oh my goodness. The moon is an atmosphere scoop. Holy crap. Woo. All right, it's almost over. Let's listen to the end.
I'm down in the rabbit hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again, if you like. They say, do you think globe cultists, like Taylor, will ever, I'm just kidding. Say, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object. So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial object being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And others saying, don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from? They said you can't zoom it back.
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are. But I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve. And the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the earth was flat. Instead, I was...
My goodness. So what did he just say? He just said we don't see in linear perspective, right? Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Okay, so linear perspective is an ideal model. It doesn't take into account diffraction limits and other such things. Linear perspective is for a 2D plane, not the three-dimensional world. This is a big problem we used to have back in the day, where flat earthers would say, if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be at eye level, right? It would rise up with you. So lo and behold, along comes a glober and proves that there's a slight dip angle to the horizon at high altitudes, and then says, oh, guess you were wrong. Well, it's true, they were wrong. That's part of the reasons why you got to be precise. You know, you got to parse your language. Even today, we have flat earthers who say that the horizon is going to render at exactly, half in your eye line, which is demonstrably false. Nor would you expect it to. First off, you can't see forever. We already agree on that. Second off, if you raise an altitude, if you're 1,000 feet off the ground, right, is that not 1,000 feet of sky that must render in your field of view before the water line or the ground would be rendered? Well, of course. So the idea that the horizon would be exactly at your midpoint of your eye line at all times can't be sustained. Now, it appears to be so at lower altitudes, but even then it actually isn't. It's just rendering as if it is. Which of course is fair. But saying that it is and then having a glober come along and just prove that that's not the case, right? The glober will walk away thinking he's debunked flat earth. Really, he's just debunked a misinterpretation of perspective. All right, let's continue.
Taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly a plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm just not understanding why you would have to account for those.
Because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So it's just, the answer is Relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat. That's the
Even
answer.
though it's never been scientifically validated.
And it's a reification fallacy. You can't treat physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's... if Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say, if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which to be fair, maybe you super chatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light, based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light, an absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hagel says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says.
Sorry. I was going to say, take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This from Pivot Cyroy says, shout out to the builders of the Dutch, let's see, Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which is calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain level. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day. It changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Oh, okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation. But they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. But what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
a tornado.
Oh yeah. So no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy. A whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac. which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson-Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Cana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Cana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you... this was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? The reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal you or Venmo you and a question, that way they'd still get the perk of just an idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that on the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll make sure it's like always in there because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always
dropping the hammer.
Yeah, but I want to say, Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the description, folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, I can't believe he chose an intro and outro that literally has mic pinging or whatever that's called. Like, who wants to hear that? Painful. Oh, yeah. So they let him get away with saying that if the earth was flat, I could see forever. Yikes. No good.
All right, friends, I gotta go to bed, man. You guys want to talk to each other, or you want a video? Oh, I guess you want a video. I don't know how I always get disconnected. But anyway, who's talking tonight? And if not, tell us why you're not talking by talking. I don't know. They all screamed for a video about Brenda. They're like, give us Brenda. Oh, please. Are you kidding me? Hey, I would have. You can go to sleep instead of listening to Brenda. Oh, I know I can. I have other things. I'm tired. I just got home from my bike ride, so I had got a late start. Yeah. It just took like 2 hours to clean up my tools. Retarded. Yeah, I have found I have a serious short somewhere in my wiring on the bicycle. So I guess after 2,600 miles, I'm gonna have to take it all apart, make it clean, everything, and some water might have gotten into the control housing or something. I'm gonna have to figure a solution for all that. But what's the top speed that thing can do? Man, when it's running good, I could literally do 40 miles an hour at least, but I would never go that fast. It's too fast for the bike. I've had it up to 32 miles an hour before, though. 32, 34, something like that. Yeah. But generally, 9 to 20, 9 to 15, or 9, pretty much like, I'll even cruise around at 5 miles an hour for quite some time, just sightseeing and stuff. But I'm going somewhere 15 miles an hour is pretty fast. Going downhill, so I can go like 25. Yeah. But right now I have a problem losing power. That's a short. Not sure where. But I was riding it through the surf. Well, not through the surf, but right at the water line of the beach. It's the only way to get to this place unless I want to push the bike. And I've done that before, like about half a mile over loose sand. And that about kills my freaking hip. And to hump that sucker through the sand. Even though it does have power assist, it's still hard to tell because it tries to dig the front wheel in and makes it slide. Anyway, boring. But anyway. Yeah, I appreciate you not using a drill motor while we're having a conversation. That's pretty cool. I'm just joking. I think you were pissed off at me, probably. Well, you told me I ought to. Well, never mind. Yeah, I need to go to bed. I can't stay up this late night after night on Discord. You know,
Well,
not that young.
one thing you can do. So there's usually a crew that comes on it later on, but
Yeah.
what I like to do is I got a you make a playlist, like a long playlist, and you just put it in the bot. You could do it with multiple videos.
That's true.
Rather than just one single playlist. But
yeah, I actually have quite a few. I could break it up into less because some of them are so far down the list. I haven't listened to them in several years. You know. Some of the classic ones, though. Glad I was able to keep those.
well, if nobody else is gonna talk, I'm gonna put on the Brenda debate recently or whatever the heck it was, and then I'm out of here.
Go ahead. Yeah, me too.
Whoever, Brenda is either going to be entertaining or it's going to be enough to get people to want to talk to avoid having to listen to it. Those are the two options.
Well,
right.
There you go. Then that's
Here it comes.
Damn,
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that, the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
Wait, I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah,
what if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in flame? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge, but it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
They are driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
you don't know the globe proofsy very well, do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said. He asked if they do
to start them, and you said, "Well, they eventually come to rest."
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's what you said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation...
Well, he's flying.
What are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a
right?
force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force, right?
It's an
No,
effect.
it's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force
it's an
is.
effect.
How can you say?
So wait, is
a
Coriolis
pseudo force as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization? What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Yeah. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why
energy.
would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. It's in your model.
According
to Globe Earth.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is Coriolis. It's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, can you hear me now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says, in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear that was accurate. It's an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man?
You
don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being a little
question for the audience.
When you hear it,
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't even like using Google, but the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. Not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay. One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
when are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel Prize.
You'll do that if somebody can prove.
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What? How are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do
refuted a major conservation
I'm not going.
physics.
Look, listen.
Well, why don't you measure some Earth curvature and go get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
I've got a question after you. Go for it, brother. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
the pendulum,
if
what?
you put,
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right and they will swing in that way and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah.
How do you explain this?
Yeah. I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't
You would not use the proof
No,
that
you are not
cited
around
called
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't
Wouldn't they?
Aren't all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You can't. You don't
that
have.
eliminates
You
the proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have.
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use Foucault's
in
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Why the magnets do not deflect?
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
You
asking
did
about.
ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which
physicists.
scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
You
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No, they
He just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the
No, it
manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it isn't.
driven by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Foucault's
Read the
pendulum
manual for it.
doesn't. That's just for their pendulum. That's not for.
you
said.
Oh, that's
pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your
No,
proof.
that's not how
you
things
didn't know
work.
it was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda,
Yeah, it is driven by magnets. Check the live stream voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the Smithsonian. Now, when I presented you,
just a minute.
When I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets. Listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Because it debunks.
Because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
Brenda, you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim. This is scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the cloud.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm saying.
Or like who?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used. And it has to be
that's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have
but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then
that's not it's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say
I said if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's what
Hold on.
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not what I
Q.
said.
Great.
I said,
Yes, it
if
is.
P, then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore
thank you,
not P.
thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this,
electric,
that is the problem.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So
What I
it's been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda,
Yeah.
hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly.
Has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
No,
usually
have
a
they?
global
Nobody's
cause.
been able. Has been able to reproduce. I understand.
There's
I'm
multiple people
familiar.
that have.
I'm
I thought you never
familiar.
knew about it. I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
Then
So
you
it hasn't been.
you know every person in the world that's done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a method.
No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for gravity?
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah,
it
is.
Follow the scientific
Brenda,
method.
yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
was gravity. It may be proven gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity before you claim it? See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay. How did you isolate gravity from the electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
Well, you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not have even fucking existed.
So Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
I had to stop that. I'm sorry. Brandon gets to me a little bit. Apologize. Yeah. Sonny, you up? What's going on, man? Sorry, I had to stop it. I mean, I guess I could start playing it again, but I don't know. Brenda, does Brenda get on your nerves? Maybe not. It gets on, just a little cringy, man. A little smart, he's smart, but I probably used the wrong pronoun, but
yeah, I'm still here barely, but yeah, I'm still here. Please don't play more Brenda. Don't play the Brenda, please.
Oh, I love you, AI man. Why you got to play Brenda?
I'll even stay awake until I fade away if you don't play any more Brenda.
Don't play Brenda.
I'll stay awake to a little of my own moonshine.
There you go. I'm gonna see what was going on today, man. I totally couldn't tune in all day, pretty much. I heard you this morning for a minute. That's about it, man. I was locked down with work, man.
Yeah, I bet.
It's all right, man. Get some shit done. It was fun.
Are you still working? Yeah.
No, hell no. No, I just poured a drink and thought I'd come on here and see what you guys are up to.
Well, cheers. Let's see
what I'm doing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta stop this. Stop it.
Cheers.
Cheers, my brother. All right. Well, we got a reservation on the 9th, 10th, and 11th to go sailing, dude.
September?
Yep. So I texted
you.
you.
Man, I think I'll be ready. I think the tennies I have are good enough for
some deck shoes. I got some water shoes that are pretty tight, man. Like swimming shoes. I might wear those. See.
Yeah, I have swim shoes. I have those.
I just like to be barefoot sometimes. Depends on the gripping on the deck, though.
I know, but I could slip out of my Speedo swim shoes. I should wear my New Balance. As long as they have white soles, they're usually okay, right?
Right, yeah, that's the thing, man. They kind of need to be white or something.
White, but clean. I wonder, some slippery.
I don't know. Hey, we're paying to use the boat. So, whatever happens. It's boating, dude. Get over it. We're rolling.
Exactly. But people wear tennis shoes all the time. The ones that were good are Sperry Topsiders, but they were almost just like Vans. But the Sperry Topsiders.
I used to just stay barefoot most of the time, man. Unless I was doing some.
Yeah, exactly.
Some work like on the mast or something. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking barefoot it.
I should plug this big speaker back in.
Anyway, so we're gonna set sail Friday afternoon. We're gonna do like a little short, maybe like 3-4 hour cruise. Come back, hang out the boat, maybe go to dinner, sleep on the boat, and then Saturdays are big ass sail day, dude. We can fucking sail for 10 hours if we want, man. We'll make that decision. See how we're feeling, all that kind of shit. Oh, you got a mighty buzz there, man. A mighty electronic buzz. Zzz, zzz. Did you buzz out? You buzzed out, man. Damn. All right, we got a VC verified, man. Zalt. What's up? Zalt. What are you doing? Talk to me.
Are you still there?
Yeah, there you are. Now I got you.
No, hold on.
I was trying to get a hold of Zalt, man.
There we go. Had to switch audio devices to my 1977 Kenwood.
Yeah, because I
Still
got the
works.
original Sans.
It still works.
Yeah, I still
well,
got the original Sansui speakers that go
Really?
with it. Big, heavy, like the studio quality, big ass speakers from the 70s are great.
Beautiful.
But just the volume and stuff, the knobs, like some of those potentiometers are a little scratchy a little bit. But not too much, man. It's working good.
Well, the old electronics are great because they use really, really good solder. The new stuff, it's not really super high end solder, man. It's kind of got a lot of tin and shit in it. And it's like, come on, really?
Now this one is only a solid state one, but
yeah,
it still has some massive capacitors on it though. Like it's got some big old.
That'll fatten up the sound.
Get some juice.
Nothing like tube amp, man. Tube amps are just so warm. Ugh, just love them.
Yeah, my Blues Junior literally sings and like just starts those like natural harmonics start to blend in there where it literally starts to vibrate the whole room together. With the speakers. Like, whoa.
Yeah, and the more you play it, the more you leave it on, the hotter it gets. Sometimes it can get just sounding really wicked.
Yeah, I've kept it on for like 2 to 3 hours at a time. Whenever I was like practicing, going to band practice, it would be on for 2 hours. I've had it on for longer than that, for 6 and 8 hours, like just screwing around. You know?
Yeah. I've never had my amp on more than like 4 hours. I don't think, man.
Yeah.
Like two.
Really, I would like to get a battery operated amplifier that sounds good enough to where I could put a microphone and play my electric, and I could travel with that kind of thing and just go up to the park.
I got one of these. Got one of these modern day battery powered boom boxes that's got a microphone input and a guitar input, and it also can play it can play like from your phone, Bluetooth.
That's what I'm talking about, because you could do backing beats. That's what people do.
It also has it's got like a little reverb on it, so you can add some chorus and reverb. And it kind of, it doesn't sound great, but it definitely works, man. But
yeah, at least if it works. I mean,
you're not going to get the full. It's got wheels and a handle on it too, you know, so I can roll it around.
That's the best, and it probably has a USB to charge something else on there.
You can charge your phone on it. You know, it's set up. It's like I said, it's a modern day boom box, man. That's kick ass. But they make better ones. This one was like $100.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Something like that.
That's about.
But it's rechargeable, man. It lasts like all day, man. If you leave it on all day, it'll last all day. That's it. You know?
Yeah. Now, if it was easy for me to get to places where I could get like 6-volt motorcycle batteries, I could put those in an amp and run it alternately from the battery or from the. But you have to have a charger for something like that. Now the batteries are much better, so you could do it easily with some lithium-ion batteries. You could get like, let's see. You could pack enough together to have a little pack that could produce shit. All you would need is about 6 volts to run the board.
You don't need a lot, man. Voltage for sure, but
no,
we don't need a lot of wattage. I know that.
You just and where the coil is. Changes it. What is it? The step down coil from AC to a lower wattage AC, and then it changes it to a DC in the amp. But so you put the battery right there, where it's just DC current, 6 volts in,
So you switch batteries or AC, and the AC just goes where it's supposed to go, but you have it into the 6 volt to the board itself, and that'll turn off the AC. And then you could fix it so that you automatically charged it whenever you were not using the battery. You could have a switch and just go. And there's a lot of ingenious things you can do like that.
Well, I'm okay with electronics. I can probably solder an amp together if you said, "Hey man, you gotta do this."
Right.
But I've soldered, I don't know, 100 amps together. It's been a minute though. It's been like 10 years since I soldered one, so it would take me a second if I can get my head back into it.
It does. It always does.
And I'd be like, "Oh shit! Oh yeah! Oh fuck! I forgot about that. You know? Oh fuck! A potentiometer.
Yeah,
I got to run.
that's why.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
it dominates my whole kitchen table and my whole life for a while. So that's why I haven't started any of those kind of projects.
It takes a lot.
I got enough. It does.
I got a really good. I got a pro soldering iron, but
yeah, I got a pretty good one. I think it was from Harbor Freight or something like that, but it's still. No, I got it online from somewhere, but it's a good controllable temperature.
Yeah, I got the dial. It's got a little sponge pad there. I got the
exactly a little stand for it. Yeah, I got one just like that. Little dial for temperature.
Yep, got the dial temp. Goes up to like 850 degrees, something like that.
God,
I got those super fun. I got super really sharp tips, and I got some fatter ones too. But a lot of the soldering I was doing was micro amps.
Yeah,
and it was. I mean,
tiny.
It's so tiny, dude. It's like cell phone tiny shit, right?
I can't do those.
I can do those because I've got microscopic vision. It's the only reason I can do it, and I got pretty steady hand. I can see the smallest shit. If you can print it, I can fucking see it. Even my eye doctor.
Well, I can see it. Well, look, I can see them with magnification, but soldering them, yeah, I guess if I had different tips, I probably could. But when I looked at one of the pedals, I have a Danny Electro pedal. They have all those little tiny transistors and capacitors.
Yep.
Like, I suppose you can just do them, and just connect different ones. That's an idea. I thought about it. But on some of them, I back out and go, no, I'll just leave this one the way it is. It's funky. Like it does work pretty well. So,
you know what? Sometimes when things working, just leave it alone, man. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to change everything from what it is.
No, man. It's like, I mean, I got a really nice tube amp. I got a really nice solid state amp. And
what kind is your tube amp?
It's called a Fender Super Reverb.
Oh, damn. That's a really good one, man. Oh, heck. Is that the tall one that has 4 tens in it?
With 4 tens, baby.
Oh, those are bad.
It punches right through your gut. You can feel it, your heartbeat when you fucking hit it.
It has a big old head. It has a big old head on it, right? With, what does it have, like 4 6v6s in it or something? What kind is it? Power tube.
Hey, man. It was
I have a book right here. Oh,
all right.
I have a book called
Anyway, I get a lot of compliments when I take it to jam sessions and stuff. People are like, damn, that thing sounds clean as fuck, man. I'm like, yeah, baby. It's super. It ain't called super for nothing, bitches.
The super reverb, right? It's just a variation of the Fender Super.
Right.
Fender Super Reverb. Let me look it up. I have this book called The Desktop Reference of Hip Vintage Guitar Amps.
Oh, there you go.
Gerald Weber.
Wow, man, that's a nice. I don't have that book. I got a lot of books on guitars. If you said, hey, man, I got a fucking 42 Alvarez, I'd be like, hold on a second. But amps, I was never an amp guy, man. I'm a string guy.
Here it is, Super Reverb, page 73.
Like 15 watts, I think, it is 15 watts.
73. Oh, it's the combo. Yours is a combo or a head? It's a combo, right?
It's a combo.
Yeah, it's a big, huge one. Yeah,
it's huge, man.
It looks like a Baseman, like the old Basemans, but it's a black face.
A little bit of Baseman look to it, yeah.
So, I'll read this. It's pretty funny since you're on here. So, here it is from Gerald Weber's book, page 73. The Super Reverb. In the late spring of 1964, a small town called Groves, Texas, appearing at the City of Groves Recreation Hall, was a local band called the Misfits.
I love it.
This is in 1964, I have you.
Nice.
So here's this narrative. I had heard this band before, and I knew that the band was mediocre and not very happening. As I approached the hall, I couldn't help but be impressed with the music that I heard. Could it be that a substitute band was playing in their place? As I entered the place and approached the bandstand, I noticed that this was indeed the Misfits. However, two of the players had gotten new Fender Super Reverb amplifiers. This was the first time I ever heard or saw or heard the Fender Super Reverb amp, and I was ever knocked out.
Yeah,
of course, I wanted one when I heard it, but being a non-gigging sixth grader, I lacked the financial wherewithal to buy one. After all, they were selling for approximately $300 new at this time, depending on which deal you bought from. On many of the amps that hometown local gigging musicians bring into my shop, I probably see more Super Reverbs than any other. My guess is that they are still the amp of choice for a working musician on a budget.
No doubt about it.
With four 10-inch speakers, they move a walloping 312 inches of air, 88 inches more than a twin reverb or a pro. Set up correctly, they have just the right amount of power for club gigging and rehearsal. With built-in reverb and vibrato and speakers included, they seem to simplify life for a working musician. When Fender changed the 3x10 Bandmaster and the 4x10 Bassman to piggyback 2x12 amps in the early 60s, the concert amp became Fender's only 4x10 at that time. The Super amp was sold with two 10-inch speakers. With the induction of the Vibroverb, which was already a 2x10 amp, Fender decided to add Super Reverb and add two extra 10-inch speakers. This was the birth of an all-new Super Reverb amp.
Thank you, Leo Fender.
Yeah, this is a badass amp, man. When you hear one in person, you're like, whoa. So here we go. It was advertised as a 4x10 Bassman with reverb and vibrato. Apparently, Fender was getting a lot of requests even then to bring back the 4x10 Bassman sound. Unfortunately, Fender advertised that their new Super Reverb amp brought back the tonal qualities of that old style Bassman, but they did very little to duplicate the sound. Not only was the circuit entirely different, but speakers did not sound as good as the P10R Jensens used on the Bassman. The baffle board was thicker and non-floating, which of course sounds different. All blackface Super Reverbs were nearly identical, with the only difference being a resistor value in the vibrato circuit, which really didn't make much of a difference. Blackface models include the AA763 and the AB763 in that order. Which one do you have?
I got the silver face, dude.
Oh, you got a silver face? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Later, 60 Silverface Super Reverb never sounded all that great, but could be modified to sound like their blackface counterparts. That's pretty easy to do. Almost all Silverface with Super Reverbs left much to be desired tonally, because here he outlines everything. Number one, the output tube has bias control, was changed to a bias balance control, so thus making proper biasing impossible without modifying the circuit or changing it back to blackface specs. That's easy to change. Some of them had a combination cathode bias and fixed bias output stage. This kind of circuit sounds absolutely horrible, and it's the circuit that gave Silverface amps their bad reputation. Number three, all of them had smaller smaller value plate load resistors on the phase inverter stage. This causes decrease in gain, dynamic response, punch, and sustain. Number 4, all of them had small value caps from the grids of the power tubes to ground, which grounded out high end harmonics and made the amp sound colder than it really did. Number 5, almost done. Most of them use 5U4 rectifier tubes instead of the better sounding and more efficient 5AR4s used in the blackface models. There is much that can be done to make the super reverb sound great. Getting the right speakers, tubes, and other components would certainly make radical improvements in the tone qualities. But there are many mods to fatten and thicken tone, improve breakup, increase dynamic response, and improve note definition. Look for the answers to these questions in the chapter 10 Easy Mods for Your Super Reverb. Oh, yeah, baby.
I
Telling
love
you, man.
that, man.
This has got the whole breakdown.
I love that, man. What a killer breakdown.
So then you can actually go to the chapter 10 Easy Mods for Your Super Reverb right in here.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
All the schematics are in here.
Hey, I know a guy that worked with Leo Fender. He's my amp repairman, and I've taken my super to him a couple of times, and he was there when they were building them. That's the guy. And so he's taking care of me, man. And he says it sounds great. And I'm like, yeah. And I've had a lot of compliments. Whatever, man. I can make it sound better. Of course, man. I can add pedals and all kinds of crazy shit. Have you seen these guys that got the space shuttle pedal boards? I'm like, what the hell? Fuck off, man. Come on.
Yeah, I use like 2. I'll use at the most like 3 distortion pedals.
At the most, I'll use
lay pedals. So I have like 4, maybe 5 if I'm using a wah-wah pedal.
I've seen guys that got like 20 fucking pedals on their board. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? What the fuck are you thinking? I mean, when we grew up, man, if we had a wah pedal, we were like, oh, fuck yeah. Check this out. Dope, man, right? Straight away. Now they got wah pedals and fucking super distortion on top of distortion. Fuck, I don't know, man. It's crazy, man.
All that they got a bunch of JFET technology in there now, so it's like, oh yeah, it's digitized sound. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's compressed all the shit. It's got like, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm an old simplistic guy, man. I like acoustic guitar for fuck's sake, and acoustic piano. I like those too.
Yeah, that's true.
Acoustic bass too. I go with that. I'm old school. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah. I like analog everything. If I'm going to use any electronic stuff, I like analog all the way. If I can get analog, I'll use analog.
Well, you can't beat analog, man. It's not. You don't have that compression, man. Compression absolutely destroys. Man.
Simple diodes to do
Buster, man. Buster's got a picture of a guitar on his. He's got that's a Breedlove, I believe. Tell me I'm wrong, man. Tell me that's not a Breedlove.
I'm looking.
That's what I Tell me it's not a Breedlove. What is it?
Yeah, it's Breedlove.
It's a Breedlove. Dude, I recognized it just from the fucking shape. I was like, looks like a Breedlove.
What are you talking about?
That's a Fender Strat and a Les Paul on the right. Fender Strat. Yeah.
Are you in the live stream voice checks? I don't see.
No, I'm just looking at your fucking. I'm just looking at your straightaway avatar. Just looking at your avatar, man. It says Buster, and it's got a Breedlove, a Fender Strat, and a Les Paul. Dude, I want to be your friend. Can I be your friend?
Who is this? I don't see even what you're talking about.
Buster, he's up near the top there, man. He's got. If you click on his.
Oh, okay. Let me go back.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got that acoustic guitar right because I'm an acoustic guitar professional expert.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice guitar.
Breedlove, Breedlove actually worked for Taylor, and he left Taylor. He started his own company.
Is he in Seattle?
Right, he's in Seattle.
I think I visited.
Breedlove's in Oregon.
Oregon.
Oh, Oregon.
Okay. I get those places mixed up, man. Oregon, Seattle. Well, it's all north and west. Whatever.
I like Taylor's, but the Breedloves use the LR bag, which is, in my opinion, the best pickup for acoustic.
LR bags. That's here in Huntington Beach, right?
No, I don't know where that company is, but
I think they're. No. Oh, I'm thinking of Lacey. Lacey's in Huntington Beach. LR bags is somewhere else. I don't know where they're.
Yeah, I don't either.
I do like LR bags, and I also like certain Fishman pickups. Fishman makes some great fucking acoustic guitar pickups, bro. One of theirs was one of theirs. They had a pickup that fit underneath the saddle called the Sonic Core, and it would just bring these beautiful bass notes into that piezo crystal electronic sound through an acoustic instrument. Where a lot of the other ones, man, you would get this I call it a crack right before the note. As soon as the note hits, you get a certain crack. It's like a snap of something. And I don't like that. If you mic a guitar versus putting a piezo crystal underneath the fucking bridge, it's totally two different sounds you're going to get into your mix. And I was always I caught on to this crack early on, man. Probably early 2000s. I was like, damn, what the hell is that, man? Shit, that's horrible. But some pickups I've tried, like the Fishman Sonic Core was a great one. But LR Bags is very good. I put a few of those in guitars over the years. But there's some that are just like crap.
Yeah, I have one I installed myself underneath the saddle from inside, and it plugs into the I'm tired.
Quarter inch.
My strap button, and the rear strap button fits in really. Very strong and sturdy, but I got to go in there and fit up some of the wires or maybe some of the bracing inside.
Dude, I am an expert at that shit, dude. I spent 20 years putting fucking guitar pickups in acoustic guitars.
I get it. It's good shit, man. Exactly. So I need to find out what's that guitar's been banged around for 45 years. So it needs to be the inside. It might be some braces that are buzzing in some places. I mean, I love the sound of it no matter what it's doing. Because the neck is still beautiful after all these years. It's got jumbo frets that the first, well, maybe not the first owner, the person I bought it from in when was that? 1986 or 87. Someone gave me this.
I like jumbo frets on a Les Paul. I mean, that's my favorite.
No, on this acoustic though, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, you heard it. You already heard it.
I heard it, man. Dude, whatever you're playing there, man. Yeah, fine. Don't stop. Whatever you're playing there, man. But I can set that. I can set that action a little lower for you if you think it's a little too high or anything. Let me know.
The acoustic does have problems that I can't quite resolve, and it's partly because the face is being lifted up, and I know that it is starting to work the face a little bit. The bridge is growing up.
Dude, I've had so many guitars with the face is lifting up, and I had to kind of resolve it the best I can. And sometimes that's all you can do, and the best you can. You can't nail it every time. You're not gonna. If the face is lifting up, you're gonna have a problem.
What about a bridge doctor? Yeah, you heard about those, right?
I don't know about the bridge doctor. Tell me more, man. I don't know.
It's a brace that goes inside the guitar underneath the bridge, and it actually is supposed to pull the bridge back down inside an acoustic.
So
that's one way to do it. Yeah, I guess you crank it down. Yeah.
That's so interesting, man. I don't know if you guys know how a bridge works on a piano or not, but there's two bridge pins. There's two bridge pins on a piano. And when the bridge pins are tightened, it actually pulls the soundboard upward. I don't know if you guys can follow the physics on this, but when you have a staggered bridge pin, it will pull the soundboard upward and make a crown. And I don't know if you guys know about, if you crown a soundboard, it makes a much more higher, more defined resonance because it's a curved surface. Unlike the earth that we're living on, the sound quality of a curved surface is much better than a flat surface. You follow me? Anybody following me? All right.
I follow you.
Buster. Maybe he's Buster. Sonny's just Sonny's noodling, man. It's almost midnight, man. Keep noodling, man. He's playing an electric guitar unplugged. I gotta say, Sonny's intonation has been solid, man. I don't know if you guys. Guys know about intonation, right? Of course you do. Hey, Buster, man. Tell me more about your guitars, man. Tell me something about your.
The one on my avatar, the Breed Love, I just got it like about a month ago. The other ones in those were like somebody made me that
okay
thing, but I have like I've got a custom Warrior guitar. They're not real well known. They make like higher end custom guitars out of Chattanooga. And then I've got a Gibson. Actually got a Martin D28, but man, I never was crazy about how big it was. Big dreadnought guitar. Sounds great.
Dude, no. D28's like the standard of dreadnoughts. That's like the standard, bro. That's what set the standard. I mean, you don't. Hey, man, not every guitar is great, man. Trust me, man. I know. I mean, Martin will even admit that every guitar they sent out, it said D28 on it, but it just didn't have something. And if that's the case, man, yeah, find something different, man. You know, trade it.
Well, I liked it. I liked the sound of it, but like I used to play a lot of live stuff, and it was just I just didn't like how bulky it was. So I got the Breed Love to start, trying to gig more. I haven't done it in a while.
That's a big time cutaway. What you got there looking at? I don't know what model Breed Love that is. I'm not that hip.
It's a concert CE. It's like they've got three sizes. And I think that one is the mid range. There's one.
Concert means E means electronic, and C means concert. Got it. C.
Yeah. Well, if you look on their website, they've got like three sizes, and I think that's the medium size, if I'm not mistaken.
Did it come with the LR bags?
Yeah. That's why I got it, because it came that model comes standard with I forget the name of but it's got the piezo and something else, but it's like
it's like a dual system, right?
Yeah.
Same as like Taylor. Taylor has a dual system in their pickup.
Yeah. I've played a bunch of Taylors and I love them. I just never was crazy about their electronics. And when I had a buddy that had a Breed Love, and I played it a couple times, and I was like, yeah, when I have the money, that's what I'm getting. So super happy with it.
Cool, man. I play a company called Guild, man. Maybe you never heard of it.
Oh yeah, Guild. Yeah.
They've been washed around the industry a little bit, like Fender got washed.
Yeah.
But Guild got washed. Fender bought actually Guild for a while, for like, I don't know, 12, 14 years, something like that.
Huh.
And they sold to like some investment group out in Southern California.
Okay.
Now they're built in Southern California, and great. I appreciate keeping the legend going, but the stuff that was built in Rhode Island is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, they use real rosewood, real maple, real mahogany. You know, it was tight. Stuff's amazing. If you can pick up a Guild guitar, man, please do it. You know, if anybody, you'll be surprised, especially an older one. You know, 90s, 80s, 60s.
You were talking about the Mark D28s. I had a buddy that his dad left him two different ones. One was like from the 1960s, and then there was one that was just like eight years later. It was like a 70s model, and it was like a drastic difference between the two. We got to looking it up, and supposedly like there was like a point where they changed something they did with the bracing. But that one that was the earlier 60s model was like, it was like gold, and like it just had this sound. We put some new strings on it. It was like, oh my God.
Fuck out of here. What the hell is this? What is this monster in my hand? Yeah.
Well, the one I bought, I spent a lot of money. It was like an HD 28, like vintage style or something.
Oh, you got an HD 28, dude? Oh, dude, I had one in my shop for like a week, and I thought it was pretty great guitar. This one was an HD 28, man. It was incredible, man. I was like, damn.
Oh, it's a great guitar. It's just for me, like I played live mostly, and it was just I just didn't like the feel, you know, like how big it was.
Yeah,
but the sounds amazing.
If you're playing live, you want to play something that's feels more like an electric guitar, really. You know.
Yeah, but that Breeding Love I got's got I've never played a guitar with myrtle wood sides and back.
And what the hell's myrtle wood? Whoa, myrtle! What the fuck did they discover? What the hell is myrtle wood?
I don't know. If you look it up, it's like it's got a spruce top, myrtle wood side and back. Right. And when I picked it up to play it, it's small, and you think it's going to have a small sound, but it's got a super like bassy, like what you wouldn't think would come out of a smaller cutaway like that. It kind of blew me away.
When Bob Taylor, he made some great guitars all by hand. And then he got into laser cutting, and he figured out that if you can compress the fuck out of the soundboard and get the intonation right, you're going to have something that's pretty cool. No doubt about it, man. Taylor makes some great guitars, man. They're perfectly to play. If you want to play guitar and have it perfect, great, okay. Grab a Taylor, man. No doubt about it. The intonation is so perfect that you're like, it's stupid. That's where he focused his success on. Because anybody that knows anything about playing guitar, man, will hear it immediately. It's perfect. Every time.
I used to work for Taylor in El Cajon right here in 1993 in the neck department at Taylor. They didn't keep me, and eventually they let me go, but not before the secretary sat me down and told me about L. Ron Hubbard's program. She thought I might better attend, and that, sorry they were letting me go. I didn't fit into the Kabbalah, I guess.
Oh shit, that's fucking wicked, dude. That's wicked. So anyway, Bob Taylor started out in Elk Grove, San Diego, right? Sonny, tell me if I'm wrong, man. I have an Elk Grove Taylor, man. I have one. I got
yeah,
one.
I think he started here. He started here in El Cajon, and I think he has I forget where they're at now. No, El Cajon.
He started out in Elk Grove, and he went to Santee. Okay.
Santee. Okay.
Santee,
yeah.
That's where they're at now.
Yes, for a short while he was out in El Cajon near the
Grove. Elk Grove, man. I'm like 99% sure, man. Elk Grove.
I've never
Anyway,
been there, but anyway,
it's in San Diego County, whatever, man. It's
yeah.
Oh my God, you live in San Diego County. Guess what? If you're 15 miles east of San Diego, you're still in San Diego County. Doesn't mean you live some lavish lifestyle on the beach, you know.
Exactly.
That's the misconception we get a lot here in Southern
You're
California.
living in weltering heat. If you go 10 miles in, you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
so hot.
I'm in OC.
Like, what?
Oh, you're in Newport Beach and Huntington Beach, and you're no, dude. I'm in OC. Doesn't mean I'm like parking it on the beach every day.
Yeah. Have a nice day in Santa Ana. Enjoy your stay.
Enjoy your stay at Disneyland. Enjoy your stay at Disneyland because it's only 102 degrees out. You know, have a nice day.
The place where